outstun. Outstunting, present participle and gerund of outstun. Outstunts, third person singular simple present indicative of outstun. Outstupid, to surpass in stupidity. Outstupided, simple past and past participle of outstupid. Outstupiding, present participle of outstupid. Outstupids, third person singular simple present indicative of outstupid. Outsuave, to exceed in suaveness. Outsuaved, simple past and past participle of outsuave. Outsuaves, third person singular simple present indicative of outsuave. Outsuaving, present participle and gerund of outsuave. Outsupple, to surpass in cunning. Outsubtled, simple past and past participle of outsubtle. Outsubtles, third person singular simple present indicative of outsubtle. Outsubtling, present participle and gerund of outsubtle. Outsuck, to suck more or better than. Outsucked, simple past and past participle of outsuck. Outsucking, pertaining to a district not restricted to a particular mill. Outsucking, present participle and gerund of outsuck. Outsucks, third person singular simple present indicative of outsuck. Outsuffer, to exceed in suffering. Outsuffered, simple past and past participle of outsuffer. Outsuffering, present participle and gerund of outsuffer. Outsuffers, third person singular simple present indicative of outsuffer. Outsulk, to sulk more than. Outsulked, simple past and past participle of outsulk. Outsulking, present participle and gerund of outsulk. Outsulks, third person singular simple present indicative of outsulk. Outum, to exceed in number or quantity. Outum, simple past and past participle of outsum. Outsumming, present participle and gerund of outsum. Outsums, third person singular simple present indicative of outsum. Outsung, past participle of outsing. Outsurge, to surge outward. Outsurge, simple past and past participle of outsurge. Outsurges, third person singular simple present indicative of outsurge. Outsurging, present participle and gerund of outsurge. Outsurpass, to surpass or exceed. Outsurpass, simple past and past participle of outsurpass. Outsurpasses, third person singular simple present indicative of outsurpass. Outsurpassing, present participle and gerund of outsurpass. Outsurvive, to survive longer than, to outlive. Outsurvive, simple past and past participle of outsurvive. Outsurvives, third person singular simple present indicative of outsurvive. Outsurviving, present participle and gerund of outsurvive. Outswagger, to surpass in swaggering. Outswagger, simple past and past participle of outswagger. Outswaggering, present participle and gerund of outswagger. Outswaggers, third person singular simple present indicative of outswagger. Outswam, simple past of outswim. Outswap, synonym of swap out. Outswapped. Simple past and past participle of outswap. Outswapping. Present participle and gerund of outswap. Outswaps. Third person singular simple present indicative of outswap. Outswarm. To swarm in greater numbers than. Outswarmed. Simple past and past participle of outswarm. Outswarming. Present participle and gerund of outswarm. Outswarms. Third person singular simple present. Indicative of outsworn. Outswear. To swear or use vulgar or profane language more frequently or powerfully than. Outswearing. Present participle and gerund of outswear. Outswears. Third person singular simple present indicative of outswear. Outsweat. To sweat out or cause to sweat out. Outsweated. Simple past and past participle of outsweat. Outsweating. Present participle and gerund of outsweat. Outsweats. Third person singular simple present indicative of outsweat. Outsweep. To sweep outward. Outsweeping. Present participle and gerund of outsweep. Outsweepings. Plural of outsweeping. Outsweeps. Third person singular simple present indicative of outsweep. Outsweeten. To surpass in sweetness. Outsweeten. Simple past and past participle of outsweeten. Outsweetening. Present participle and gerund of outsweeten. Outsweetens. Third person singular simple present indicative of outsweeten. Outswell. To exceed in swelling. Outswelt. Simple past and past participle of outswell. Outswelling. Present participle and gerund of outswell. Outswellings. Plural of outswelling. Outswells. Third person singular simple present indicative of outswell. Outswept. Simple past and past participle of outsweep. Outswift. To be swifter than. To outpace. Outswifted. Simple past and past participle of outswift. Outswifting. Present participle and gerund of outswift. Outswifts. Third person singular simple present indicative of outswift. Outswim. To swim faster, farther, or better than. Outswimming. Present participle and gerund of outswim. Outswims. Third person singular simple present indicative of outswim. Outswindle. To surpass in swindling. Outswindled. Simple past and past participle of outswindle. Outswindles. Third person singular simple present indicative of outswindle. Outswindling. Present participle and gerund of outswindle. Outswing. An outward swinging motion. Outswinger. A ball that exhibits. Outswing. Outswingers. Plural of outswinger. Outswinging. Of or pertaining to doors or windows that open in the outward direction. Outswings. Plural of outswing. Outswollen. Past participle of outswell. Outworn. Simple past of outswear. Outworn. Past participle of outswear. Outwon. Past participle of outswim. Outswung. Swung outward. Out of sight. Alternative form of out of sight. Out of sight. Out of mind. alternative form of out of sight, out of mind. Out tackle, to surpass in tackling. Out tackled, simple past and past participle of out tackle. Out tackles, third person singular simple present indicative of out tackle. Out tackling, present participle. And gerund of out tackle. Outtake, a portion of a recording a take that is not included in the final version of a film or a musical album, often because it contains a mistake. Outtaken, past participle of outtake. Outtakes, plural of outtake. Outtaking, present participle and gerund of outtake. Out-talent, to surpass in talent. Out-talented, simple past and past participle of out-talent. Out-talenting, present participle and gerund of out-talent. Out-talent, third person singular simple present indicative of out-talent. Out-talk, to overpower, outdo, or surpass in talking. Out-talked, simple past and past participle of out-talk. Out-talking, present participle and gerund of out. Talk. Out-talks, third person singular simple present indicative of out-talk. Out-tacite, alternative form of out of sight. Out-task, to transfer the responsibility for a specific task to a third-party service provider. Out-tasked, simple past and past participle of out-tasked. Out-tasking, present participle and gerund of out-tasks. Out-tasks, third-person singular simple present indicative of out-task. Out-taste, to taste better than. Out-tasted, simple past and past participle of out-taste. Out-tastes, third-person singular simple present indicative of out-taste. Out-tasting, present participle and gerund of out-taste. Out-tell, to surpass in telling, counting, or reckoning. Out-telling, present participle and gerund of out-tell. Out-tells, third person singular simple present indicative of out-tell. Out-term, an external or superficial thing, outward manner. Out-terms, plural of out-term. Out-thank, to surpass in thanking, to give more thanks than. Out-thank, simple past and past participle of out-thank. Out-thanking, present participle and gerund of out-thank. Out-thanks, third person singular simple present indicative of out-thank. Out-think, to best an opponent by thinking. Out-thinking, present participle and gerund of out-think. Out-thinks, third person singular simple present indicative of out-think. Out-thought, simple past and past participle of out-think. Out-threaten, to threaten more than, to surpass in threat. Out-threatened, simple past and past participle of out-threaten. Out-threatening, present participle and gerund of out-threaten. Out-threatened, third person singular simple present indicative of out-threaten. Out-through, simple past of out-throw. Out-throb, to rob more than. Out-throb. Simple past and past participle of out-throb. Out-throbbing, present participle and gerund of out-throb. Out-throb, third person singular simple present indicative of outthrow. Outthrow, to throw out. Outthrowing, present participle and gerund of outthrow. Outthrown, past participle of outthrow. Outthrows, third person singular simple present indicative of outthrow. Outthrust, something that extends outwards, especially such an outcrop of rock. Outthrusted, simple past and past participle of outthrust. Outthrusting, present participle and gerund of outthrust. Outthrustings, plural of outthrusting. Outthrusts, plural of outthrust. Outthunder, to surpass in thundering, to thunder more or more loudly than. Outthunder, simple past and past participle of outthunder. Outthundering, present participle and gerund of outthunder. Outthunders, third person singular simple present indicative of outthunder. Outtie, alternative form of outtie. Outties, plural of outtie. Outtire, to tire out, to exhaust. Outtire, simple past and past participle of outtire. Outtires, third person singular simple present indicative of outtire. Outtiring, present participle and gerund of outtire. Outtold, simple past and past participle of outtell. Outdone, to make more noise than, especially in speaking. Outtaunt, simple past and past participle of outtaunt. Outtongues, third person singular simple present indicative of outtongue. Outtonguing, present participle and gerund of outtongue. Outthoke, simple past of outtake. Outstop, alternative form of outtop. Outstopped, simple past and past participle of outtop. Outstopping, present participle and gerund of outtop. Outstops, third person singular simple present indicative of outtop. Outtower, to rise higher than, to tower above. Outtower, simple past and past participle of outtower. Outtowering, present participle and gerund of outtower. Outtowers, third person singular simple present indicative of outtower. Outtray, to trade more or better than. Outtraded, simple past and past participle of outtrade. Outtrades, third person singular simple present indicative of outtrade. Outtrade, present participle and gerund of outtrade. Outtrain, to train more than. Outtrained, simple past and past participle of outtrain. Outtraining, present participle and gerund of outtrain. Outtrains, third person singular simple present indicative of outtrain. Outtravel, to travel more or greater than. Outtraveled, simple past and past participle of outtravel. Outtraveling, present participle and gerund of outtravel. Outtraveled, simple past and past participle of outtravel. Outtraveling, present participle and gerund of outtravel. Outtravels, third person singular simple present indicative of outtravel. Outtrick, to surpass in trickery. Outtricked, simple past and past participle of trick. Outtricken. Present participle and gerund of outtrick. Outtricks. Third person singular simple present indicative of outtrick. Outtroll. To troll, prank, tease, trick, or mess with more or better than someone else. Outtroll. Simple past and past participle of outtroll. Outtrolling. Present participle of outtroll. Outtrolls. Third person singular simple present indicative of outtroll. Outtrot. To trot faster than. Outtrots. Third person singular simple present indicative of outtrot. Outtrotted. Simple past and past participle of outtrot. Outtrotting. Present participle and gerund of outtrot. Outtrump. To out. Do. To get one over on somebody. Outtrumped. Simple past and past participle of outtrump. Outtrumping. Present participle and gerund of outtrump. Outtrumps. Third person singular simple present indicative of outtrump. Outturn. An amount produced during a specified period, output or turnout. Outturned. Simple past and past participle of outturn. Outturning. Present participle and gerund of outturn. Outturns. Plural of outturn. Outduva. Outduvay. Outtweet. To tweet more or better than. Outtweeted. Simple past and past participle of outtweet. Outtweeting. Present participle of outtweet. Tweets. Third person singular simple present indicative of outtweet. Outvalue. To have a higher value than. To exceed in worth. Outvalue. Simple past and past participle of outvalue. Outvalues. Third person singular simple present indicative of outvalue. Outvaluing. Present participle and gerund of outvalue. Outvaunt. To surpass in vaunting. Outvaunted. Simple past and past participle of outvaunt. Outvaunting. Present participle and gerund.
Invincible.
Gerund of outvaunt. Outvaunts. Third person singular simple present indicative of outvaunt. Outvenom. To exceed in venom. Outvenomed. Simple past and past participle of outvenom. Outvenoming. Present participle and gerund of outvenom. Outvenoms. Third person singular simple present indicative of outvenom. Outvie. To outdo a competitor or rival. Outvie. Simple past and past participle of outvie. Outvies. Third person singular simple present indicative of outvie. Outvillage. An outlying village. Outvillages. Plural of outvillage. Outvillain. To exceed in villainy. Outvillain. Simple past and past participle of outvillain. Outvillaining. Present participle and gerund of outvillain. Outvillain. Third person singular simple present indicative of outvillain. Outvoice. To exceed in noise. Outvoice. Simple past and past participle of outvoice. Outvoices. Third person singular simple present indicative of outvoice. Outvoicing. Present participle and gerund of outvoice. Outvomit. To surpass in vomiting. To vomit more than. Out vomited. Simple past and past participle of out vomit. Out vomiting. Present participle and gerund of out vomit. Out vomits. Third person singular simple present indicative of out vomit. How about to cast more votes than another? Outvoted. Simple past and past participle of outvote. Outvoted. One who casts a vote in an election held in an area in which they do not live. Outvoters. Plural of outvoter. Outvotes. Third person singular simple present indicative of outvote. Outvoting. Present participle and gerund of outvote. Outvoyage. To voyage further or longer than. Outvoyage. Simple past and past participle of outvoyage. Outvoyages. Third person singular simple present indicative of outvoyage. Outvoyaging. Present participle and gerund of outvoyage. Outvying. Present participle and gerund of outvie. Outwager. To wager more than. Outwager. Simple past and past participle of outwager. Outwagering. Present participle and gerund of outwager. Outwagers. Third person singular simple present indicative of outwager. Outwait. To wait for something to end. Outwaited. Simple past and past participle of outwait. Outwaiting. Present participle and gerund of outwait. Outwait. Third person singular simple present indicative of outwait. Outwake. To stay awake longer than. Outwake. Third person singular simple present indicative of outwake. Outwaking. Present participle and gerund of outwake. Outwail. An external gunwale. Outwails.
Invincible.
Plural of outwail. Outwalk. To walk further than another. Outwalked. Simple past and past participle of outwalk. Outwalker. A person who walks next to, in front of, or behind a parade float. Outwalkers. Plural of outwalk. Outwalking. Present participle and gerund of outwalk. Outwalks. Third person singular simple present indicative of outwalk. Outwall. An exterior or outer wall. Outwalls. Plural of outwall. Outwander. To go out wandering, to roam beyond bounds. Outwandered. Simple past and past participle of outwander. Outwandering. Present participle and gerund of outwander. Outwanderings. Plural of outwandering. Outwanders. Third person singular simple present indicative of outwander. Outwar. To defeat or surpass someone in warfare. Outwarble. To surpass in warbling, to outsing. Outwarble. Simple past and past participle of outwarble. Outwarbles. Third person singular simple present indicative of outwarble. Outwarbling. Present participle and gerund of outwarble. Outward. Outer. Located towards the outside. Outward looking. Looking towards or thinking about other people, places, or things, rather than towards or about oneself. Outward lookingness. The state or quality of being outward looking. Outwarded. Simple past and past participle of outward. Outwarding, present participle and gerund of outward. Outward looking, alternative form of outward looking. Outward lookingness, alternative form of outward lookingness. Outwardly, externally or on the outside or on the surface. Outwardmost. Outward. Outwardness, the quality of being outward. Outwardnesses, plural of outwardness. Outwards. For me and he is what they see here, in an other direction. Outward. Simple past and past participle of outward. Outward. Present participle and gerund of outward. Outwards. Third person singular simple present indicative of outward. Outwash. The sediment mostly sand and gravel deposited by water flowing from a melting glacier. Outwashes. Plural of outwash. Outwaste. To waste entirely. Outwasted. Simple past and past participle of outweigh. Outwastes. Third person singular simple present indicative of outwaste. Outwasting. Present participle and gerund of outwaste. Outwatch. To watch more than someone else. Outwatch. Simple past and past participle of outwatch. Outwatches. Third person singular simple present indicative of outwatch. Outwatching. Present participle and gerund of outwatch.
Invincible.
Outwave. To surpass in waving, to wave more than. Outwaved. Simple past and past participle of outweigh. Outwaves. Third person singular simple present indicative of outweigh. Outwaving. Present participle and gerund of outweigh. Outweigh. A way out, an exit or outlet. Outweighs. Plural of outweigh. Outweapon. To surpass in weaponry. Outweapon. Simple past and past participle of outweapon. Outweaponing. Present participle and gerund of outweapon. Outweapons. Third person singular simple present indicative of outweapon. Outwear. To outlast, to survive longer than, to outlive. Outweary. Simple past and past participle of outweary. Outwearies. Third person singular simple present indicative of outweary. Outwearing. Present participle and gerund of outwear. Outwears. Third person singular simple present indicative of outwear. Outweary. To wear out, to tire. Outweary. Present participle and gerund of outweary. Outweave. To surpass in weaving, to weave more or better than. Outweaves. Third person singular simple present indicative of outweave. Outweaving. Present participle and gerund of outweave. Outweed. To weed out. Outweeded. Simple past and past participle of outweed. Outweeding. Present participle and gerund of outweed. Outweeds. Third person singular simple present indicative of outweed. Outweed. To weep more than. Outweeping. Present participle and gerund of outweep. Outweeps. Third person singular simple present indicative of outweep. Outweigh. To exceed in weight or mass. Outweigh. Simple past and past participle of outweigh. Outweighing. present participle and gerund of outweigh. Outweighs, third person singular simple present indicative of outweigh. Outweird, to be more weird than, to surpass in strangeness. Outweirded, simple past and past participle of outweird. Outweirding, present participle and gerund of outweird. Outweirds, third person singular simple present indicative of outweird. Outwell, a village and civil parish in King's Lynn and West Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TF 5103. Outwelled, simple past and past participle of outwell. Outwelling, present participle and gerund of outwell. Outwellings, plural of outwelling. Outwells, third person singular simple present indicative of outwell. Outwent, simple past of outgo. Outwenced, second person singular simple past indicative of outgo. Outwet, simple past and past participle of outweek. Outwhirl, to surpass in whirling or spinning. Outwhirled, simple past and past participle of outwhirl. Outwhirling, present participle and gerund of outwhirl. Outwhirls, third person singular simple present indicative of outwhirl. Outwhor, to behave more whorishly than, surpass in whoring. Outwhorred, simple past and past participle of outwhor. Outwhors, third person singular simple present indicative of outwhor. Outwhoring, present participle and gerund of outwhor. Outwick, shot where a player's stone hits the outer edge of another player's stone, causing it to move towards the teeth. Outwicking, the act of making his stone strike at an angle on the outer side of another. Outwicks, plural of outwick. Outwile, to surpass in wile or cunning. Outwiled, simple past and past participle of outwile. Outwiles, third person singular simple present indicative of outwile. Outwiling, present participle and gerund of outwile. Outwill, to surpass in force of will. Outwilled, simple past and past participle of outwill. Outwilling, present participle and gerund of outwill. Outwills, third person singular simple present indicative of outwill. Outwin, to win a way out of, to escape from. Outwind, to extricate by winding, to unloose. Outwinded, simple past and past participle of outwind. Outwinding, present participle and gerund of outwind. Outwinds, third person singular simple present indicative of outwind. Outwing, to surpass or outstrip in flying. Outwinged, simple past and past participle of outwing. Outwinging, present participle and gerund of outwing. Outwings, third person singular simple present indicative of outwing. Outwinning, present participle and gerund of outwin. Outwins, third person singular simple present indicative of outwin. Outwinter, to keep livestock outdoors during the winter. Outwintered, simple past and past participle of outwinter. Outwintering, present participle and gerund of outwinter. Outwinters, third person singular simple present indicative of outwinter. Outwish, To wish harder than. Outwish. Simple past and past participle of outwish. Outwishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of outwish. Outwishing. Present participle and gerund of outwish. Outwit. To get the better of. To outsmart. To beat in a competition of wits. Outwit. Outside. Beyond. Outside of. Outwit. Third person singular simple present indicative of outwit. Outwittle. The act of outwitting somebody. Outwitted. Simple past and past participle of outwit. Outwitter. One who outwits another. Outwitters. Plural of outwitter. Outwitting. Present participle and gerund of outwit. Outwoke. Simple past of outwake. Outwoked. Simple past and past participle of outwoke. Outwoking. Past participle of outwake. Outwokes. Third person singular simple present indicative of outwoke. Outwoking. Present participle and gerund of outwoke. Outwoman. To outdo in womanliness. To be more feminine than. Outwoman. Simple past. Past and past participle of outwoman. Outwomaning. Present participle and gerund of outwoman. Outwomans. Third person singular simple present indicative of outwoman. Outwon. Simple past and past participle of outwin. Outwoo. To surpass in wooing. Outwood. A village in the metropolitan borough of Bury, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7805. Atwoods. A small settlement in Worthington Parish, Northwest Leicestershire District, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4018. Outwooed. Simple past and past participle of outwoo. Outwooing. Present participle and gerund of outwoo. Outwar. Simple past of outwear. Outwork. To work more, faster, or harder than someone else. Outworked. Simple past and past participle of outwork. Outworker. A subcontractor who carries out work at an off-site facility. Outworkers. Plural of outworker. Outworking. The process by which something is carried out or accomplished. The act or results of developing something. Outworkings. Plural of outworking. Outworks. Plural of outwork. Outworld. A planet that is remote from the homeworld of a civilization. Outworlder. One who comes from another planet or from a society so culturally foreign as to be a different world. Outworlders. Plural of outworlder. Outworlds. Plural of outworld. Outworn. Past participle of outwear. Outworth. To exceed in worth. Outworked. Simple past and past participle of outworth. Outworthing. Present participle and gerund of outworth. Outworths. Third person singular simple present indicative of outworth. Outwound. Simple past and past participle of outwind. Outwove. Simple past of outweave. Outwoven. Past participle of outweave. Outrangle. To surpass in wrangling. Outrangle. Simple past. and past participle of our triangle. Our triangles. Third person singular simple present indicative of our triangle. Our triangling. Present participle and gerund of our triangle. Our trench. To wrench out or outward. Our trench. Simple past and past participle of our trench. Our trenches. Third person singular simple present indicative of our trench. Our trenching. Present participle and gerund of our trench. Our tress. To pull out forcibly, to yank out. Our trusted. Simple past and past participle of our tress. Our trusted. Present participle and gerund of our tress. Our trestle. To defeat or surpass in wrestling. Our trestle. Simple past and past participle of our trestle. Our trestles. Third person singular simple present indicative of our trestle. Our trestling. Present participle and gerund of our trestle. Our trestle. Third person singular simple present indicative of our tress. Our trado. To surpass in wriggling. Our triggles. Simple past and past participle of our triggle. Our tradles. Third person singular simple present indicative of our triggle. Our triggling. Present participle and gerund of our triggle. Outgoing. To ring out. Our training. Present participle and gerund of outring. Our trains. Third person singular simple present indicative of outring. Outright. Past participle of outright. Outright. To write more or better than. Outrights. Third person singular simple present indicative of outright. Outriding. Present participle and gerund of outright. Outridden. Past participle of outright. Outshot. Simple past of outright. Outshot. Simple past and past participle of outward. Outrun. Simple past and past participle of outering. Outlie. Alternative spelling of outtime. Outtard. A temporary location with better sources of pollen to which a hive is moved during times when the plants in the normal location of the hive have dried up. Outtarded. Simple past and past participle of outtard. Outtarding. Present participle and gerund of outtard. Outtards. Plural of outtard. Outthou. To yell more loudly than. Outtelled. Simple past and past participle of outtell. Outtelling. Present participle and gerund of outtell. Outtells. Third person singular simple present indicative of outtell. Outtelp. To yelp louder or longer than. Outtelped. Simple past and past participle of outyelp. Outhelping. Present participle and gerund of outtell. Outdelps. Third person singular simple present indicative of outhelp. Outyield. To exceed or surpass in yielding. Outyielded. Simple past and past participle of out. Outyield. Outshielding. Present participle and gerund of outyield. Outyields. Third person singular simple present indicative of outyield. Outzany. To exceed in buffoonery. Uveravite. Archaic form of uveravite. Over. a position in which the feet are apart, or a movement which brings them apart. Ouverts, plural of ouvert. Ouverture, uncommon form of overture. Overtures, plural of ouverture. Misspelling of oeuvre. Ouvert, an usher. Ouvreuse, an usherette. Ouvre, a French laborer or manual worker. Ouvert, alternative form of ouvrière. Ouvert, a female ouvrier. Ouvrière, plural of ouvrière. Ouvrism, the glorification of manual laborers, often in opposition to the leadership of labor or socialist movements. Ouvrists, of pertaining to or supporting ouvrism, the glorification of manual laborers. Ouvrists, plural of ouvriers. Ouvriers, plural of ouvrier. Owly, a surname. Aoyai, a surname from Chinese. Mod, a Eurasian blackbird. Tertus mamula. Ados, plural of ouzel. Ouzer, a Greek taverna serving ouzo and snacks. Ivan, alternative form of usury Greek taverna. Oveus, plural of usuria. Uvris, plural of usury. Uza, an anise-flavored aperitif, originating in Greece. Ouzo effect, the spontaneous formation of an emulsion when water is added to certain anise-flavored liqueurs and spirits, giving the drink a milky appearance. Ouz, plural of ouzo. Initialism of orbiter vehicle. Alternative spelling of. Initialism of original video animation, a direct-to-video anime. Plural of ovum. Ovada, a municipality in the province of Alessandria, Piedmont, Italy. Hero, plural of hero. Herrera, the hero people of Africa. A cricket ground in South London. Oval of Cassini, synonym of Cassini Oval. Oval Office, the official office of the President of the United States, located in the West Wing of the White House. Oval squid, a type of squid with large, rounded fins resembling a cuttlefish Sepiotatus lessoniana. Oval window, a membrane-covered opening that leads from the middle ear to the vestibule of the inner ear. Oval windows, plural of oval window. Oval shaped, having the shape of a rounded egg, ellipsoid. Ovalbumin, alternative form of ovalbumin. Ovalbumin, a glycoprotein which is the primary constituent of egg white. Ovalbumin, plural of ovalbumin. Ovaline, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon containing 8 fused benzene rings. Ovalenes, plural of ovaline. Voluntarian, any fish of the clade Ovalantaria and the clade Percomorpha. Ovoluntarians, plural of ovolantarian. Ovalenile, a univalent radical derived from ovaline. Ovalescent, approaching an oval shape. Ovobase, a 2006 scandal in which the Pakistani cricket team forfeited the Oval Test match against England after allegations of tampering with the ball. Ovaliform, oviform, egg-shaped. Ovali, synonym of oval, having an elongated round shape. Ovale, alternative form of ovaling. Ovalization, alternative form of ovalization. Ovalizations, plural of ovalization. Ovalize, alternative form of ovalize. Ovalish, approximately oval-shaped. Ovalities, plural of ovality. Ovality, a measurement of deviation from circularity of an oval or approximately elliptical shape. Ovalization, the process of ovalizing, the process of changing to an oval shape. Ovalizations, plural of ovalization. Ovalize, of a circle to become stretched out in one direction, thereby becoming an oval. Ovalize, simple past and past participle of ovalize. Ovalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of ovalize. Ovalizing, present participle and gerund of ovalize. Ova, a commune and city in Chile. Ovalite, resembling or characteristic of an oval. Ovalite, distortion into an oval shape. Ovale, in an oval shape. Ovalness, the quality of the oval. Ovalicite, the ellipticite. Ovalocytes, plural of ovalicite. Ovalocytic, relating to ovalocytes. Ovalocitosis, elliptocytosis. Ovalocitotic, having or relating to ovalocitosis. Ovaloid, approximately oval. Ovos, plural of oval. Ovals of casein, plural of oval of casein. Ovaltine, a brand of milk flavoring product, usually made with malt extract, sugar, and whey. Ovavo, a member of a certain Bantu people of Namibia. Ovambo sparrowhawk, the African bird of prey Accipitor ovampensis. Ovambo sparrowhawks, plural of Ovambo sparrowhawk. Ovamboy, an isometric hexatetrahedral mineral containing arsenic, copper, gallium, germanium, iron, molybdenum, sulfur, tin, tungsten, vanadium, and zinc. Ovamboland, the land occupied by the Ovambo people in what is now northern Namibia and southern Angola. Ovambos, plural of Ovambo. Ovambo, alternative form of Ovambo. Ovampoland, alternative form of Ovamboland. Ovanpos, plural of Ovanpo. Ovando, a surname from Spanish. Ovencal, the dense wood of the African evergreen tree Gibbershea. Exaltant. Ovarictomies, plural of ovarictomy. Ovarictomize, alternative form of ovarictomized. Ovarictomy, alternative form of ovarictomy. Ovaria, plural of ovarian. Ovarial, relating to the ovaries. Ovarian. Ovarialgia, pain of the ovary. Ovarian, relating to the ovaries. Ovarian. Cancer. A cancerous tumor of an ovary. Ovarian cycle. The cycle associated with the maturation of the oocyte and is discharged from the ovary from where it passes through the oviduct to the uterus. Ovarian cycles. Plural of ovarian cycle. Ovarian cyst. Any collection of fluid surrounded by a very thin wall within an ovary. Any ovarian follicle that's larger than about 2 centimeters is termed an ovarian cyst. Ovarian cysts. Plural of ovarian cyst. Ovarian follicle. A spherical cellular aggregation found in the ovaries, each of them containing a single oocyte or an immature ovum. Ovarian follicles. Plural of ovarian follicle. Ovarian ligament. A fibrous ligament that connects the ovary to the lateral surface of the uterus. Ovarian ligaments. Plural of ovarian ligament. Ovarectomies. Plural of ovarectomy. Overrectomize. Alternative form of overrectomize. Overrectomize. Simple past and past participle of overrectomize. Overrectomizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrectomize. Overrectomizing. Present participle and gerund of overrectomize. Overrectomization. The process or the result of overrectomizing. Overrectomize. To remove the ovaries from. Overrectomize. Simple past and past participle of overrectomize. Overrectomizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrectomize. Overrectomizing. Present participle and gerund of overrectomize. Overrectomy. Surgical removal of one or both ovaries. Ovary. Having a specified form of ovaries. Ovaries. Plural of ovary. Ovaries of steel. Intense courage. Ovariohysterectomies. Plural of ovariohysterectomy. Ovariohysterectomy. That has been subjected to ovariohysterectomy. Ovariohysterectomy. Surgical removal of the ovaries and uterus. Ovariole. Relating to an ovariole. Ovariole. A tubular component of the insect ovary, a basic unit of egg production. Ovarioles. Plural of ovariole. Ovariopsies. Plural of ovariopsy. Ovariopsy. Fixation of the ovary to the abdominal wall. Ovaria. Ovaryopengectomies. Plural of ovaryopengectomy. Ovaryopengectomy. Surgical removal of the ovaries and fallopian tubes. Ovarioscopies. Plural of ovarioscopy. Ovarioscopy. Ovarian endoscopy. Ovariohysteresis. Synonym of ovarectomy. Ovariotomies. Plural of ovariotomy. Ovariotomist. Someone who performs an ovariotomy. Ovariotomists. Plural of ovariotomists. Ovariotomize. To perform an ovariotomy. Ovariotomize. Simple past and past participle of ovariotomize. Ovariotomizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of ovariotomize. Ovariotomizing. Present participle and gerund of ovariotomize. Ovariotomy. A surgical removal of an ovary. Ovarious. Pertaining to or made up of eggs. Ovaritis. Inflammation of the ovary. ovarium, and ovary. Ovarium masculinum, appendix testes, ovary, a female reproductive organ often paired that produces in most animals and in mammals secretes the hormones estrogen and progesterone. Ovarilis, lacking ovaries. Ovum, plural of ovae. Ovastacin, an astacin found in oocytes involved in the hardening of the zona pellucida. Ovastacins, plural of ovastacin. Ovid, shaped like an egg. Ovid, ovis. Ovately, in an ovate manner. Ovates, plural of ovate. Ovation, a victory ceremony of less importance than a triumph. Ovational, or relating to ovation. Ovationary, or relating to ovation. Ovation, simple past and past participle of ovation. Ovationing, present participle and gerund of ovation. Ovations, plural of ovation. Ovatoxin, any of a group of toxins related to the palotoxins produced by the dinoflagellate Ostreopsis ovata. Ovatoxins, plural of ovatoxin. Overcast. Ovchinnikov, a transliteration of the Russian surname Ovechevnikov or Ovchinnikov. Ervalian, synonym of Elfdalian. Ovachie, a masculine form surname from Russian. Oval, alternative form of Avalmorn. Oval, plural of oval. Ovals, plural of oval. A chamber used for baking or heating. Oven bottom, a kind of muffin or bread roll. Oven bottoms, plural of oven bottom. Oven bread, synonym of adobe bread. Oven breads, plural of oven bread. Oven chip, a frozen chip or fry intended to be cooked at home in an oven.
Invincible.
Oven chips, plural of oven chip. Oven dish, a large metal or ceramic pan, often with a lid, used for roasting or casseroling in an oven. Oven dodger, a Jewish person. Oven dodgers, plural of oven dodger. Oven glove, a heat-proof glove designed to carry hot things to or from an oven. Oven gloves, plural of oven glove. Oven magnet. Adieu. Oven magnets, plural of oven magnet. Oven mitt, an oven glove. Oven mitts, plural of oven mitt. Oven tit, the oven bird or willow warbler. Oven tits, plural of oven tit. Oven dodger, alternative form of oven dodger. Oven dodgers, plural of oven dodger. Oven-like, alternative form of oven-like. Oven-proof, alternative spelling of oven-proof. Oven-ready, ready for the oven. Already suitably prepared for cooking in an oven. Oven-avant, suitable for use in an oven. Oven bird, any of several birds. Oven birds, plural of oven bird. Oven shema, Loose tissue of oval-shaped cells. Allendon, a suburban village in the metropolitan borough of Calderdale, West Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SC 0727. Ovendens, plural of ovenden. Oven, having an oven, or a particular type of oven. Ovenet, a small oven. Ovenets, plural of ovenet. Ovenfall, as much as an oven will hold. Ovenfuls, plural of oven. Ovening, present participle and gerund of oven. Ovenlas, without an oven, or without the use of an oven. Oven-like, resembling an oven, especially in shape. Oven-proof, suitable for use in an oven without being damaged by the heat. Oven, a surname. Ovensful. Plural of ovenful. Ovenstone, a surname. Ovenstones, plural of ovenstone. Ovenware, cooking utensils that can be safely used in an oven. Ovenwares, plural of ovenware. Ovenware, wood used to light an oven. Over, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS grid ref TL 3770. Over 9,000. Alternative form of over 9,000. Over a barrel. In a disadvantageous or helpless situation, especially one in which one may be controlled or victimized. Over again. Afresh, anew. Over against. In comparison to. Over and above. Supplementarily. Over and done. Synonym of over and done.
Invincible.
Done with. Over and done with. Fully completed and put aside. Over and out. Used in films and TV to signal the end of a conversation, especially one conducted by CB radio or the like. Over and over. Repeatedly, again and again, many times. Over and over again. Repeatedly, again and again, many times. Over and under. A double-barreled shotgun, or infrequently a rifle with one barrel placed on top of the other. Over and unders, plural of over and under. Overbridge, alternative form of overbridge. Over bridges, plural of overbridge. Over-celebrate, non-standard spelling of over-celebrate. Over-celebrated, alternative form of over-celebrated. Over-celebrates, third person singular simple present indicative of over-celebrate. Over-celebrating, present participle and gerund of over-celebrate. Over easy, of an egg prepared as food, fried on one side until most of the whites have cooked, then lightly fried on the other to finish cooking the whites, leaving the yolk unbroken and slightly soft runny. Over hard, of an egg prepared as food, fried on both sides all the way through with the yolk intact. Over head and ears, completely, wholly, hopelessly, head over heels. Over here, in this place. Overjoyous, alternative form of overjoyous. Overcallet, a village and civil parish in city of Lancaster District, Lancashire, England. OS grid ref SD 5269. Overlight, synonym of over easy. Over medium, of an egg prepared as food, fried on both sides so as the whites are cooked and the yolks are soft but not runny. Over my dead body, under no circumstances, absolutely not. Overnight, alternative form of overnight. Over 9,000, off the charts, through the roof beyond expectations. Over one's head, more complex or confusing than one can understand, beyond one's comprehension. Over one's skis, acting or speaking prematurely, getting ahead of oneself. Over open sights, a method of aiming an artillery piece with the target in sight, direct fire, as opposed to indirect fire where the target is not visible. Over rate, the average number of overs completed per hour. Over rates, plural of over rate. Over square, of an internal combustion engine design in which the diameter of the piston is greater than its stroke distance. Over Staveley, a civil parish served by Staveley with Ings Parish Council in South Lakeland District, Cumbria, England. Over Stowey, a small village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Sedgemoor District, OS Grid Ref SD 1838. Over the bender, synonym of over the left shoulder to indicate insincerity, negation, or disbelief. Over the board, alternative form of over the board. Over the counter, through direct trade, outside a standard stock exchange. Over the edge, insane, having lost control. Over the fence, entering or having entered the airfield in preparation for landing. Over the head, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see over the head. Over the hill, old, past the prime of life. Over the hills and far away, not near. Over the hump, past the most challenging part of something. Over the left, ellipsis of over the left shoulder. Over the left shoulder, used as an aside to indicate insincerity, negation, or disbelief. Over the line, beyond the level of what is acceptable. Over the long haul, synonym for the long haul. Over the moon, delighted, thrilled. Over the as, more than necessary, too much. Over the rainbow, extremely happy, thrilled. Over the river, said before swallowing an alcoholic drink. Over the river and through the woods, trying to achieve a particular task, often with difficulty. Over the top, beyond normal, expected, or reasonable limits, outrageous. Over the transom, unsolicited. Over the way, along or across the road, situated nearby. Over the wicket, bowling the ball from the side of the wicket that puts the bowler's bowling hand closer to the wicket. Over there, in that place, there at some distance. Over time, occurring gradually as the time passes. Over to, used on television.
Here we go.
Or radio to indicate a change to another reporter or commentator. Over Walla, a village and civil parish in Test Valley District, Hampshire, England, OS Grid Ref SU 2838. Over well, synonym of over hard. Over wet, finished. Done. Over, above, or higher. Over accommodate, alternative form of over accommodate. Over accommodated, simple past and past participle of over accommodate. Over accommodates, Third person singular simple present indicative of over-accommodate. Over-accommodating. Present participle and gerund of over-accommodate. Over-accommodation. Alternative form of over-accommodation. Overachiever. Alternative spelling of overachiever. Overachievers. Plural of overachiever. Overage. Alternative form of overrage. Over and under. Alternative form of over and under. Over and undares. Plural of over and under. Over a over. Synonym of any over children's game. Over anxious. Alternative form of over anxious. Over approximate. Alternative spelling of over approximate. Over approximated. Simple past and past participle of over approximate. Over approximates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over approximate. Over approximating. Present participle and gerund of over approximate. Over approximation. Alternative spelling of over approximation. Over approximations. Plural of over approximation. Over assured. Alternative form of over assured. Over Atlas. To overburden more than Atlas, who was ordered by the god Zeus to support the sky on his shoulders. Overawe. Alternative form of overawe. Overburning. Alternative form of overburning. Overburnt. Alternative form of overburnt. Overcanvassed. Of a sailing boat, dinghy, yacht, or sailing ship, carrying too much sail for the current wind conditions. Over-celebrate. Alternative form of over-celebrate. Over-celebrated. Alternative form of over-celebrated. Over-celebrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-celebrate. Over-celebrating. Present participle and gerund of over-celebrate. Overclock. Alternative spelling of overclock. Overcompensate. Alternative form of overcompensate. Overcompensated. Simple past and past participle of overcompensate. Overcompensates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcompensate. Overcompensating. Present participle and gerund of overcompensate. Overconsumption. An excessive level of consumption. Overgruel. Alternative form of overgruel. Overdimensional. Of the load carried on a vehicle, exceeding the normally permitted dimensions and requiring a special permit. Over-diversified. Past participle of over-diversified. Over-diversifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-diversified. Over-diversify. Alternative form of over-diversify. Over-diversifying. Present participle and gerund of over-diversify. Overdressed. Alternative form of overdressed. Overeducate. Alternative form of overeducate. Overeducated. Alternative form of overeducated. Overeducates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overeducate. Overeducated. Present participle and gerund of overeducate. Overeducation. Alternative spelling of overeducation. Overegg. Alternative form of overegg. Overegg the pudding. To embellish too much, to exaggerate. overly embellished or exaggerated. Over-egged the pudding. Simple past and past participle of over-egg the pudding. Over-egging. Present participle and gerund of over-egg. Over-egging the pudding. Present participle and gerund of over-egg the pudding. Over-eggs. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-egg. Over-eggs the pudding. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-egg the pudding. Over-elaborate. Alternative form of over-elaborate. Overestimate. Alternative spelling of overestimate. Overestimated. Simple past and past participle of overestimate. Overexcitement. Alternative spelling of overexcitement. Overextension. Alternative form of overextension. Overextension. Plural of overextension. Overfeeble. Alternative form of overfeeble. Overfire. Alternative form of overfire. Overvine. Alternative form of overfond. Overgenderization. The excessive emphasis on or exaggeration of gender roles. Overgreedy. Alternative form of overgreedy. Overhand. Alternative form of overhand. Overhanded. Alternative form of overhanded. Overhanding. Present participle and gerund of overhand. Overhands. Third person singular simple present indicative of overhand. Overheat. Alternative form of overheat. Overhedging. Speculative hedging for an excessive amount. Overhire. Alternative form of overhire. Overillumination. Alternative spelling of overillumination. Overindex. Alternative spelling of overindex. Overindulge. Alternative spelling of overindulge. Overindulge. Simple past and past participle of overindulge. Overindulge is third person singular simple present indicative of overindulge. Overindulging. Present participle and gerund of overindulge. Overindustrious. Excessively industrious. Overinsolently. In an excessively insolent way. Too rudely. Overinvolvement. Alternative form of overinvolvement. Overinvolvements. Plural of overinvolvement. Overjoyous. Alternative form of overjoyous. Overjust. Alternative form of overjust. Overkingdom. Alternative spelling of overkingdom. Overkingdoms. Plural of overkingdom. Overold. Too old. Overoptimistic. Alternative form of overoptimistic. Overpartial. Alternative form of overpartial. Overpolite. Excessively polite. Overprecise. Alternative form of overprecise. Overpronate. Alternative spelling of overpronate. Overpronation. Alternative spelling of overpronation. Overrate. Alternative form of overrate. Overrated. Simple past and past participle of overrate. Overreactive. Alternative form of overreact. Over-record. To record excessively or too frequently. Over-record. simple past and past participle of over record. Over recorded, present participle and gerund of over record. Over records, third person singular simple present indicative of over record. Over accrued, alternative spelling of over accrued. Over accrued, simple past and past participle of over accrued. Over accrued, present participle
invincible,
and gerund of over accrued. Over accrueds, third person singular simple present indicative of over accrued. Over alliance, alternative form of over alliance. Over respect, alternative form of over respect. Over richness, alternative form of over richness. Overridden, alternative spelling of overridden. Override, alternative spelling of override. Oversecrete, alternative form of oversecrete. Oversecreted, simple past and past participle of oversecrete. Oversecretes, third person singular simple present indicative of oversecrete. Oversecreting, present participle and gerund of oversecrete. Oversensitive, alternative spelling of oversensitive. Overstimulation, alternative form of overstimulation. Oversupinate, alternative spelling of oversupinate. Oversupination, alternative spelling of oversupination. Overswift, alternative form of overswift. Over the board, taking place in person with players facing each other across the chessboard as opposed to correspondence games, online tournaments, etc. Over the counter, legal for sale or distribution without the requirement of a prescription. Over the line, a game related to baseball and softball, but requiring only 3 players per team. Over the pole, transbowler. Over the road, long haul, interstate.
Here we go.
Over the shoulder, boulder holder, a large bribe. Over the shoulder boulder holders, plural of over the shoulder boulder holder. Over the top, alternative form of over the top, see usage notes. Over the topness, the quality or characteristic of being over the top. Over things, alternative spelling of over things. Over time, to time or measure the development of something in excess. Over time, simple past and past participle of over time. Over timer, alternative form of over timer. Overtimers, plural of overtimer. Overtimes, third person singular simple present indicative of overtime. Overtiming, present participle of overtime. Overtourism, alternative spelling of overtourism. Over-under, the spread or other predicted value for wagers. Over-unders, plural of over-under. Over-unity, free energy, supposedly capable of perpetual motion. Overvalue, alternative form of overvalue. Overvalue, simple past and past participle of overvalue. Overvalued idea, alternative spelling of overvalued idea. Overvalued ideas, plural of overvalued idea. Overvalues, third person singular simple present indicative of overvalue. Overvaluing, Present participle and gerund of overvalue.
invincible,
Overzealous. Alternative spelling of overzealous. Over/under. Alternative form of overunder. Overabduction. Hyperabduction. Overabound. To be too abundant or plentiful. Overabounded. Simple past and past participle of overabound. Overabounding. Present participle. And gerund of overabound. Overabounds. Third person singular simple present indicative of overabound. Overabsorb. To absorb too much of. Overabsorb. Simple past and past participle of overabsorb. Overabsorbing. Present participle and gerund of overabsorb. Overabsorbs. Third person singular simple present indicative of overabsorb. Overabsorption. Excessive absorption. Overabstemious. Excessively abstemious. Overabstract. Excessively abstract. Overabstracted. Simple past and past participle of overabstract. Overabstracting. Present participle and gerund of overabstract. Overabstracts. Third person singular simple present indicative of overabstract. Overabundance. In excess of what is needed or is appropriate. Overabundances. Plural of overabundance. Overabundant. Excessively abundant. Overabundantly. In an overabundant manner. Overabuse. Excessive abuse. Overabuse. Simple past and past participle of overabuse. Overabuses. Third person singular simple present indicative of overabuse. Overabusing. Present participle and gerund of overabuse. Overaccelerate. To accelerate too much. Overaccelerated. Simple past and past participle of overaccelerate. Overaccelerates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overaccelerate. Overaccelerating. Present participle and gerund of overaccelerate. Overacceleration. Excessive acceleration. Overaccent. To accent too much. Overaccented. Simple past and past participle of overaccent. Overaccenting. Present participle and gerund of overaccent. Overaccents. Third person singular simple present indicative of overaccent. Accentuate. To accentuate too much. Overaccentuating. Simple past and past participle of overaccentuate. Overaccentuates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overaccentuate. Overaccentuating. Present participle and gerund of overaccentuate. Overaccentuation. Excessive accentuation. Overaccentuation. Plural of overaccentuation. Overacceptance. Excessive acceptance. Overaccessorize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of overaccessorize. Overaccessorize. Simple past and past participle of overaccessorize. Overaccessorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overaccessorize. Overaccessorizing. Present participle and gerund of overaccessorize. Overaccessorize. To adorn oneself with too many accessories. Accessorize. Simple past and past participle of over-accessorize. Over-accessorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-accessorize. Over-accessorizing. Present participle and gerund of over-accessorize. Over-accommodate. To be too accommodating towards. Over-accommodated. Simple past and past participle of over-accommodate. Over-accommodates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-accommodate. Over-accommodating. Present participle and gerund of over-accommodate. Over-accommodation. Excessive convergence. The situation where a speaker is over-accommodative. Over-accommodative. Excessively accommodative. Over-accomplishment. Excessive accomplishment. Over-accumulate. To accumulate excessively. Over-accumulated. Simple past and past participle of over-accumulate. Over-accumulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-accumulate. Over-accumulating. Present participle and gerund of over-accumulate. Over-accumulation. Accumulation of too much. Over-accuracy. Excessive accuracy. Over-accurate.
Here we go.
Excessively accurate. Overachieve. To achieve more or at a higher level of quality than was expected. Overachieved. Simple past and past participle of overachieve. Overachievement. A greater than anticipated achievement. Overachievements. Plural of overachievement. Overachiever. One who overachieves. One who has too much success. Overachievers. Plural of overachiever. Overachieves. Third person singular simple present indicative of overachieve. Overachieving. Present participle and gerund of overachieve. Overacid. Excessively acid. Overacidic. Excessively acidic. Overacidification. Synonym of hyperacidification. Overacidify. Simple past and past participle of overacidify. Overacidifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of overacidify. Overacidify. Synonym of hyperacidify. Overacidifying. Present participle and gerund of overacidify. Overacquire. Acquire to excess. Overact. To act in an exaggerated manner. Overacted. Simple past and past participle of overact. Overacting. Present participle and gerund of overact. Overaction. Excessive action as of a muscle of the body. Overactions. Plural of overaction. Overactivate. To activate excessively.
Invincible.
Overactivated. Activated too often or to too great a degree. Overactivates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overactivate. Overactivating. Present participle and gerund of overactivate. Overactivation. An excessive activation. Overactivations. Plural of overactivation. Overactive. Excessively active. Overactive bladder. A medical condition in which the patient's bladder storage function is affected. Overactiveness. Quality of being overactive. Overactivities. Plural of overactivity. Overactivity. Excessive activity. Overactor. Someone who overacts. Overactors. Plural of overactor. Overacts. Third person singular simple present indicative of overact. Overactuated. Excessively actuated such as to cause damage. Overadapt. To adapt excessively. Overadaptation. Excessive adaptation. Overadaptations. Plural of overadaptation. Overadapted. Simple past and past participle of overadapt. Overadapting. Present participle and gerund of overadapt. Overadapts. Third person singular simple present indicative of overadapt. Overaddicted. Excessively addicted. Overaddiction. Excessive addiction. Overadditive. More than additive. Overaddress. To address to an excessive degree. Overaddressed. Simple past and past participle of overaddress. Overaddresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of overaddress. Overaddressing. Present participle and gerund of overaddress. Overreduction. Hypereduction. Overadjective. Having too many adjectives. Overadject. To adjust excessively or too precisely. Overadjusted. Having been adjusted too much. Overadjusting. Present participle and gerund of overadjust. Overadjustment. Excessive adjustment. Overadjustments. Plural of overadjustment. Overadjusts. Third person singular simple present indicative of overadjusts. Overadminister. To excessively administer, to manage or control too much. Overadministration. Excessive administration of a drug. Overadoration. Excessive adoration. Overadored. Given too much adoration. Overadorn. To adorn excessively. Overadorned. Simple past and past participle of overadorn. Overadorning. Present participle and gerund of overadorn. Overadornment. Excessive adornment. Overadorned. Third person singular simple present indicative of overadorn. Overadrenalize. Adrenalized to excess.
Invincible.
Overadvantage. The state or condition of having excessive advantage. Overadvantage. Having excessive advantages. Overadventurous. Excessively adventurous. Overadvertise. To advertise excessively. Overadvertise. Simple past and past participle of overadvertise. Overadvertisement. Excessive advertising. Overadvertises. Third person singular simple present indicative of overadvertise. Overadvertising. Present participle and gerund of overadvertise. Overrate. To arrate excessively. Overrated. Simple past and past participle of overrate. Overrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrate. Overrating. Present participle and gerund of overrate. Overration. Excessive aeration. Over-effect. To have too great an effect on. Over-affected. Simple past and past participle of over-effect. Over-affecting, present participle and gerund of over-affect. Over-affects, third person singular participle of over-affect. Over-affecting, present participle and gerund of over-affect. Over-affects, third person singular simple present indicative of over-affect. Overage, having an age that is greater than a stipulated minimum. Overage, aged too much. Overageness, the quality of being overage. Overager, a player who is older than the maximum age permitted in a junior league. Overagers, plural of overager. Overages, plural of overage. Over-aggrandize, to make greater than is appropriate. Over-aggrandized, simple past and past participle of over-aggrandize. Over-aggrandizes, third person singular simple present indicative of over-aggrandize. Over-aggrandizing, present participle and gerund of over-aggrandize. Over-aggravate, to aggravate excessively. Over-aggravated, simple past and past participle of over-aggravate. Over-aggravates, third person singular simple present indicative of over-aggravate. Over-aggravating, present participle and gerund of over-aggravate. Over-aggravation, excessive aggravation. Over-aggregation, excessive aggregation. Over-aggregations, plural of over-aggregation. Over-aggression, excessive aggression, over-aggressiveness. Over-aggressions, plural of over-aggression. Over-aggressive, excessively aggressive, involving too much aggression. Over-aggressively, in an over-aggressive way, involving too much aggression. Over-aggressiveness, excessive aggression. Overaging, in metallurgy, excessive heat treatment of an alloy that has undergone precipitation hardening. Over-agitate, to agitate excessively. Over-agitated, simple past and past participle of over-agitate. Over-agitates, third person singular simple present indicative of over-agitate.
Invincible.
Over-agitating, present participle and gerund of over-agitate. Over-agitation, excessive agitation, for example, of a substance being mixed. Over-agonize, to agonize excessively. Over-agonized, simple past and past participle of over-agonize. Over-agonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of over-agonize. Over-agonizing, present participle and gerund of over-agonize. Over-alert, excessively alert. Over-alertness, the quality of being over-alert. Over-align, to organize data with alignment greater that a compiler can handle. Over-align, simple past and past participle of over-align. Over-aligning, present participle and gerund of over-align. Over-alignment, the result of over-aligning data. Over-alignments, plural of over alignment. Over-aligns, third person singular simple present indicative of over-align. Over-alkylation, excessive alkylation. Over-alkylations, plural of over-alkylation. Overall, all-encompassing, all around. Overall, wearing overalls. Over-allocate, to allocate too much of. Over-allocated, Allocated in excess. Overallocates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overallocate. Overallocating. Present participle and gerund of overallocate. Overallocation. Excess allocation. Overallotment. An excessively large allotment or portion. Overallotments. Plural of overallotment. Overalls. A loose-fitting garment worn over regular clothes to protect them. Overally. Misconstruction of overall. Overambition. The quality of being overambitious. Overambitious. Excessively ambitious. Overambitiously. With too much ambition. Overambitiousness. The quality of being overambitious. Overapt. To become very excited, especially as a result of ingesting amphetamines. Overapt. Very excited, especially as a result of ingesting amphetamines. Overamperage. Synonym of overcurrent. Overramping. Present participle and gerund of overramp. Overamplification. Excessive amplification. Overamplifications. Plural of overamplification. Overamplify. Excessively amplified. Overamplifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of overamplify. Overamplify. To amplify to an extent that distorts the original sound or signal. Overamplifying. Present participle and gerund of overamplify. Overamps. Third person singular simple present indicative of overamp. Overanesthetize. Alternative form of
Invincible.
Overanesthetize. Overanesthetize. Simple past and past participle of overanesthetize. Overanestetizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overanesthetize. Overanesthetizing. Present participle and gerund of overanesthetize. Overanesthetize. To anesthetize excessively. Overanesthetize. Simple past and past participle of overanesthetize. Overanestetizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overanesthetize. Overanesthetize. Present participle and gerund of overanesthetize. Overanalyze. Alternative spelling of overanalyze. Overanalyze. Simple past and past participle of overanalyze. Overanalyzes. Plural of overanalysis. Overanalyzing. Present participle and gerund of overanalyze. Overanalysis. An analysis carried too far. The act or process of overanalyzing. Overanalytical. Tending to overanalyze. Overanalytically. In an overanalytical way. Overanalyze. To analyze too much or in too much detail. Overanalyze. Simple past and past participle of overanalyze. Overanalyzes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overanalyze. Overanalyzing. Present participle and gerund of overanalyze. Overanesthetize. To give too much anesthetic to. Overanesthetize.
Here we go.
Simple past and past participle of overanesthetize. Overanestetizing. Present participle and gerund of overanesthetize. Overangelic. Excessive excessively angelic. Overanimate, to animate excessively. Overanimated, simple past and past participle of overanimate. Overanimates, third person singular simple. Present participle and gerund of overanimate. Overannotate, to add too many annotations. Overannotated, simple past and past participle of overannotate. Overannotates, third person singular simple present indicative of overannotate. Overannotating, present participle and gerund of overannotate. Overannotation, excessive annotation. Overanticoagulated, excessively anticoagulated. Overanticoagulation, an excess of anticoagulation. Overanxieties, plural of overanxiety. Overanxiety, excessive anxiety. Overanxious, excessively anxious or nervous. Overanxiously, with excessive anxiety. Overanxiousness, quality of being overanxious. Over-apologize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of over-apologize. Over-apologize, simple past and past participle of over-apologize. Over-apologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of over-apologize. Over-apologizing, present participle and gerund of over-apologize. Over-apologize, to apologize. Apologize excessively. Over-apologize, simple past and past participle of over-apologize. Over-apologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of over-apologize. Over-apologizing, present participle and gerund of over-apologize. Over-apology, excessive apology. Over-application, the act of over-applying. Over-applications, plural of over-application. Over-apply, simple past and past participle of over-apply. Over-apply, third person singular simple present indicative of over-apply. Over-apply, to apply to excess. Over-applying, present participle and gerund of over-apply. Over-appraisal, an appraisal that overvalues something. Over-appraisals, plural of over-appraisal. Over-appraise, to appraise at too high a value. Over-appraised, simple past and past participle of over-appraise. Over-appraises, third person singular simple present indicative of over-appraise. Over-appraising, present participle and gerund of over-appraise. Over-appreciated, excessively appreciated. Over-apprehensive, excessively apprehensive. Over-approximate, to form an over-approximation of. Over-approximated, simple past and past participle of over-approximate. Over-approximates, third person singular simple present indicative of over-approximate. Over-approximating, present participle and gerund of over-approximate. Over-approximation, an approximation that is higher than the true value. Over-approximate, Approximations. Plural of over-approximation. Overact. Excessively apt or prone to do something. Overarch. To form an arch over something. Overarch. Simple past and past participle of overarch. Overarches. Third person singular simple present indicative of overarch. Overarching. Present participle and gerund of overarch. Overarchingly. In an overarching manner, predominantly. Overarches. The condition of be overarching. Overarchings. Plural of overarching. Overburden. Excessively adding. Overargue. To argue excessively. Overargue. Simple past and past participle of overargue. Overargues. Third person singular simple present indicative of overargue. Overarguing. Present participle and gerund of overargue. Overargumentative. Excessively argumentative. Overarm. Throwing while having the hand up the elbow. Overarm. Simple past and past participle of overarm. Overarming. Present participle and gerund of overarm. Overarms. Third person singular simple present indicative of overarm. Overarousal. Excessive arousal. Overarouse. Excessively arouse. Overarrange. To arrange excessively or too precisely. Overarrange. Simple past and past participle of overarrange. Overarrangement. Excessive or overly precise arrangement. Overarrangements. Plural of overarrangement. Overarranges. Third person singular simple present indicative of overarrange. Overarranging. Present participle and gerund of overarrange. Overarrest. To arrest at a disproportionately high rate. Overarrested. Simple past and past participle of overarrest. Overarresting. Present participle and gerund of overarrest. Overarrests. Third person singular simple present indicative of overarrest. Overarticulate. To articulate excessively. Overarticulated. Simple past and past participle of overarticulate. Overarticulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overarticulate. Overarticulating. Present participle and gerund of overarticulate. Overarticulation. Excessive articulation. Articulations. Plural of overarticulation. Over-artificial. Excessively artificial. Over-artificiality. The quality of the over-artificial. Over-assemble. To assemble more than the normal 3 histones with nucleic acid. Over-assembled. Simple past and past participle of over-assemble. Over-assert. To assert too forcefully. Over-asserted. Simple past and past participle of over-assert. Over-asserting. Present participle and gerund of over-assert. Over-assertion. Excessively forceful assertion. Over-assertions. Plural of over-assertion. Over-assertive. To assertive. Over-assertively. In an over-assertive manner. Over-assertiveness. The quality of being over-assertive. Over-asserts. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-assert. Overassess. To assess too often. Overassess. Simple past and past participle of overassess. Overassesses. Third person and singular simple present indicative of overassess. Overassessing. Present participle and gerund of overassess. Overassessment. The assessment of a tax or charge at a higher value than the correct one. Overassessments. Plural of overassessment. Overassess. To assist to an excessive degree. Overassisted. Simple past and past participle of overassist. Overassisting. Present participle and gerund of overassist. Overassessed. Third person singular simple present indicative.
Invincible.
Of overassist. Overassured. Excessively assured. Overate. Simple past of overeat. Overattached. Excessively attached. Overattachment. Excessive attachment, affection, or fondness. Overattach. To attend too much, to pay too much attention to. Overattended. Simple past and past participle of overattend. Overattending. Present participle and gerund of overattend. Overattends. Third person singular simple present indicative of overattend. Overattention. Excessive attention paid to something. Overattentions. Plural of overattention. Overattentive. Excessively attentive. Overattentively. Too attentively. Overattentiveness. The quality of being overattentive. Overattenuated. Excessively. Be attenuated. Overattribute. To attribute too much. Overattributed. Simple past and past participle of overattribute. Overattributes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overattribute. Overattributing. Present participle and gerund of overattribute. Overattribution. Excessive attribution. Overattributions. Plural of overattribution. Overauthor. To add too many names to the list of authors on a work produced by a team. Overauthor. Simple past and past participle of overauthor.
Here we go.
Overauthoring. Present participle and gerund of overauthor. Overauthors. Third person singular simple present indicative of overauthor. Over-avaricious. Excessively avaricious. Overawe. To restrain, subdue, or control by awe, to cow. Overawe. Past and past participle of overawe. Overawe. One who overawes. Overawes. Plural of overawe. Overawes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overawe. Overawful. Awful, awe-inspiring, or reverential. Overawing. Present participle and gerund of overawe. Overawingly. So as to overawe. Overbake. To bake for too long. Overbake. Simple past and past participle of overbake. Overbakes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbake. Overbaking. Present participle and gerund of overbake. Overbalance. To be more important than, to outweigh. Overbalanced. Simple past and past participle of overbalance. Overbalances. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbalance. Overbalancing. Present participle and gerund of overbalance. Overbalancings. Plural of overbalancing. Overballast. To load with too much ballast. Overballast. Simple past and past participle of overballast. Overballasting. Present participle and gerund of overballast. Overballasts. Third person singular simple present indicative of overballast. Overband. To repair a tarmac surface by filling with pitch or applying thermoplastic tape, etc. Overbanded. Simple past and past participle of overband. Overbanding. Present participle and gerund of overband. Overband. Third person singular simple present indicative of overband. Overbank. Describing sediments deposited on a floodplain from suspensions in floodwaters. Overbanked. Furnished with too many banks financial institutions. Overbank. Present participle and gerund of overbank. Overbanks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbank. Overbar. A line placed above text. The character symbol 305. Overbarred. Marked with an overbar. Overbearing. Excessively barren. Overbarring. Present participle and gerund of overbar. Overbars. Plural of overbar. Overbashful. Excessively bashful. Overbashfulness. Excessive bashfulness. Overbathe. To bathe excessively. Overbathed. Simple. Past and past participle of overbathe. Overbathe is third person singular simple present indicative of overbathe. Overbathing. Present participle and gerund of overbathe. Overbatter. Coated in too much batter. Overbattled. Too fertile, too rich. Overbay. A surname. Overbays. Plural of overbay. Overbeaming. The extension of the radiographic beam beyond the detectors so as to avoid pinnacle effects at the outer edges. Overbear. To carry over. Overbearance. Overbearing behavior. Arrogance. Imperiousness. Overbearing. One who overbears or is overbearing. Overbears. Plural of overbear. Overbearing. Present participle and gerund of overbear. Overbearingly. In an overbearing manner. Overbearingness. Quality of being overbearing. Overbears. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbear. Overbeat. To beat eggs, cream, etc. for too long, impairing the texture. Overrating. Past participle of overbeat. Overbeating. Present participle and gerund of overbeat. Overbeats. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbeat. Overbed. Above a bed in various senses. Overbeetling. Protruding, jutting, overhanging. Overray. A superior hang. Overrejeweled. Excessively bejeweled. Overrejeweled. Adorned with an excessive amount of jewelry. Overrelief. excessive belief. Overbend, to bend over. Overbending. Present participle and gerund of overbend. Overbend. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbend. Overbend. Simple past and past participle of overbend. Overburn. Beyond a mountain. Overbet. A bet which is more than standard for a particular situation. Overbet. Plural of overbet. Overbetted. Simple past and past participle of overbet. Overbetting. Present participle and gerund of overbet. Over is to a municipality of Gelderland, Netherlands. Overbij, a surname. Overbays, plural of overbay. Overbias, the use of more biased current in an analog magnetic recorder than is required for maximum sensitivity. Overbias, excessively bias. Overbiases, third person singular simple present indicative of overbias. Overbiasing, present participle and gerund of overbias. Overbay, to make an excessively high offer to pay or accept a price. Overbidden, past participle of overbuy. Overbidder, one who overbids. Overbidders, plural of overbidder. Overbidding, present participle and gerund of overbid. Overbiddings, plural of overbidding.
Here we go.
Overbuy, to outlive, survive. Overbiding. Simple past and past participle of overbuy. Overbides. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbuy. Overbiding. Present participle and gerund of overbuy. Overbeds. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbid. Overbay. Excessively big. Overbigness, the quality of being too big, excessive size. Overveiled amount, particularly an amount greater than one is legally entitled to. Overbilled, simple past and past participle of overbill. Overbilling, present participle and gerund of overbill. Overbills, third person singular simple present indicative of overbill. Overbind, to bind or restrict to an excessive extent. Overbinding, present participle and gerund of overbind. Overbinds, third person singular simple present indicative of overbind. Overbet, simple past of overbite. Overbite, a malocclusion in which the upper teeth extend over the lower ones. Overbite, plural of overbite. Overbiting, present participle and gerund of overbite. Overbidding, past participle of overbite. Overbitter, excessively bitter. Overbitterly, in an overbitter manner. Overbitterness, excessive bitterness. Overblacken, to blacken excessively. Overblacken, simple past and past participle of overblacken. Overblackening, present participle and gerund of overblacking. Overblackens, third person singular simple present indicative of overblacking. Overblame, to blame excessively. Overblamed. Simple past and past participle of overblame. Overblamed. Third person singular simple present indicative of overblame. Overblaming. Present participle and gerund of overblame. Overblanket. A blanket placed on top of a bedsheet, not directly on the mattress. Overblankets. Plural of overblanket. Overbleach. To bleach too much. Overbleach. Simple past and past participle of overbleach. Overbleaches. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbleach. Overbleaching. Present participle and gerund of overbleach. Overboard. Simple past and past participle of overbleed. Overbleed. To bleed excessively. Overbleeding. Present participle and gerund of overbleed. Overbleeds. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbleed. Overlube. Simple past of overblow. Overblind. Excessively blind. Overblind. Excessively blind. Overbloom.
Here we go.
To produce an excessive amount of flowers or algae. Overbloom. Simple past and past participle of overbloom. Overblooming. Present participle and gerund of overbloom. Overblooms. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbloom. Overblouse. A blouse that is worn outside of the waistband of a skirt or trousers. Overblouses. Plural of overblouse. Overblow. To cover with blossoms or flowers. Overblower. A musician who overblows. Overblowers. Plural of overblower. Overblowing. Present participle and gerund of overblow. Overblown. Of exaggerated importance, too heavily emphasized, hyped, etc. Overblownness. The state or quality of being overblown. Overblows. Third person singular simple present indicative of overblow. Overboard. Outside of a boat. In the water. Overboarded. Simple past and past participle of overboard. Overboarding. Present participle and gerund of overboard. Overboards. Third person singular simple present indicative of overboard. Overboast. To boast excessively. Overboasted. Simple past and past participle of overboast. Overboastful. Excessively boastful. Overboasting. Present participle and gerund of overboast.
Invincible.
Overboasts. Third person singular simple present indicative of overboast. Overbode. Simple past of overbuy. Overbodice. A garment that fits over the bodice of a woman's outfit and lets a part of the bodice show. Overbodices. Plural of overbodice. Overbody. Simple past and past participle of overbody. Overbodies. Plural of overbody. Overbody. A garment worn over the body. Overbody. Present participle and gerund of overbody. Overboil. To boil excessively. Overboil. Simple past and past participle of overboil. Overboiling. Present participle and gerund of overboil. Overboils. Third person singular simple present indicative of overboil. Overboisterous. Excessively boisterous. Overboisterously. In an overboisterous manner. Overbold. Too bold, impertinent, or overreaching. Overboldly. In an excessively bold manner. Overboldness. The state or fact of being too bold, audacity. Overbook. To sell or guarantee more seats for an event than actually exists. Overbooked. Simple past and past participle. Overbooker. A company or individual who overbooks. Overbookers. Plural of overbooker. Overbooking. Present participle and gerund of overbook. Overbookings. Plural of overbooking. Overbookish. Excessively bookish. Overbooks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbook. Overboom. To grow or progress too quickly, resulting in the crash of something. Overboomed. Simple past and past participle of overboom. Overbooming. Present participle and gerund of overboom. Overboomed. Third person singular simple present. Indicative of overboomed. Overboost. To increase an engine's intake manifold pressure to higher levels than it is designed for. Overboosted. Simple past and past participle of overboosts. Overboosting. Present participle and gerund of overboost. Overboosts. Plural of overboost. Overboot. A heavy-duty overshoe. A boot that is an overshoe. Overboots. Plural of overboot. Overbore. Such that the capacity of the burning cartridge powder is greater than the volume within the barrel. Overboard. Simple past and past participle of overbore. Overbores. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbore. Overboring. Present participle and gerund of overbore. Overborne. Simple past. And past participle of overbear. Overborne. Simple past and past participle of overbear. Overborrow. To borrow too much money. Overborrowed. Simple past and past participle of overborrow. Overborrowing. Present participle and gerund of overborrow. Overborrows. Third person singular simple present indicative of overborrow. Overboss. A boss of underbosses in a criminal organization. Overbossed. Simple past and past participle of overboss. Overbosses. Plural of overboss. Overbossing. Present participle and gerund of overboss. Overbossy. Excessively bossy. Overbought. Of a stock or commodity market condition where there has been significant trading bidding up prices to higher levels which seem overextended or excessive on a short-term basis. Overbound. Simple past and past participle of overbind. Overbounded. Simple past and past participle of overbound. Overbounding. Present participle and gerund of overbound. Overbound. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbound. Overbounteous. excessively bounteous. Overbow, to arch over. Overbow, simple past and past participle of overbow. Overbowering, overarching so as to form a bower or shelter. Overbowing, present participle and gerund of overbow. Overbow, to bowl excessively. Overbowl, simple past and past participle of overbowl. Overbowling, present participle and gerund of overbowl. Overbowls, third person singular simple present indicative of overbowl. Overbows, third person singular simple present indicative of overbow. Overbrace, the symbol. Overbraces, plural of overbrace. Overbrain, excessively brainy. Overbrake, to brake a vehicle excessively, to apply the brake too much. Overbrake, simple past and past participle of overbrake. Overbrakes, third person singular simple present indicative of overbrake. Overbreaking, present participle and gerund of overbreak. Overbreak, branch, excessively branched. Overbranching, excessive branching typically of axons. Overbrand, to use too many brands proprietary names in marketing. Overbranded, simple past and past participle of overbrand. Overbranding, present participle and gerund of overbrand. Overbrave, excessively brave. Overbravely, with excessive bravery. Overbravery, excessive bravery. Overbread, the excessive broadness of a statute that, in prescribing unprotected activity, also prescribes protected activity. Overbray, to cave in near the edge of an excavation. Overbreaking, present participle and gerund of overbreak. Overbreak, third person singular simple present indicative of overbreak. Overbreathe, to hyperventilate. Overbreathe, breathe too much or by too many people. Overbreathes, third person singular simple present indicative of overbreathe. Overbreathing, present participle and gerund of overbreathe. Overbreathings, plural of overbreathing. Overbred, simple past and past participle of overbreed. Overbreed, to breed excessively. Overbreeding, present participle and gerund of overbreed. Overreads, third person singular simple present indicative of overbreed. Overbrew, to brew for too long. Overbrewed, simple past and past participle of overbrew. Overbrewing, present participle and gerund of overbrew. Overbrews, third person singular simple present indicative of overbrew. Overbribe, to give too large a bribe to. Overbride, simple past and past participle of overbride. Overbride, third person singular simple present indicative of overbride. Overbribing, present participle and gerund of overbribe. Overridge, a bridge that allows traffic to pass over a road, river, railway, etc. Overridge, simple past and past participle of overbridge. Overbridges, plural of overbridge. Overridging, forming a bridge over something else, overarching. Overridgings, plural of overbridging. Overbrief, excessively brief. Override. Too bright. Overwrite. To brighten.
Here we go.
Excessively. Overwriting. Simple past and past participle of overwriting. Overwriting. Present participle and gerund of overwriting. Overwritings. Third person singular simple present indicative of overwriting. Overbrightly. Too brightly. Overbrightness. Excessive brightness. Overbrilliance. Excessive brilliance. Overbrilliancy. Excessive brilliancy. Overbrilliant. Excessively brilliant. Overbrilliantly. Too brilliantly. Over brim. To flow over the brim of. To overflow. Over brimful. Over brimming. Over full. Full to overflowing. Over brimmed. Simple past and past participle of over brim. Over brimming. Present participle and gerund of over brim. Over brimmingly. In great or excessive abundance. Over brims. Third person singular simple present indicative of over brim. Over broad. Too broad. Over broaden. To make too broad. Over broaden. Simple past and past participle of over broaden. Over broadening. Present participle and gerund of over broaden. Over broadens. Third person singular simple present indicative of over broaden.
Invincible.
Over broadly. Too broadly. Over broadness. The quality of being too broad. Over broil. To broil excessively. Over broil. Simple past and past participle of over broil. Over broiling. Present participle and gerund of over broil. Over broils. Third person singular simple present indicative of over broil. Over broke. Simple past of over break. Over broken. Past participle of over break. Over brood. To brood over. Over brooded. Simple past and past participle of over brood. Overrooting. Present participle and gerund of overbrood. Overbroods. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbrewed. Overbrow. To hang over like a brow. To impend over. Overbrow. Simple past and past participle of overbrow. Overbrowing. Present participle and gerund of overbrow. Overround. To brown too much. Overround. Simple past and past participle of overbrown. Overbrowning. Present participle and gerund of overbrown. Overrounds. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbrown. Overbrows. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbrow. Overbrows. To browse eat vegetation too much to the detriment of the environment. Overbrowse. Simple past and past participle of overbrowse. Overbrowses. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbrowse. Overbrowsing. Present participle and gerund of overbrowse. Overbrush. To brush excessively. Overbrush. Simple past and past participle of overbrush. Overbrushes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbrush. Overbrushing. Present participle and gerund of overbrush. Overbrutal. Excessively brutal. Overbubble. To bubble over, especially with exuberance or enthusiasm. Overbubble. Simple past and past participle of overbubble. Overbubbles. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbubble. Overbubbling. Present participle and gerund of overbubble. Overbudget. Costing more than budgeted. Overbudgeted. Simple past and past participle of overbudget. Overbudgeting. Present participle and gerund of overbudget. Overbudgets. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbudget. Overbuild. To perform excessive construction on a building or in an area. Overbuilder. A person or organization that overbuilds. Overbuilders. Plural of overbuilder. Overbuilding. Present participle and gerund of overbuild. Overbuilds. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbuild. Overbuilt. Simple past and past participle of overbuild. Overbulk. To be more bulky than, to tower over. Overbulked. Simple past and past participle of overbulk. Overbulking. Present participle and gerund of overbulk. Overbulks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbulk. Overbulky. Excessively bulky. Overbullish. Excessively bullish. Overbumptious. Excessively bumptious. Overbuoyancy. Excessive buoyancy. Overbuoyant. Excessively buoyant. Overburden. To overload or overtax. Overburden. Excessively burdened. Overburdenedness. The state or condition of being overburdened. Overburdenness. Third person singular simple present indicative of overburden. Overburdening. Present participle and gerund of overburden. Overburdeningly. So as to overburden. Overburdens. Plural of overburden. Overburdensome. To burdensome. Overbureaucratization. Excessive bureaucratization. Overburn. To be overzealous. Overburn. Simple past and past participle of overburn. Overburning. Present participle and gerund of overburn. Overburnings. Plural of overburning. Overburns. Third person singular simple present indicative of overburn. Overburnt. Simple past and past participle of overburn. Overburst. An excessively intense burst, a superburst. Overbursts. Plural of overburst. Overburthen. Archaic form of overburden. Overburthen. Simple past and past participle of overburthen. Overburthening. Present participle and gerund of overburthen. Overburthens. Plural of overburthen. Overbusy. Simple past and past participle of overbusy. Overbusies. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbusy. Overbusily. in an over-busy manner. Overbus. Above a bus. Over busy. Excessively busy, officious. Over busy. Present participle and gerund of over busy. Overbuy. To buy excessively, especially to buy more than one needs or can afford. Overbuying. Present participle and gerund of overbuy. Overbuys. Third person singular simple present indicative of overbuy. Overbuy. A surname. Overbuy. A surname. Overbuys. Plural of overbuy. Overcaffeinate. To imbibe. Or cause to imbibe too much caffeine. Overcaffeinated. Having ingested too much caffeine, especially in the form of coffee. Overcaffeinates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcaffeinate. Overcaffeinating. Present participle and gerund of overcaffeinate. Overcalcification. Excessive calcification. Overcalcify. Excessively calcified. Overcalculate. To calculate as being greater than is actually the case. Overcalculated. Simple past and past participle of overcalculate. Overcalculates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcalculate. Overcalculated. Present participle and gerund of overcalculate. Overcalculation. Calculation producing too large a result. Overcalculations. Plural of overcalculation. Overcalibration. Excessive calibration. Overcall. To call a bet after another player has already called. Overcall. Simple past and past participle of overcall. Overcaller. One who overcalls. Overcallers. Plural of overcaller. Overcalling. Present participle. And gerund of overcall. Overcalls. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcall. Overcame. Simple past of overcome. Overcancel. To cancel too many or too forcefully. Overcanceled. Simple past and past participle of overcancel. Overcanceling. Present participle and gerund of overcancel. Overcancellation. The act of overcanceling. Overcancelled. Simple past and past participle of overcancel. Overcancel.
Here we go.
Present participle and gerund of overcancel. Overcancels. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcancel. Overcanny. Excessively canny. Overcanopy. Simple past and past participle of overcanopy. Overcanopies. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcanopy. Overcanopy. To form a canopy over something. Overcanopying. Present participle and gerund of overcanopy. Overcanvassed. Alternative form of overcanvassed. Overcapable. Too capable. Overcapacitate. To exhaust the capacity of. Overcapacitated. Simple past and past participle of overcapacitate. Overcapacitates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcapacitate. Overcapacitating. present participle and gerund of overcapacitate. Overcapacities, plural of overcapacity. Overcapacity, a capacity for the production of a commodity or product that is in excess of what is needed. Overcapitalization, alternative form of overcapitalization. Overcapitalizations, plural of overcapitalization. Overcapitalize, alternative form of overcapitalize. Overcapitalization, the state of being overcapitalized. Overcapitalizations.
Invincible.
Plural of overcapitalization. Overcapitalize. To estimate the value of a company, stock, etc. too highly. Overcapitalize. Simple past and past participle of overcapitalize. Overcapitalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcapitalize. Overcapitalizing. Present participle and gerund of overcapitalize. Overcaptious. Excessively captious. Overcard. A card higher than any other card or pair, often used in reference to the community cards in Texas Hold'em. Overcards, plural of overcard. Overcare, to care too much. Overcare. Simple past and past participle of overcare. Overcareful. Excessively careful. Overcarefully. In an overcareful manner. Overcarefulness. Excessive carefulness. Overcareless. Excessively careless. Carelessly. In an overcareless manner. Overcarelessness. Excessive carelessness. Overcares. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcare. Overcaring. Present participle and gerund of overcare. Overcard. To overcharge, overburden, harass. Overcard. Simple past and past participle of overcard. Overcarking. Too anxious, expressing or taking too much care. Overcarts. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcard. Overcarriage. The transportation of cargo beyond its intended destination. Overcarriages. Plural of overcarriage. Overcarried. Simple past and past participle of overcarry. Overcarries. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcarry. Overcarry. To carry too far or beyond the proper point. Overcarry. Present participle and gerund of overcarry. Overcar. To carve too much or too deeply. Overcar. Simple past and past participle of overcar. Overcars. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcar. Overcarring. Present participle and gerund of overcar. Overcast. A cloud covering all of the sky from horizon to horizon. Overcasted. Simple past and past participle of overcast. Overcaster. One who overcasts. Overcasters. Plural of overcaster. Overcasting. Present participle and gerund of overcast. Overcastings. Plural of overcasting. Overcastness. the quality of the webbing over gas. Overcasts, plural of overcast. Over casual, excessively casual. Over casually, in an over casual manner. Overcatch, to overtake. Overcatches, third person singular simple present indicative of overcatch. Overcatching, present participle and gerund of overcatch. Overcategories, plural of overcategory. Overcategorization, the act, process, or result of overcategorizing. Overcategorizations, plural of overcategorization. Overcategorize, to categorize more than is suitable or necessary. Overcategorize. Simple past and past participle of overcategorize. Overcategorizes, third person singular simple present indicative of overcategorize. Overcategorizing, present participle and gerund of overcategorize. Overcategory, any functor into a specified base category. Overguy, simple past and past participle of overcatch. Overcaution, excessive caution. Overcaution, simple past and past participle of overcaution. Overcautioning, present participle and gerund of overcaution. Overcaution, third person singular simple present indicative of overcaution. Overcautious, excessively cautious. Overcautiously, in an overcautious way. Overcautiousness, excessive cautiousness. Overcelebrate, to overindulge and stay up too late in activities that celebrate something, to party too hard. Overcelebrated, treated as more significant or praiseworthy than is deserved. Overcelebrates, third person in singular simple present indicative of overcelebrating. Overcelebrating, present participle and gerund of overcelebrate. Overcentralization, alternative form of overcentralization. Overcentralize, alternative form of overcentralize. Centralize, alternative form of overcentralize. Overcentralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of overcentralize. Overcentralizing, present participle and gerund of overcentralize. Overcentralization, excessive centralization. Overcentralize, to centralize too much. Overcentralize, overly centralized or concentrated in authority. Overcentralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of overcentralize. Overcentralizing, present participle and gerund of overcentralize. Overcerebral, excessively cerebral. Overcertification, the act or result of overcertifying. Overcertifications, plural of overcertification. Overcertify, simple past and past participle of overcertify. Overcertified, third person singular simple present indicative of overcertify. Overcertify, to certify beyond the actual value. Overcertifying, present participle and gerund of overcertify. Overchallenge, to challenge to an excessive degree. Overchallenge, simple past and past participle of overchallenge. Overchallenges, plural of overchallenge. Over challenging. Present participle and gerund of over challenge. Over chance. Occurring more than expected by mere chance or probability. Over chances. Plural of over chance. Over change. Excessive or overly frequent change. Fickleness. Over changing. Present participle and gerund of over change. Overchangings. Plural of overchanging. Overcharge. To charge somebody more money than the correct amount, or to surpass a certain limit while charging a bill. Overcharge. Simple past and past participle of overcharge. Overcharger. One who overcharges. Overchargers. Plural of overcharger. Overcharges. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcharge. Overchargeth. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcharge. Overcharging. The act or process of charging excessively. Overchargings. Plural of overcharging. Overcharitable. Excessively charitable. Overcharitably. In an overcharitable manner. Overcheaply. Excessively cheaply. Overcheapness. Excessive cheapness. Overcheck. A check pattern that is superimposed upon another pattern. Overcheck. Simple past and past participle of overcheck. Overchecking. Present participle and gerund of overcheck. Overchecks. Plural of overcheck. Overcheerful. Excessively cheerful. Overcheese. Prepared or filled with too much cheese. Overcherish. To cherish it. Excessively. Overcherish. Simple past and past participle of overcherish. Overcherishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcherish. Overcherishing. Present participle and gerund of overcherish. Overchew. To chew too much. Overchewed. Simple past and past participle of overchew. Overchewing. Present participle and gerund of overchew. Overchews. Third person singular simple present indicative of overchew. Overchief. A higher ranking chief, a leader of several chiefs. Overchiefs. Plural of overchief. Overchildish. Excessively childish. Overchill. To chill too much. Overchill. Simple past and past participle of overchill. Overchilling. Present participle and gerund of overchill. Overchills. Third person singular simple present indicative of overchill. Overchlorinate. To chlorinate excessively. Overchlorinated. Containing an excess of chlorine. Overchlorinates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overchlorinate. Overchlorinating. Present participle and gerund of overchlorinate. Overchlorination. Excessive chlorination. Overchoice. An excessive amount of choice. Overchoreograph. To choreograph with too much or too elaborate dancing. Overchoreograph. Simple past and past participle of overchoreograph. Overchoreography. Present participle and gerund of overchoreograph. Overchoreographs. third person singular simple present indicative of over choreograph. Over church, having too many churches. Over churching, the provision of more churches than needed. Over circulation, excessive circulation. Over circumspect, excessively circumspect. Over citation, excessive citation. Oversight, to cite too much. Oversighted, simple past and past participle of oversight. Oversights, third person singular simple present indicative of oversight. Oversighting, present participle and gerund of oversight. Overzealous, excessively civil. Over civility, excessive civility. Over civilization, excessive civilization, the quality of being over civilized. Over civilize, to civilize excessively. Over civilize, to civilize. Over civilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of over civilized. Over civilizing, present participle and gerund of over civilize. Overclad, wearing more clothing than is necessary. Overcladded, simple past and past participle of overclad. Overcladding, present participle and gerund of overclad. Overclads, third person singular simple present indicative of overclad. Overclaim, to claim too much. Overclaimed, simple past and past participle of overclaim. Overclaiming, present participle and gerund of overclaim. Overclaimed, third person singular simple present indicative of overclaim. Overglass, to clasp from above. Overglassed, simple past and past participle of overclassed. Overclasping, present participle and gerund of overclass. Overglasps, third person singular simple present indicative of overclassed. Overclass, a powerful, privileged social class. Overclasses, plural of overclass. Overclassification, excessive classification. Overclassify. Simple past and past participle of overclassify. Overclassifies, third person singular simple present indicative of overclassify. Overclassify, to classify excessively. Overclassifying, present participle and gerund of overclassify. Overclean, to clean to an excessive degree. Overclean, simple past and past participle of overclean. Overcleaning, present participle and gerund of overclean. Overcleanliness, excessive cleanliness. Overcleanly, excessively cleanly. Overcleans, third person singular simple present indicative of overclean. Overclear, to make too clear or translucent. Overcleared, simple past and past participle of overclear. Overclearing, present participle and gerund of overclear. Overclears, third person singular simple present indicative of overclear. Overclerk, a clerk who also supervises one or more underclerks. Overclerked, having more clerks than is needed for the amount of work to be done. Overclerks, plural of overclerk. Overclever, excessively clever. Overcleverness, excessive cleverness. Overglide, to climb over. Overglide, simple past and past participle of overclimb. Overclimbing, present participle and gerund of overclimb. Overglides, third person singular simple present indicative of overclimb. Overglipped, clipped to excess. Overglow, a cloak worn over other clothing. Overcloaks, plural of overcloak. Overclock, to run a processor CPU or any electronic logic device at a speed higher than it is recommended by the manufacturer. Overclockable, suitable for overclocking. Overclocked, simple past and past participle of overclock. Overclocker, a person who overclocks a computer. Overclockers, plural of overclocker. Overclocking, present participle and gerund of overclock. Overclockings, plural of overclocking. Overclocks, third person singular simple present indicative of overclock. Overglows, in too great a proximity. Overglows, simple past and past participle of overclose. Overclosely, too closely. Overcloseness, excessive closeness. Overcloses, third person singular simple present indicative of overclose. Overclosing, present participle and gerund of overclose. Overclosure, quality or degree to being overclose. Overclosures, plural of overclosure. Overblock, any of various overgarments that consist primarily of a large cloth worn over the clothes. Overglove, to clothe over and wrap and slash with clothing. Overclothe, wearing too many clothes. Overclothes, items of clothing worn as an outer layer. Overclothing, the act or process of enwrapping oneself in clothing. Overcloth, plural of overcloth. Overcloud, to cover or become covered with clouds.
Invincible.
Overclouded, simple past and past participle of overcloud. Clouding, present participle and gerund of overcloud. Overclouds, third person singular simple present indicative of overcloud. Overgloy, to fill beyond satiety. Overgloy, simple past and past participle of overgloy. Overgloying, present participle and gerund of overgloy. Overgloys, third person singular simple present indicative of overgloy. Overglud, to take a shot with a golf club that provides too much distance. Overclud, simple past and past participle of overclub. Overclubbing, present participle and gerund of overclub. Overgluds, third person singular simple present indicative of overclub. Overcluster, excessively clustered. Overclustering, excessive clustering. Overclusterings, plural of overclustering. Overclutter, to clutter to an undesirable extent. Over-clutter. Excessively cluttered. Over-cluttering. Present participle and gerund of over-clutter. Over-clutters. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-clutter. Overcoach. To coach too much. Overcoach. Simple past and past participle of overcoach. Overcoaches. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcoach. Overcoaching. Present participle and gerund of overcoach. Overcoat. A heavy garment worn over other clothes for protection from cold or weather. Overcoated. Wearing an overcoat. Overcoating. Present participle and gerund of overcoat. Overcoatings. Plural of overcoat. Overcoatless. Without an overcoat. Overcoats. Plural of overcoat. Overcoddle. To coddle too much. To treat with too much care. Overcoddle. Simple past and past participle of overcoddle. Overcoddle. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcoddle. Overcoddling. Present participle and gerund of overcoddle. Overcode. A code used to represent multiple possibly unrelated data items. Overcoded. Simple past and past participle of overcode. Overcodes. Third person and singular simple present indicative of overcode. Overcoding. Present participle and gerund of overcode. Overcoatings. Plural of overcoating. Overcoherence. The condition of being overcoherent. Overcoil. Part of a watch. An improved balance spring with a raised outer coil. Overcoils. Plural of overcoil. Overcold. Excessively cold. Overcollar. A collar worn over another collar. Overcollars. Plural of overcollar. Overcollateralization. The act or process of overcollateralizing. Overcollateralize. To collateralize for too large an amount. Overcollateralize. Simple past and past participle of overcollateralize. Overcollateralizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcollateralize. Overcollateralizing. Present participle and gerund of overcollateralize. Overcollect. To collect too much. Overcollection. Excessive collection, S. Overcollections. Plural of overcollection. Overcollectivization. Excessive collectivization. Overcolor. Alternative spelling of overcolor. Overcolor. Rendered to color. With an excessive color. Overcoloring. Present participle and gerund of overcolor. Overcolors. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcolor. Overcolor. To exaggerate. Overcolor. Alternative form of overcolor. Overcoloring. Present participle and gerund of overcolor. Overcolorings. Plural of overcoloring. Overcolors. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcolor. Overcomable. Alternative form of overcomeable. Overcome. To comb too much. Overcome. simple past and past participle of overcome.
Here we go.
Overcoming, present participle and gerund of overcome. Overcomes, third person singular simple present indicative of overcome. Overcome, to surmount a physical or abstract obstacle, to prevail over, to get the better of. Overcomeable, able to be overcome, surmountable. Overcomer, one who overcomes. Overcomers, plural of overcomer. Overcomes, third person singular simple present indicative of overcome. Overcomest, second person singular simple present indicative of overcome. Overcomer, third person singular simple present indicative of comfortable, excessively comfortable. Overcoming, present participle and gerund of overcome. Overcomingly, so as to overcome. Overcoming, plural of overcoming. Overcommend, to commend excessively. Overcommended, simple past and past participle of overcommend. Overcommending, present participle and gerund of overcommend. Overcommends, third person singular simple present indicative of overcommend. Overcome, to annotate code with too many comments. Overcommented, simple past and past participle of overcommon. Overcommenting, present participle and gerund of overcommon. Overcomments, third person singular simple present indicative of overcomment. Overcommercialization, alternative form of overcommercialization. Overcommercialization, excessive commercialization. Overcommercialize, to make excessively commercial. Overcommercialized, simple past and past participle of overcommercialize. Overcommercializes, third person singular simple present indicative of overcommercialize. Overcommercializing, present participle and gerund of overcommercialize. Overcommission, to commission to an excessive extent. Overcommission, simple past and past participle of overcommission. Overcommissioning, present participle and gerund of overcommission. Overcommit, to make excessive commitments, either beyond one's ability or beyond what is reasonable. Overcommittal, alternative spelling of overcommittal. Overcommitment, the act or situation of overcommitting. Overcommitments, plural of overcommitment. Overcommits, third person singular simple present indicative of overcommit. Overcommittal, overcommitment. Overcommitted, having committed too much of one's time or resources. Overcommitter, one who overcommits. Overcommitters, plural of overcommitter. Overcommitting, present participle and gerund of overcommit. Overcommon, excessively common, very frequently encountered. Overcommunicate, to communicate too much. Overcommunicated, simple past and past participle of overcommunicate. Overcommunicates, third person singular simple present indicative of overcommunicate. Overcommunicating, present participle and gerund of overcommunicate. Overcommunication, excessive communication, communicating too much. Over-compartmentalization. Excessive compartmentalization. Over-compartmentalize. To compartmentalize more than is suitable or necessary. Over-compartmentalized. Simple past and past participle of over-compartmentalize. Over-compartmentalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-compartmentalize. Over-compartmentalizing. Present participle and gerund of over-compartmentalize. Over-compassionate. Showing too much compassion. Overcompensate. To do an excessive amount in one area in an effort to overcome a perceived lack in another area. Overcompensated. Simple past and past participle of overcompensate. Overcompensates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcompensate. Overcompensating. Present participle and gerund of overcompensate. Overcompensating. In a way that overcompensates. Overcompensation. An excess amount provided in one area in an effort to overcome a perceived lack in another area. Overcompensations. Plural of overcompensation. Overcompensative. Excessively compensative. Overcompensator. One who overcompensates.
Invincible.
Overcompensators. Plural of overcompensator. Overcompensatory. Tending to overcompensate. Providing excessive compensation. Overcompetition. Excessive competition. Overcompetitive. Excessively competitive. Overcompetitiveness. The quality of being overcompetitive. Overcomplacency. Excessive complacency. Overcomplacent. Excessive. Excessively complacent. Overcomplacently. Too complacently. Overcomplete. Describing a frame in linear algebra having a set of functions more than a basis. Overcompleteness. The condition of being overcomplete. Overcomplex. Excessively complex. Overcomplexities. Plural of overcomplexity. Overcomplexity. Excessive complexity. Overcompliance. Compliance beyond what is necessary. Overcompliant. Excessively compliant. Overcomplicate. To make something excessively complicated. Overcomplicated. Excessively complicated. Overcomplicatedly. In an overcomplicated way. Overcomplicatedness. The quality of being overcomplicated. Overcomplicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcomplicate. Overcomplicated. Present participle and gerund of overcomplicate. Overcomplication. The process of overcomplicating. Overcomplications. Plural of overcomplication. Overcomplicator. One who overcomplicates. Overcomplicators. Plural of overcomplicator. Overcomplement. To complement excessively. Overcomplementary. Excessively complementary. Overcomplemented. Simple past and past participle of overcomplement. Overcomplementing. Present participle and gerund of overcomplement. Overcomplements. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcomplement. Overcomposed. Having undergone too much composition or arrangement, excessively posed to the point of seeming artificial. Overcompress, to compress too much. Overcompress, simple past and past participle of overcompress. Overcompresses, third person singular simple present indicative of overcompress. Overcompressing, present participle and gerund of overcompress. Overcompression, excessive compression. Overconcentrate, to concentrate excessively. Overconcentrated, excessively concentrated. Overconcentrates, third person singular simple present indicative of overconcentrate. Overconcentrating, present participle and gerund of overconcentrate. Overconcentration, excessive concentration. Overconcentrations, plural of overconcentration. Overconcern, excessive concern. Overconcerned, excessively concerned.
Invincible.
Overconcerning, present participle and gerund of overconcern. Overconcerns, third person singular simple present indicative of overconcern. Overcondensation, excessive condensation. Overcondensed, excessively condensed. Overcondition, to condition excessively. Overcondition, excessively conditioned. Overcome, amorphism from a diagonal overfunctor to the base category of the overcategory. Overcones, plural of overcome. Overconfidence, an excessive or unwarranted degree of confidence. Overconfidences, plural of overconfidence. Overconfident, too confident. Overconfidently, in an overconfident manner. Overconfiding, too confiding. Overconfluence, excessive confluence. Overconfluency, alternative form of overconfluence. Overconfluent, excessively confluent. Overconform, to conform to a greater extent than necessary or desirable. Overconform, simple past and past participle of overconform. Overconforming, present participle and gerund of overconform. Overconforms, third person singular simple present indicative of overconform. Overconnected, excessively connected, having too many connections. Overconnectedness, the quality or condition of being overconnected. Overconnectivity, excessive connectivity. Overconscientious, excessively conscientious. Overconscientiousness, the state of being overconscientious. Overconscious, excessively conscious. Overconsciously, in an overconscious manner. Overconsciousness, excessive consciousness. Overconservatism, excessive conservatism. Overconservative, excessively conservative. Overconservatively, in an overconservative manner. Overconsiderate, excessively considerate. Overconsideration, excessive consideration. Overconsolidate, to consolidate too much. Overconsolidated, consolidated to an excessive degree. Overconsolidates, third person singular simple present indicative of overconsolidate. Overconsolidating, present participle and gerund of overconsolidate. Overconsolidation. Excessive consolidation. Overconsolidations. Plural of overconsolidation. Overconstancy. The tendency to overestimate the size of an object when it is viewed from a distance. Overconstrain. To apply excessive constraints to. Overconstrain. Simple past and past participle of overconstrain. Overconstraining. Present participle and gerund of overconstrain. Overconstrains. Third person singular simple present indicative of overconstrain. Overconstruct. To place too great a construction upon, to exaggerate. Overconstructed. Too elaborately constructed. Overconstructing. Present participle and gerund of overconstruct. Overconstructs. Third person singular simple present indicative of overconstruct. Overconsume. To consume too much. Overconsumed. Simple past and past participle of overconsume. Overconsumer. One who consumes too much. Overconsumers. Plural of overconsumer. Overconsumed. Third person singular simple present indicative of overconsume. Overconsuming. Present participle and gerund of overconsume. Overconsumption. Excessive consumption. Overcontact. Describing a pair of binary stars having a common convective envelope. Overcontented. Excessively contented. Overcontentment. Excessive contentment. Overcontextualization. The result or process of overcontextualizing. Overcontextualize. To contextualize excessively. Overcontextualize. Simple past and past participle of overcontextualize. Overcontextualizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcontextualize. Overcontextualizing. Present participle and gerund of overcontextualize. Overcontiguous. Synonym of overlapping. Overcontraction.
Here we go.
Excessive contraction. Overcontribute. To contribute in excess of a standard or expectation. Overcontributed. Simple past and past participle of overcontribute. Overcontributes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcontribute. Overcontributing. Present participle and gerund of overcontribute. Overcontribution. A contribution in excess of a standard or expectation. Overcontributions. Plural of overcontribution. Overcontrol. To control to too great a degree. Overcontrol. Simple past and past participle of overcontrol. Overcontroller. A person who exerts excessive control. Overcontrollers. Plural of overcontroller. Overcontrolling. Present participle and gerund of overcontrol. Overcontrols. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcontrol. Overconvenient. Excessively convenient. Overconvergence. Quality of being overconvergent. Overconvergent. Overly convergent. Overcook. To cook for too long or at too high a temperature. Overcooked. Simple past and past participle of overcook. Overcookedness. Quality of being overcooked. Overcooker. One who overcooks. Overcookers. Plural of overcooker. Overcooking. Present participle and gerund of overcook. Overcook. Cooks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcook. Overcool. Excessively cool. Chilly. Overcool. Excessively cooled. Overcooler. A device for cooling a substance to a temperature below its normal level. Overcoolers. Plural of overcooler. Overcooling. Excessive cooling of an object, for example an engine or a building. Overcools. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcool. Overcoordinate. To have a higher than normal coordination number. Overcoordinated. Simple past and past participle of overcoordinate. Overcoordination. The presence of a higher than normal coordination number. Overcopious. Excessively copious. Overcopiously. Too copiously. Overcorrect. To correct too sharply or too much. Overcorrected. Simple past and past participle of overcorrect. Overcorrecting. Present participle and gerund of overcorrect. Overcorrection. The correction of something to an excessive degree, usually resulting in an error in the opposite direction. Overcorrections. Plural of overcorrection. Overcorrector. One who overcorrects. Overcorrectors. Plural of overcorrector. Overcorrects. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcorrect. Overcosseted. Excessively cosseted. Overcost. Excessive cost. Overcostly. Too costly.
Here we go.
Overcosts. Plural of overcost. Overcount. To count more of something than are actually present, or to count one thing disproportionately more than another. Overcounted. Simple past and past participle of overcount. Overcounting. Present participle and gerund of overcount. Overcounts. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcount. Overcouple. Modified by overcoupling. Overcoupling. The act of coupling two transformers so as to create a broader bandwidth. Overcourageous. Excessively courageous. Overcourteous. Excessively courteous. Overcourtesy. Excessive courtesy. Overcover. To cover over. Overcoverage. Excessive coverage. Overcover. Simple past and past participle of overcover. Overcovering. Present participle and gerund of overcover. Overcovers. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcover. Overcovetous. Excessively covetous. Overcoy. Excessively coy. Overcoyness. Excessive coyness. Overcram. To cram too full. To overstuff. Overcram. Simple past and past participle of overcram. Overcramming. Present participle and gerund of overcram. Overgrams. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcram.
Invincible.
Overfrank. Shoot a scene while advancing the film in the camera more quickly than it will advance on playback. This results in slowing down the action in the final film. Overranked. Simple past and past participle of overcrank. Overcranking. Present participle and gerund of overcrank. Overcranks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcrank. Overcreative. Excessively creative. Overcredulity. Excessive credulity. Overcredulous. Too credulous. Excessively gullible. Overcredulously. In an overcredulous manner. Overcredulity. Excessive credulity. Overcredulous. Too credulous. Excessively gullible. Overcredulously. In an overcredulous manner. Overgrieve. To creep over or across. Overcreeping. Present participle and gerund of overcreep. Overcreeps. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcreep. Overcrept. Simple past and past participle of overcreep. Overcrewed. Having an excessively large crew. Overcriminalization. Alternative form of overcriminalization. Overcriminalization. Excessive criminalizing. Making too many things criminal. Overcritical. Excessively critical. Overcritically. In an overcritical manner. Overcriticalness. The quality of being overcritical. Overcriticism. Excessive criticism. Overcriticize. To criticize too much. Overcriticize. Simple past and past participle of overcriticize. Overcriticizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcriticize.
Here we go.
Overcriticizing. Present participle and gerund of overcriticize. Overcroft. A room between the vaulting and the roof of a church. Overcroft. Plural of overcropped. Overcrop. To cultivate land excessively and thus exhaust its fertility. Overcropped. Simple past and past participle of overcrop. Overcropping. Present participle and gerund of overcrop. Overcrops. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcrop. Overcross. To cross over, traverse. Overcrossed. Simple past and past participle of overcross. Overcrosses. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcross. Overcrossing. Present participle and gerund of overcross. Overcrossings. Plural of overcrossing. Overthrow. To take over. Overcrowd. To fill beyond reasonable limits with people, animals, objects, or information. Overcrowded. Simple past and past participle of overcrowd. Overcrowdedly. In an overcrowded manner. Overcrowdedness. The copy of being overcrowded. Overcrowder. One who overcrowds. Overcrowders. Plural of overcrowder. Overcrowding. Present participle and gerund of overcrowd. Overcrowdings. Plural of overcrowding. Overcrowds. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcrowd. Overgrowed. Simple past and past participle of overgrow. Overgrowing. Present participle and gerund of overgrow. Overgrows. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgrow. Overgruel. Overly or excessively cruel. Overcrust. To cover with a crust. Overcrusted. Simple past and past participle of overcrust. Overcrusting. present participle and gerund of overcrust. Overcrusts. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcrust. Overcull. To cull excessively. Overcull. Simple past and past participle of overcull. Overculle. Present participle and gerund of overcull. Overculls. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcull. Overcultivate. To cultivate excessively. Overcultivated. Excessively cultivated. Overcultivates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcultivate. Overcultivated. Present participle and gerund of overcultivate. Overcultivation. Excessive cultivation. Overcultural. Of or pertaining to an overculture. Overculture. The dominant culture in a society whose mores, traditions, and customs are those normally followed in public, as opposed to a subculture. Overculture. Excessively culture. Overcultures.
Here we go.
Plural of overculture. Overcumber. To overencumber. Overcumber. Simple past and past participle of overcumber. Overcumbering. Present participle and gerund of overcumber. Overcumbers. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcumber. Overcunning. Excessively cunning. Overcunningly. Too cunningly. Overcup. The oak Quercus lyrata whose acorns are enclosed by their cups. Overcups. Plural of overcup. Overcure. To cure meat, etc. excessively. Overcured. Simple past and past participle of overcure. Overcures. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcure. Overcuring. Present participle and gerund of overcure. Overcuriosity. Excessive curiosity. Overcurious. Excessively curious. Overcuriously. With too much curiosity in an overcurious manner. Overcuriousness. Excessive curiousness. Overcurrent. A larger than intended electric current. Overcurrent protective device. A device, usually a fuse, polyfuse, or circuit breaker, intended to detect and stop an overcurrent condition. Overcurrent protective devices. Plural of overcurrent protective device. Overcurrents. Plural of overcurrent. Overcurtain. A curtain that is draped
Invincible.
over something. Overcurtains. Plural of overcurtain. Overcurving. Curving over something. Overgut. To cut excessively. Overcute. Excessively or cloyingly cute. Saccharine. Cutacy. Overcuteness. The quality of being overcute. Excessive cuteness. Overcut. Third person singular simple present indicative of overcut. Overcutter. A device used to cut into rock walls from above. Overcutters. Plural of overcutter. Overcutting. Present participle and gerund of overcut. Overcuttings. Plural of overcutting. Overcycling. Excessive cycling. Over daintily. Too daintily. Over dainty. Excessively dainty. Over a former neighborhood in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Overdamp, to damp a system more than would be necessary to prevent oscillation. Overdamped, possessing a damping ratio greater than 1. Overdamper, a damper located above the hammers in a piano. Overdampers, plural of overdamper. Overdamping, present participle and gerund of overdamp. Overdamps, third person singular simple present indicative of overdamp. Overtangle, to dangle from above. Overtangled, simple past and past participle of overdangle. Overdangles, third person singular simple present indicative of overdangle.
Here we go.
Overdangling, present participle and gerund of overdangle. Overdare, to dare too much or rashly, to be too daring. Overdared, simple past and past participle of overdare. Overdares, third person and singular simple present indicative of overdare. Overdaring, present participle and gerund of overdare. Overdaringly, in an overdaring manner. Overdarken, to make or become too dark. Overdarken, simple past and past participle of overdarken. Overdarkening, present participle and gerund of overdarken. Overdarkens, third person singular simple present indicative of overdarken. Overdash, a dash simple placed above something. Overdashed, simple past and past participle of overdash. Overdashes, plural of overdash. Overdashing, present participle and gerund of overdash. Overdate, a coin in which one date is superimposed over traces of another due to reuse of a die. Overdated, simple past and past participle of overdate. Overdates, plural of overdate. Overdating, present participle and gerund of overdate. Overdazzle, to dazzle excessively. Overdazzle, simple past and past participle of overdazzle. Overdazzles, third person singular simple present indicative of overdazzle. Overdazzling, present participle and gerund of overdazzle. Overdeal, an amount left over, excess. Overdealing, present participle and gerund of overdeal. Overdeals, plural of overdeal. Overdealt, simple past and past participle of overdeal. Overdear, too dear, too highly valued. Overdearly, at too high a price. Overdeck, to overdecorate. Overdeck, simple past and past participle of overdeck. Overdecking, present participle and gerund of overdeck. Overdecks, third person singular simple present indicative of overdeck. Overeclaire, declared to be greater than is the case. Overdecorate, to decorate or embellish to an excessive degree. Overdecorated, simple past and past participle of overdecorate. Overdecorates, third person singular simple present indicative of overdecorate. Overdecorating, present participle and gerund of overdecorate. Overdecoration, excessive decoration. Overdecorations, Plural of over-decoration. Over-decorative. Excessively decorative. Overdoing. Excess. Over-deep. Excessively deep. Over-deepen. To erode a basin or valley far deeper than the valley.
Here we go.
Over-deepen. Simple past and past participle of over-deepen. Over-deepening. Present participle and gerund of over-deepen. Over-deepenings. Plural of over-deepening. Over-deepens. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-deepen. Over-deeply. Excessively deeply. Over-defended. Excessively defended. Over-defensive. Excessively defensive. Over-defer. To defer a larger amount than one should. Over-deference. Excessive deference. Over-defer. Simple past and past participle of over-defer. Over-deferring. Present participle and gerund of over-defer. Over-defers. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-defer. Over-defy. To define too rigidly or in too much depth. Over-define. Simple past and past participle of over-define. Over-defines. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-define. Over-defining. Present participle and gerund of over-define. Over-definition. The act or process of over-defining. Excessive definition. Over-degradation. Excessive degradation. Over-dies. Plural of over-dies. Over-dies. A superior or supreme deity. Over-deliberate. Excessively deliberate. Over-deliberation. Deliberating too much.
Invincible.
Over-delicacy. Excessive delicacy. Over-delicate. Excessively delicate. Over-delicately. In an over-delicate manner. Over-delicious. Excessively delicious. Over-delighted. Delighted beyond measure. Excessively delighted. Over-deliver. To deliver in excess of a norm, standard, or requirement. Over-deliver. Simple past and past participle of over-deliver. Over-deliver. One who over-delivers. Over-deliverers. Plural of over-deliverer. Over-delivering. Present participle and gerund of over-deliver. Over-delivers. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-deliver. Over-demand. Excessive demand. Demand for more than is available. Over-demanding. Excessively demanding. Over-demand. Plural of over-demand. Over-democracy. Excessive democracy. Over-democratic. Excessively democratic. Over-dense. Excessively dense, especially more dense than is necessary to form a galaxy. Over-densities. Plural of over-density. Over-density. The condition or extent of being over-dense. Over-denture. A type of dental prosthesis that is not permanently fixed in place, but can be disconnected from the implant abutments with finger pressure by the wearer. Overdentures. Plural of overdenture. Overdependence. Excessive reliance or dependence on something. Overdependences. plural of overdependence. Overdependencies, plural of overdependency. Overdependency. Alternative form of overdependence. Overdependent, excessively dependent. Overdeposition, excessive deposition. Overdepositions, plural of overdeposition. Overdepress, to depress excessively. Overdepressed, simple past and past participle of overdepress. Overdepresses, third person singular simple present indicative of overdepress. Overdepressing, present participle and gerund of overdepress. Overdepression, the act of overdepressing. Overdepressions, plural of overdepression. Overdepressive, excessively depressive. Overdescribe, to provide an overly detailed description. Overdescribe, simple past and past participle of overdescribe. Overdescribes, third person singular simple present indicative of overdescribe. Overdescribing, present participle and gerund of overdescribe. Overdescription, excessive description. Overdescriptions, plural of overdescription. Overdescriptive, excessively descriptive. Overdesign, to design too specifically or to too great an extent, as by including unnecessary features. Overdesign, having undergone excessive design, leading to complicatedness or an unnecessary degree of capability and durability. Overdesigning, present participle and gerund of overdesign. Overdesigned, third person singular simple present indicative of overdesign. Overdesirous, excessively desirous. Overdesperate, excessively desperate. Overdestructive, too destructive. Overdestructiveness, excessive destructiveness. Overattachment, excessive emotional detachment. Overdetailed, excessively detailed. Overattack, to detect more. Of something that is actually present. Overdetected, simple past and past participle of overdetect. Overdetecting, present participle and gerund of overdetect. Overdetection, detection at levels greater than are actually the case. Overdetecs, third person singular simple present indicative of overdetect. Overdetermination, the state or quality of being overdetermined. Overdetermine, to give too many constraints so that no solution is available. Overdetermined, having more constraints or causes the necessary to determine a solution or result. Overdetermines, third person singular simple present indicative of overdetermined. Overdetermining, present participle and gerund of overdetermined. Overdeterrence, excessive deterrence.
Here we go.
Overdeterrent, serving as an excessive deterrent. Overdevelop, to develop to an excessive degree. Overdeveloped, simple past and past participle of overdevelop. Overdevelopedness, the quality of being overdeveloped. Overdeveloping, present participle and gerund of overdevelop. Overdevelopment, excessive development. the state or quality of being overdeveloped. Overdevelops, third person singular simple present indicative of overdeveloped. Overdeviation, a deviation from a target that results in more of something than was desired. Overdeviations, plural of overdeviation. Overdevoted, excessively devoted. Overdevotion, excessive devotion. Overdiagnose, to diagnose something more often than it actually occurs. Overdiagnose, simple past and past participle of overdiagnose. Overdiagnoses, third person singular simple present indicative of overdiagnose. Overdiagnosing. Present participle and gerund of overdiagnose. Overdiagnosis, the act or process of diagnosing something too frequently or based on insufficient evidence or without benefit to the patient, an instance of this act or process. Overdiagnostic, relating to overdiagnosis. Overdid, simple past of overdue. Overdifferentiation, excessive differentiation. Overdiffuse, excessively diffuse. Overdigestion, excessive digestion. Overdiet, adorned, decked over, overspread, covered over. Overdignify, to dignify. Overdignifies, third person singular simple present indicative of overdignify. Overdignify, to dignify excessively. Overdignifying, present participle and gerund of overdignify. Overdilation, excessive dilation. Overdiligence, excessive diligent. Overdiligent, too diligent. Overdiligently, in an overdiligent manner. Overdilute, to dilute excessively. Overdiluted, simple past and past participle of overdilute. Overdilutes, third person singular simple present indicative of overdilute. Overdiluting, present participle and gerund of overdilute. Overdilution, excessive dilution. Overdilutions, plural of overdilution. Overdimensioned, having excessive physical dimension. Overdirect, to take an excessive, overbearing role in directing a play or film. Overdirected, simple past and past participle of overdirect. Overrected, present participle and gerund of overdirect. Overrects, third person singular simple present indicative of overdirect. Overdischarge, the excessive discharge of a battery. Overdischarge, simple past and past participle of overdischarge. Overdischarges, plural of overdischarge. Overdischarging, present participle and gerund of overdischarge. Overdiscipline, to discipline excessively. Overdiscipline, disciplined too much. Overdisciplines, third person singular simple present indicative of overdiscipline. Overdisciplining, present participle and gerund of overdiscipline. Overdisclosure, excessive disclosure. Overdiscount, to discount too much. Overdiscounted, simple past and past participle of overdiscount. Overdiscounting, present participle and gerund of overdiscount. Overdiscounts, Third person singular simple present indicative of over discount. Over discourage. To discourage excessively. Over discourage. Simple past and past participle of over discourage. Over discourages. Third person singular simple present indicative of over discourage. Over discouraging. Present participle and gerund of over discourage. Over discuss. To discuss too long or too often. Over discuss. Discuss too much, overhyped. Over discusses. Third person singular simple present indicative of over discuss. Over discussing. Present participle and gerund of over discuss. Over discussion. Excessive discussion. Over dispersal. Dispersal too widely. Over disperse. To disperse too much or too far. Over dispersed. Simple past and past participle of over disperse. Over disperses. Third person singular simple present indicative of over disperse. Over dispersing. Present participle and gerund of over disperse. Over dispersion. The presence of greater dispersion in a data set than would be expected according to the statistical model in use. Over dispersions. Plural of over dispersion. Over dispersive. Exhibiting or relating to over dispersion. Over distant. Excessively distant. Over distended. Excessively distended. Over distension. Excessive distension. Over distensions. Plural of over distension. Over distension. Excessively distended. Over distension. Excessive distension. Over distensions. Plural of over distension. Over distension. Excessive distension. Over distribute. To distribute too much or too widely. Over distributed. Simple past and past participle of over distribute. Over distributes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over distribute. Over distributing. Present participle and gerund of over distribute. Over distribution. An excessive distribution, especially of money. Over distributions. Plural of over distribution. Over eries. To cause or undergo overuresis. Overuresis.
Here we go.
Simple past and past participle of overuresis. Overuresis. Third person singular simple present indicative of overuresis. Overuresing. Present participle and gerund of overuresis. Overuresis. Excessive diuresis, typically causing inappropriate polyuria and thus potentially dehydration and electrolyte imbalances. Overdivergence, a divergence to an excessive degree. Overdiverse, excessively diverse. Over-diversification, excessive diversification. Over-diversify, simple past and past participle of over-diversify. Over-diversifies, third person singular simple present indicative of over-diversify. Over-diversify, to diversify excessively. Over-diversifying, present participle and gerund of over-diversify. Over-diversity, excessive diversity. Over-divide, to divide too much or into too many groups or categories. Over-dividing. Simple past and past participle of over-divide. Over-divides. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-divide. Over-dividing. Present participle and gerund of over-divide. Overdivision, the act or result of overdividing. Overdivisions, plural of overdivision. Overdo, to do too much, to exceed what is proper or true in doing, to carry too far. Overdocument, to document something in greater detail than necessary. Overdocumentation, excessive documentation. Overdocumented, documented to an excessive degree. Overdocumenting, present participle and gerund of overdocument. Overdocuments, third person singular simple present indicative of overdocument. Overdoer, someone who overdoes something. Overdoers, plural of overdoer. Overdoes, third person singular simple present indicative of overdue. Overdie, someone who is dominant or has a significant advantage in their field. Overdogmatic, excessively dogmatic. Overdogmatically, too dogmatically. Overdogmatism, excessive dogmatism. Overdogs, plural of overdaw. Overdo, present participle and gerund of overdue. Overdoing, plural of overdoing. Overdomesticate, to domesticate excessively. Overdomesticated, simple past and past participle of overdomesticate. Overdomesticates, third person singular simple present indicative of overdomesticate. Overdomesticating, present participle and gerund of overdomesticate. Overdomestication, excessive domestication. Overdominance, the case in which a heterozygote has a higher fitness or more extreme phenotype than either homozygote. Overdominant, exhibiting overdominance. Overdominantly, in an overdominant manner. Overdominate, to dominate excessively. Overdominated, simple past and past participle of overdominate. Overdominates, third person singular simple present indicative of overdominate. Overdominating, present participle and gerund of overdominate. Overdone, cooked too much. Overdoneness, quality of being overdone. Overdoor, a decoration, usually a painting, that is placed above a doorway. Overdoors, plural of overdoor. Overdoped, excessively doped. Overdoping, excessive doping of a semiconductor. Overdosage, excessive dosage, taking too much of a pharmaceutical drug. Overdosage is plural of overdosage. Overdose, an excessive and dangerous dose of a drug. Overdose, simple past and past participle of overdose. Overdoser, one who overdoses. Overdosers, plural of overdoser. Overdoses, plural of overdose. Overdosing, present participle and gerund of overdose. Overdosings. Plural of overdosing. Overdose, to oversleep, thus missing the intended railway stop. Overdosed, simple past and past participle of overdose. Overdoses, third person singular simple present indicative of overdose. Overdosing, present participle and gerund of overdose. Overdot, A dot placed above a letter as a diacritical mark. Overdots. Plural of overdot. Overdotted. Simple past and past participle of overdot. Overdotting. Present participle and gerund of overdot. Overdoubtful. Excessively doubtful. Overdoubting. Excessively doubting. Overdraft. The act of overdrawing a bank account. Overdrafted. Simple past and past participle of overdraft. Overdrafting. The process of extracting groundwater beyond the safe yield or equilibrium yield of the aquifer. Overdraftings. Plural of overdrafting. Overdrafts. Plural of overdraft. Overdrain. To drain excessively. Overdrainage. Excessive drainage. Overdrain. Simple past and past participle of overdrain. Overdraining. Present participle and gerund of overdrain. Overdrains. Third person singular simple present indicative of overdrain. Overdramatic. Dramatic to excess. Overdramatically. In an overdramatic manner. Dramatics. Excessive dramatics. Overdramatization. Alternative spelling of overdramatization. Overdramatizations. Plural of overdramatization. Overdramatize. Alternative spelling of overdramatize. Overdramatize. Simple past and past participle of overdramatized. Overdramatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overdramatize. Overdramatizing. Present participle and gerund of overdramatize. Overdramatization. The act or process of overdramatizing. Overdramatizations. Plural of overdramatization. Overdramatize. To dramatize to excess, to make overdramatic. Overdramatize. Simple past and past participle of overdramatize. Overdramatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overdramatize. Overdramatizing. Present participle and gerund of overdramatize. Overdrank. Simple past and past participle of overdrink. Overdrape. To drape something over something else. Overdraped. Simple past and past participle of overdrape. Overdraperies. Plural of overdrapery. Overdrapery. Material that is draped over something. Overdraped. Third person singular simple present indicative of overdrape. Overdraping. Present participle and gerund of overdrape. Overdraft and overdraft. Overdrafts. Plural of overdraft. Overdraw. To withdraw more money from an account than there is credit. To make an overdraft. Overdraw the badger. To overdraw one's bank account. Overdrawer. A person who overdraws or has an overdraft. Overdrawers. Plural of overdrawer. Overdraw. Present participle and gerund of overdraw. Overdraw. Past participle of overdraw. Overdraws. Third person singular simple present indicative of overdraw. Overdream. To dream about excessively. Overdream. Simple past and past participle of overdream. Overreap. To fall or droop over, overshadow. Overdreeping. Present participle and gerund of overdream. Overdrench. To drench excessively. Overdrenched. Simple past and past participle of overdrench. Overdrenches. Third person singular simple present indicative of overdrench. Overdrenching. Present participle and gerund of overdrench. Overdress. To wear too many clothes for a particular occasion. Overrest. Wearing too many clothes for the weather or the occasion. Overdresser. One who overdresses. Overdressers. Plural of overdresser. Overdresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of overdress. Overdressiness. The quality of being overdressy. Overdressing. Present participle and gerund of overdress. Overdressy. Excessively dressy. Overdrew. Simple past of overdraw. Overdribble. To dribble the ball excessively. Overdribble.
Here we go.
Simple past and past participle of overdribble. Overdribbles. Third person singular simple present indicative of overdribble. Overdribbling. Present participle and gerund of overdribble. Overdry. Simple past and past participle of overdry. Overdries. Third person singular simple present indicative of overdry. Overrift. Having gearing that turns the millstone by means of a pole that rises above it. Overrifted. Simple past and past participle of overdrift. Overdrifting. Present participle and gerund of overdrift. Overrifts. Plural of overdrift. Overdrink. To drink to excess. Overdrinking. Present participle and gerund of overdrink. Overdrinks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overdrink. Overdrive. To drive too hard or far or beyond strength. Overdriven. Driven too hard or beyond the normal limits, exhausted. Overdrives. Plural of overdrive. Overdriving. Present participle and gerund of overdrive. Overwrought. To drop over, to overhang. Overwrought. Simple past and past participle of overdrop. Overdropping. Present participle and gerund of overdrop. Overdrops. Third person singular simple present indicative of overdrop. Overdrove. Simple past of overdrop. Overdrown.
Invincible.
To drench or what to excess. Overdrown. Simple past and past participle of overdrown. Overdrowning. Present participle and gerund of overdrown. Overdrowns. Third person singular simple present indicative of overdrown. Overdrug. To drug too heavily. Overdrug. Simple past and past participle of overdrug. Overdrugging. Present participle and gerund of overdrug. Overdrugs. Third person singular simple present indicative of overdrug. Overdrunk. Simple past and past participle of overdrink. Overdrunken. Excessively drunken. Overdry. To dry too much. Overdrying, present participle and gerund of overdry. Overdub, to record a part along with an already recorded part or parts. Overdub, simple past and past participle of overdub. Overdubber, one who overdubs. Overdubbers, plural of overdubber. Overdubbing, present participle and gerund of overdub. Overdubbings, plural of overdubbing. Overdubs, plural of overdub. Overdue, late, especially past a deadline or too late to fulfill a need. Overdue abortion, a missed abortion. Overdue abortions, plural of overdue abortion. Overdone, fertilized with too much done.
Here we go.
Overduplicate, to duplicate excessively. Overduplicated, excessively duplicated. Overduplicate, third person singular simple present indicative of overduplicate. Overduplicated, present participle and gerund of overduplicate. Overduplication, excessive duplication. Overdust, to dust with too much powder. Overdusted, simple past and past participle of overdust. Overdusting, present participle and gerund of overdust. Overdusts, third person singular simple present indicative of overdust. Overdye, to dye something already colored with another color. Overdye, simple past and past participle of overdye. Overdying, present participle and gerund of overdye. Overdyes, third person singular simple present indicative of overdye. Overdye, present participle and gerund of overdye. Overeager, excessively eager. Overeagerly, in an overeager manner. Overeagerness, the quality of being overeager, excessive readiness or enthusiasm. Overearnest, excessively earnest. Overearnestly, in an overearnest manner. Overearnestness, the quality of being overearnest. Overeasily, in an overeasy manner. Too easily. Overeasiness, excessive easiness. Overeasy, too easy. Overeat, to eat too much. Overeat, past participle of overeat. Overeater, one who eats too much, particularly one who does so regularly. Overeaters, plural of overeater. Overeating, gluttony, the act of eating to excess. Overeats, third person singular simple present indicative of overeat. Over, simple past and past participle of over. Overedge, to overlock. Overedge, simple past and past participle of overedge. Overedger, an overlocker. Overedgers, plural of overedger. Overedges, third person singular simple present indicative of overedge. Overedging, present participle and gerund of overedge. Overedit, to edit something too much. Overedited, simple past and past participle of overedit. Overediting, present participle and gerund of overedit. Overedit. Third person singular simple present indicative of overedit. Overeducate. To educate too much. Overeducated. Having received too much education. Overeducates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overeducate. Overeducated. Present participle and gerund of overeducate. Overeducation.
Here we go.
The state of being overeducated. The state when one feels overburdened by their education or has more education than their situation demands. Over-effusive. Excessively effusive. Over-effusively. In an over-effusive manner. Over-effusiveness. The quality of being over-effusive. Over-egg. Chiefly in over-egg the pudding, to spoil something by exaggerating it, or an aspect of it, to overdo. Over-egg. Alternative form of over-egg. Over-egging. Present participle and gerund of over-egg. Over-eggs. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-egg. Over-elaborate. Excessively elaborate. Over-elaborated. Simple past and past participle of over-elaborate. Over-elaborately. In an over-elaborate manner. Over-elaborateness. The state or condition of being over-elaborate. Over-elaborates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-elaborate. Over-elaborating. Present participle and gerund of over-elaborate. Over-elaboration. Excessive elaboration, going into too much detail. Over-elaborations. Plural of over-elaboration. Over-elegance. Excessive elegance. Over-elegant. Excessively elegant. Over-elegantly. Too elegantly. Over-elevation. Excessive elevation. Over-reliance. Misspelling of over-reliance. Overlay. Misspelling of over-reliant. Over-elliptical. Too elliptic. Over-elongate. To elongate excessively. Over-elongated. Simple past and past participle of over-elongate. Over-elongates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-elongate. Over-elongated. Present participle and gerund of over-elongate. Over-elongation. Excessive elongation. Over-elongation. Plural of over-elongation. Over-embellish. To embellish excessively. Over-embellish. Simple past. And past participle of over-embellish. Over-embellishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-embellish. Over-embellishing. Present participle and gerund of over-embellish. Over-embellishment. Excessive embellishment. Over-embellishments. Plural of over-embellishment. Over-embrace. To embrace too often or to an excessive degree. Over-embroider. To embroider excessively. Over-embroider. Simple past and past participle of over-embroider. Over-embroidering. Present participle and gerund of over-embroider. Over-embroiders. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-embroider. Over-emote. To display emotion excessive for the situation. Over-emotive. Simple past and past participle of over-emote. Over-emotes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-emote. Over-emoting. Present participle and gerund of over-emote. Over-emotional. Showing too much emotion. Over-emotionalism. The fact of being over-emotional. Over-emotionality. The quality of being over-emotional. Over-emotionalize. To make too emotional. Over-emotionalize. Simple past and past participle of over-emotionalize. Over-emotionalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-emotionalize. Over-emotionalizing. Present participle and gerund of over-emotionalize. Over-emotionally. In an over-emotional manner. Over-emotive. Excessively emotive. Over-empathic. Excessively empathic. Over-empathize. To empathize excessively. Over-emphases. Plural of over-emphases. Over-emphases. Excessive emphasis. Overemphasize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of overemphasize. Overemphasize. Simple past tense. Excessive emphasis. Overemphasize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of overemphasize. Overemphasize. Simple past and past participle of overemphasize. Overemphasizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overemphasize. Overemphasizing. Present participle and gerund of overemphasize. Overemphasize. To place too much emphasis on. To overstate the importance of. Overemphasize. Simple past and past participle of overemphasize. Overemphasizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overemphasize. Overemphasizing. Present participle and gerund of overemphasize. Overemphatic. Excessively emphatic, particularly in musical or theatrical interpretation. Overemphatically. In an overemphatic manner. Overemploy. To overuse. Overemploy. Simple past and past participle of overemploy. Overemploying. Present participle and gerund of overemploy. Overemployment. The condition of being overemployed. Overemploys. Third person singular simple present indicative of overemploy. Overempty. Simple past and past participle of overempty. Overempties. Third person singular simple present indicative of overempty. Overempty. To make too empty, to exhaust. Overempty. Present participle and gerund of overempty. Overenamored. Excessively enamored, too much in love. Overenamored. Alternative form of overenamored. Overencapsulate. To encapsulate excessively. Encapsulated. Simple past and past participle of overencapsulate. Overenchant. To enchant excessively. Overenchanted. Simple past and past participle of overenchant. Overenchanting. Present participle and gerund of overenchant. Overenchantment. Excessive delight. Or enthusiasm. Overenchants. Third person singular simple present indicative of overenchant. Overencourage. To encourage too much. Overencourage. Simple past and past participle of overencourage. Overencouragement. Excessive encouragement. Overencourages. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-encourage. Over-encouraging. Present participle and gerund of over-encourage. Over-encumber. To encumber excessively. Over-encumber. Simple past and past participle of over-encumber. Over-encumbering. Present participle and gerund of over-encumber. Over-encumbers. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-encumber. Over-encumbrance. An excessive encumbrance. Over-encumbrance is plural of over-encumbrance. Over-end. A surname. Over-endowed. Excessively endowed. Over-energetic. Too energetic. Over-energized. Excessively energize. Over-enforce. To enforce excessively. Over-enforce. Simple past and past participle of over-enforce. Over-enforcement. Excessive enforcement of the law, statute, etc. Over-enforces. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-enforce. Over-enforcing. Present participle and gerund of over-enforce. Over-engine. Having an engine that is larger or more powerful than necessary. Over-engineer. To render something more complicated than necessary, often implying that the complexity was added intentionally. Over-engineer. Simple past and past participle of over-engineer. Over-engineering. Present participle and gerund of over-engineer. Over-engineers. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-engineer. Over-engrossed. Overly or excessively engrossed. Over-enjoy. To enjoy too much. Over-enjoy. Simple past and past participle of over-enjoy. Over-enjoying. Present participle and gerund of over-enjoy. Over-enjoys. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-enjoy. Over-enrich. To enrich excessively. Over-enrich. Excessively enriched. Over-enriches. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-enrich. Over-enriching. Present participle and gerund of over-enrich. Over-enrichment. Excessive enrichment. Over-enroll. For which too many people have enrolled. Over-entertain. Entertained too much. Over-enthusiasm. Excessive enthusiasm. Over-enthusiasms. Plural of over-enthusiasm. Over-enthusiastic. Excessively enthusiastic. Enthusiastically. With excessive enthusiasm. Over-entitled. Feeling or acting as though one is entitled to more than one really is. Overly demanding or grabby. Over-entitlement. The condition of being over-entitled. Over-enunciate. To enunciate too strongly. Over-enunciated. Simple past and past participle of over-enunciate. Over-enunciates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-enunciate. Over-enunciating. Present participle and gerund of over-enunciate. Over-enunciation. Excessively strong enunciation. Over it. Wet. To furnish with too much equipment. Over-equip. simple past and past participle of over-equip. Over-equipping, present participle and gerund of over-equip. Over-equips, third person singular simple present indicative of over-equip. Over-erupted, simple past and past participle of over-erupt. Over-erupting, present participle and gerund of over-erupt. Over-eruption, the physiological movement of a tooth lacking an opposing partner in the dental occlusion. Over-eruptions, plural of over-eruption. Over-erupts, third person singular simple present indicative of over-erupt. Over-esteem, to esteem too much. Over-esteem, simple past and past participle of over-esteem. Over-esteeming, present participle and gerund of over-esteem. Over-esteems, third person singular simple present indicative of over-esteem. Overestimate, to judge or calculate too highly. Overestimated, simple past and past participle of overestimate. Overestimates, third person singular simple present in indicative of overestimate. Overestimating, present participle and gerund of overestimate. Overestimation, an excessive estimation. Overestimations, plural of overestimation. Overestimator, one who overestimates. Overestimators, plural of overestimator. Overetch, to etch too deeply. Overetch, simple past and past participle of overetch. Overetches, third person singular simple present indicative of overetch. Overetching, present participle and gerund of overetch. Over-evaluate, to evaluate and rank too highly, overvalue. Over-evaluated, simple past and past participle of over-evaluate. Over-evaluates, third person singular simple present indicative of over-evaluate. Over-evaluating, present participle and gerund of over-evaluate. Over-evaluation, synonym of overvaluation. Over-evaluations, plural of over-evaluation. Over-exact, too exact, over-scrupulous, pedantic, over-precise. Over-exactness, quality of being over-exact. Over-exaggerate, to exaggerate, to overstate excessively. Over-exaggerated, simple past and past participle of over-exaggerate. Over-exaggerates, third person singular simple present indicative of over-exaggerate. Over-exaggerating, present participle and gerund of over-exaggerate. Over-exaggeration, excessive exaggeration. Over-exaggerations, plural of over-exaggeration. Over-examined, subjected to too much examination or too many academic or medical examinations. Over-excel, synonym of excel, surpass, do better than. Over-excel, simple past and past participle of over-excel. Over-excelling, present participle and gerund of over-excel. Over-excels, third person singular simple present indicative of over-excel. Over-excitabilities, plural of over-excitability. Over-excitability, the state of being over-excitable. Over-excitable, excessively excitable, overexcitably, in an overexcitable manner, overexcitation, excessive excitation, overexcitations, plural of overexcitation, overexcite, to excite to an excessive degree, overexcited, excessively excited, overexcitement, the condition of being excessively excited, overexcitement, plural of overexcitement, overexcites, third person singular simple present indicative of overexcite, overexciting, present participle and gerund of overexcite, overexclusion, excessive exclusion, overexclusive, too exclusive, tending to exclude too much, overexpression, excessive expression of something, overexercise, to exercise to an excessive degree, overexercise, simple past and past participle of overexercise, overexercises, third person singular simple present indicative of overexercise, overexercising, present participle and gerund of overexercise, overexert, to exert oneself to an excessive degree, overexerted, simple past and past participle of overexert, exerting, present participle and gerund of overexert, overexertion, excessive exertion, so much exertion that discomfort or injury results, overexertions, plural of overexertion, overexert, third person singular simple present indicative of overexert, overexfoliate, to exfoliate excessively, overexfoliating, simple past and past participle of overexfoliate, overexfoliates, third person singular simple present indicative of overexfoliate, overexfoliating, present participle and gerund of overexfoliate, overexfoliation, excessive exfoliation, overexhaustion, excessive exhaustion, overexoticize, to exoticize excessively, to make something appear overly exotic, overexoticize, simple past and past participle of overexoticize, overexoticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of overexoticize, overexoticizing, present participle and gerund of overexoticize, overexpand, to expand, and to an excessive or unwise degree, overexpanded, simple past and past participle of overexpand, overexpanding, present participle and gerund of overexpand, overexpands, third person singular simple present indicative of overexpand, overexpansion, excessive expansion, especially expansion that is not sustainable, overexpansions, plural of overexpansion, overexpansive, too expansive, overexpect, to expect too much, overexpectant, excessively expectant, expecting too much, overexpectantly, with excessively high expectations, overexpectation, an excessively high expectation, overexpectations, plural of overexpectation, overexpected, simple past and past participle of overexpect, Over-expecting, present participle and gerund of over-expect. Over-expects, third person singular simple present indicative of over-expect. Over-expenditure, an excessive expenditure. Over-expenditures, plural of over-expenditure. Over-explain, to explain at unnecessary length or in too much detail. Over-expenditures, plural of over-expenditure. Over-explain, to explain at unnecessary length or in too much detail. Over-explained, simple past and past participle of over-explain. Over-explainer, one who over-explains. Over-explainers, plural of over-explainer. Over-explaining, present participle and gerund of over-explain. Over-explains, third person singular simple present indicative of over-explain. Over-explanation, the act of over-explaining, excessive explanation. Over-explanations, plural of over-explanation. Over-explanatory, excessively explanatory. Over-explicit, excessively explicit. Over-explicitness, the quality of being over-explicit. Over-exploit. To exploit excessively. Over-exploitation, excessive and damaging exploitation. Over-exploitative, excessively exploitative. Over-exploited, simple past and past participle of over-exploit. Over-exploiting, present participle and gerund of over-exploit. Over-exploits, third person singular simple present indicative of over-exploit. Over-explored, excessively explored or investigated. Overexpose, to expose excessively. Overexpose, simple past and past participle of overexpose. Overexposes, third person singular simple present indicative of overexpose. Overexposing, present participle and gerund of overexpose. Overexposure, excessive exposure. Overexposures, plural of overexposure. Overexpress, to artificially express a gene in increased quantity. Overexpressed, simple past and past participle of overexpress. Overexpress, something that experiences or produces overexpression. Overexpressors, plural of overexpressor. Overexpresses, third person singular simple present indicative of overexpress. Overexpressing, present participle and gerund of overexpress. Overexpression, the abnormal or artificial expression of a gene in increased quantity. Overexpression, plural of overexpression. Overexpressor, alternative form of overexpressor. Overexpressors, plural of overexpressor. Overexquisite, excessively exquisite, too exact or careful. Overexquisitely, in an overexquisite manner. Overextend, to expand or extend to an excessive degree, especially to do so beyond a safe limit, to overreach. Overextended, simple past and past participle of overextend. Overextender, one who overextends.
Invincible.
Overextenders, plural of overextender. Overextended, present participle and gerund of overextend. Overextends, third person singular simple present indicative of overextend. Overextension, the state or quality of being overextended, extension beyond normal, correct, or appropriate bounds or limits. Overextensions, plural of overextension. Overextensive, too extensive. Overextension, misspelling of overextension. Overextraction, an excessive extraction. Overextraction, plural of overextraction. Overextrapolate, to extrapolate excessively. Overextrapolated, simple past and past participle of overextrapolate. Overextrapolates, third person singular simple present indicative of overextrapolate. Overextrapolating, present participle and gerund of overextrapolate. Overextrapolation, excessive extrapolation, as when drawing conclusions from data. Overextrapolations, plural of overextrapolation. Overextravagant, too extravagant. Overextravagantly, in an overextravagant manner. Overextreme, too extreme. Overextrude, to extrude too far. Overextruded, simple past and past participle of overextrude. Overextrudes, third person singular simple present indicative of overextrude. Overextruding, present participle of overextrude. Overexuberance, excessive exuberance. Overexuberant, excessively exuberant. Overexuberantly, in an overexuberant manner. Override, to superintend, inspect, observe, witness. Override, simple past and past participle of override. Override, present participle and gerund of override. Overrise, third person singular simple present indicative of override. Override, present participle and gerund of override. Overface, the upper side or upward facing surface of an object. Overfaced, simple past and past participle of overface. Overfaces, plural of overface. Overvassal, excessively facile. Overfacing, present participle and gerund of overface. Overfactorization, the use or consideration of excessive factors in factor analysis. Overfaint, too faint. Overfaithful, too faithful. Overfaithfully, in an overfaithful manner. Overfall, a turbulent section of a body of water caused by strong currents passing over submerged ridges. Of a body of water caused by strong currents passing over submerged ridges. Overfalling, simple past and past participle of overfall. Overfalling, present participle and gerund of overfall. Overfalls, plural of overfall. Overfamiliar, common or repeated to the point of being unnoticed or annoying. Overfamiliarities, plural of overfamiliarity. Overfamiliarity, the state of being overfamiliar. Overfamiliarly, in an overfamiliar way. Overfamous, too famous. Overfanciful, overfamous, too famous. Overfanciful, excessively fanciful. Overfancy, excessively fancy. Overvar, excessively far, excessively fancy. Overvar, excessively far. Over there, to go over past traverse. Over farm, to farm too much. Over farm, simple past and past participle of over farm. Over farming, present participle and gerund of over farm. Over farms, third person singular simple present indicative of over farm. Over vast, too quick. Over fastidious, excessively fastidious. Over fastidiously, in an over fastidious manner. Over fastidiousness, the state of being over fastidious. Over fat, having too much fat as a proportion. Fastidious. Over fat, having too much fat as a proportion of body mass. Over fatigue, to fatigue to excess, to tire out. Over fatigue, simple past and past participle of over fatigue. Over fatigues, third person singular simple present indicative of over fatigue. Over fatiguing, present participle and gerund of over fatigue. Over vat, to fatten excessively. Over vatten,
Here we go.
simple past and past participle of over fatten. Over fattening, present participle and gerund of over fatten. Over vattens, third person singular simple present indicative of over fatten. Over favor, to favor excessively, to treat preference. Over favor, simple past and past participle of over favor. Over favoring, present participle and gerund of over favor. Over favors, third person singular simple present indicative of over favor. Over favor, alternative form of over favor. Over favor, simple past and past participle of over favor. Over favoring, present participle and gerund of over favor. Over favors, third person singular simple present indicative of over favor. Over vaugn, to fawn or flatter grossly or excessively. Over vaugn, simple past and past participle of over fawn. Over fawning, present participle and gerund of over fawn. Over vauns, third person singular simple present indicative of over fawn. Over fear, to fear excessively, to be too afraid of. Over fear, simple past and past participle of over fear. Over fearful, to fearful. Over fearfulness, excessive fearfulness. Over fearing, present participle and gerund of over fear. Over fears, third person singular simple present indicative of over fear. Over feature, to feature excessively. Over feature, simple past and past participle of over feature. Over features, third person singular simple present indicative of over feature. Over featuring, present participle and gerund of over feature. Overt, excessively fed, given too much to eat, having had too much to eat. Over feeble, feeble to an excessive or debilitating degree. Over feed, to feed a person or animal too much. Overfeeder, one who feeds too much. Overfeeders, plural of overfeeder. Overfeeding, present participle and gerund of overfeed. Overfeedings, plural of overfeeding. Overfeeds, third person singular simple present indicative of overfeed. Overfeel, to feel excessively or to too great an extent. Overfeeling, present participle and gerund of overfeel. Overfeels. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfeel. Overval. Simple past and past participle of overfall. Overval. Simple past and past participle of overfell. Overvalle. Present participle and gerund of overfell. Overvelt. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfell. Overvelt. Simple past and past participle of overfeel. Overfeminine. Excessively feminine. Overfeminization. Excessive feminization.
Here we go.
Overfeminize. To feminize excessively. Overfeminize. Simple past and past participle of overfeminize. Overfeminizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfeminize. Overfeminizing. Present participle and gerund of overfeminize. Overferment. To ferment for too long. Allow or exhibit too much fermentation. Overfermentation. Excessive fermentation. Overfermented. Simple past and past participle of overferment. Overfermenting. Present participle and gerund of overferment. Overferments. Third person singular simple present indicative of overferment. Overfertile. Too fertile. Overfertilization. Alternative form of overfertilization. Overfertility. Excessive fertility. Overfertilization. Excessive fertilization. The overuse of fertilizer. Overfertilize. To treat plants with too much fertilizer. Overfertilized. Simple past and past participle of overfertilize. Overfertilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfertilize. Overfertilizing. Present participle and gerund of overfertilize. Overfestoon. Excessively festoon. Overfew. Too few, not enough. Oververse. Overveil. To fill beyond capacity or beyond what is appropriate.
Invincible.
Overveiled. Simple past and past participle of overfill. Over. Vele. Present participle and gerund of overfill. Overveils. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfill. Overvelder. To subject to overfiltration. Overvelder. Simple past and past participle of overfilter. Overveltering. Present participle and gerund of overfilter. Overvelders. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfilter. Overfiltration. Excessive filtration. Overfinance. To finance too much. Overfinance. Simple past and past participle of overfinance. Overfinances. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfinance. Overfinancing. Present participle and gerund of overfinance. Overfine. Excessively fine. Overfinely. Too finely. Overfineness. Excessive fineness. Over. Finish. Of animals reared for meat. Obese. Undesirably fat. Over fire of a boiler, furnace, or other heating device relating to components or other things that are located above the fire. Over fire, fired at a high or excessively high temperature. Over fires, third person singular simple present indicative of over fire. Over firing, present participle and gerund of over fire. Over vesh, to fish an area or a species excessively, often substantially reducing over several years the supply of one or more species of fish in an area. Over vesh, simple past and past participle of overfish. Overfisher, one who overfishes. Overfishers, plural of overfisher. Overfishes, third person singular simple present indicative of overfish. Overfishing, present participle and gerund of overfish. Fishings, plural of overfishing. Overvet, to use a statistical model that has too many parameters relative to the size of the sample, leading to a good fit with the sample data, but a poor fit with new data. Overfit stream, a river that is too large to have eroded the valley or passage in which it flows. Overfit streams, plural of overfit stream. Overfets, third person singular simple present indicative of overfit. Overfitted, simple past and past participle of overfit. Overfitting, present participle and gerund of overfit. Overfittings, plural of overfitting. Overvex, to fix exceedingly or excessively, fix beyond what is required. Overfixation, excessive fixation. Overflatten, to flatten too much. Overflattening, simple past and past participle of overflatten. Overflattening, present
invincible,
participle and gerund of overflatten. Overflattens, third person singular simple present indicative of overflatten. Overflatter, to flatter unduly or excessively, to overpraise. Overflatter, simple past and past participle of overflatter. Overflattering, present participle and gerund of overflatter. Overflatters, third person singular simple present indicative of overflatter. Overflavor, to flavor excessively. Overflavor, simple past and past participle of overflavor. Overflavoring, present participle and gerund of overflavor. Overflavors, third person singular simple present indicative of overflavor. Overflavor, alternative form of overflavor. Overflavor, simple past and past participle of overflavor. Overflavoring, present participle and gerund of overflavor. Overflavors, third person singular simple present indicative of overflavor. Overflash, having too much flesh on the body. Overfleshy, excessively fleshy. Overflew, simple past of overfly. Overflexed, excessively flexed. Overflexion, excessive flexion. Overflyer, a person or thing that overflies. Overflyers, plural of overflyer. Overflies, third person singular simple present indicative of overfly. Overflight. The flight of an aircraft over a particular place, used especially to refer to a flight over foreign or enemy territory. Overflights. Plural of overflight. Overfloat. To overflow. Overfloated. Simple past and past participle of overfloat. Overfloating. Present participle and gerund of overfloat. Overfloats. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfloat. Overflog. To belabor a point or issue excessively. Overflog. Simple past and past participle of overflog. Overflotting. Present participle and gerund of overflog. Overflogs. Third person singular simple present indicative of overflog. Overflood. To flood. Overflooded. Simple past and past participle of overflood. Overflooding. The act by which something is overflooded. Overfloodings. Plural of overflooding. Overflood. Third person singular simple present indicative of overflood. Overfloored. Excessively floored. Overflooredness. Excessive flooredness. Overflower. Put too much flour in or on. Overflowered. Simple past and past participle of overflower. Overflowering. Present participle and gerund of overflower. Overflourish. To make excessive display or flourish of. Overflourish. Simple past and past participle of overflourish. Overflourishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overflourish. Overflourishing. Present participle and gerund of overflourish. Overflowers. Third person singular simple present indicative of overflower. Overflow. Outlet for escape of excess material. Overflow hole. The hole in a sink that prevents it overflowing by diverting excess water to the drain. Overflow holes. Plural of overflow hole. Overflow meeting. A supplementary meeting of those unable to find room in the main meeting. Overflow meetings. Plural of overflow meeting. Overflow pool. A type of swimming pool or reflecting pool that has at least one edge over which water overflows, creating a dramatic visual effect. Overflow pools. Plural of overflow pool. Overflowable. Capable of being overflowed. Overflowed. Simple past and past participle of overflow. Overflow. One who or that which overflows. Overflowered. Simple past and past participle of overflower. Overflowering. Present participle and gerund of overflower. Overflowers. Plural of overflower. Overflowing. Third person singular simple present indicative of overflow. Overflowing. Overflow. Overflowingly. So as to overflow. Very excessively or generously. Overflowing. Quality of being overflowing. Exuberance. Overflowings. Plural of overflowing. Overflown. Past participle of overfly. Overflows. Plural of overflow. Overfluency. Excessive fluency. Overfluent. Excessively fluent. Overflush. surplus assets. Overflush. Simple past and past participle of overflush. Overflush is third person singular simple present indicative of overflush. Overflushing, present participle and gerund of overflush. Overflux, an overflow, an overflowing or exuberance. Overfly, to fly over something. Overfly, present participle and gerund of overfly. Overfocus, to focus excessively on a particular subject to the exclusion of others. Overfocus, simple past and past participle of overfocus. Overfocuses, third person singular simple present indicative of overfocus. Overfocusing, present participle and gerund of overfocus. Overfocus, simple past and past participle of overfocus. Overfocuses, third person singular simple present indicative of overfocus. Overfocusing, present
Invincible.
participle and gerund of overfocus. Overvive, having a focal point that is in front of the retina or observer, myopic. Overfold, a fold whereby the strata are forced through an angle of more than 90 degrees, so that younger strata lie below older ones. Overfolded, simple past and past participle of overfold. Overfolded, present participle and gerund of overfold. Overfolds, plural of overfold. Overfond, excessively fond. Overfondle, to fondle excessively. Overfondle, simple past and past participle of overfondle. Overfondles, third person singular simple present indicative of overfondle. Overfondling, present participle and gerund of overfondle. Overfondly, with excessive fondness. Overfondness, excessive fondness. Overfoolish, excessively foolish. Overvet, to assign a column summary that is greater than the sum of all the entries in that column. Overfooted, simple past and past participle of overfoot. Overfooting, present participle and gerund of overfoot. Overflex, third person singular simple present indicative of overfoot. Overforce, excessive force, violence. Overforceful, with excessive force. Overforcefully, with excessive force. Overforested, too densely forested. Overformal, excessively formal. Overformat, to use too much formatting on text or a document. Overformats, third person singular simple present indicative of overformat. Overformatted, simple past and past participle of overformat. Overformatting, present participle and gerund of overformat. Overfortification, excessive fortification. Overfortify, simple past and past participle of overfortify. Overfortified, third person singular simple present indicative of overfortify. Overfortify, to fortify excessively. Overfortify, present participle and gerund of overfortify. Overforward, excessively forward. Overforwardness, the quality of being overforward. Overvow, to foul excessively. Overvowed, simple past and past participle of overfoul. Overvowling, present participle and gerund of overfoul. Overvowels, third person singular simple present indicative of overfoul. Overfragmentation, excessive fragmentation. Overfragmented, excessively fragmented. Overfragrant, excessively fragrant. Overfrail, excessively Overfrank, to pay excessive franking credits. Overfranked, simple past and past participle of overfrank.
Invincible.
Overfranking, present participle and gerund of overfrank. Overfrankness, excessive frankness. Overfranks, third person singular simple present indicative of overfrank. Overfraught, past participle of overfreight. Overfree, excessively free liberal, familiar, or liberated. Overfreedom, the quality of being excessively free. Overfreely, too freely. Overfreeze, to freeze excessively. Overfreezes, third person singular simple present indicative of overfreeze. Overfreezing, present participle and gerund of overfreeze. Overfreight, to overload with freight. Overfreighted, laden with too much freight. Overfreighting, present participle. And gerund of overfreight. Overfreight, third person singular simple present indicative of overfreight. Overfrequency, the condition where the frequency of an electrical supply rises above normal parameters. Overfrequent, excessively frequent. Overfrequently, to often. Overfret, to fret excessively. Past and past participle of overfry. Overfriendliness, the quality of being too friendly. Overfriendly, excessively friendly. Overfries, third person singular simple present indicative of overfry.
Here we go.
Overfreeze, covered with a freeze, or as if with a freeze. Overfrighten, to frighten excessively. Overfrighten, simple past and past participle of overfrighten. Overfrightening, present participle and gerund of overfrighten. Overfrightens, third person singular simple present indicative of overfrighten. Overfrut, a false overshirt, jacket, or vest that is attached to the bodice or shirt of a garment. Overfronting, simple past and past participle of overfront. Overfronting, present participle and gerund of overfront. Overfronts, third person singular simple present indicative of overfront. Overfrothe, the production of excessive froth. Overfroze, simple past of overfreeze. Overfrozen, past participle of overfreeze. Overfruitful, excessively fruitful. Overfry, to fry for too long. Overfrying, present participle and gerund of overfry. Overfuck, overfuck, to fuck excessively. Overfuck, oversexed, Overfucking. Present participle and gerund of overfuck. Overfucks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfuck. Overfull. Obsolete spelling of overfull. Overfulfill. Alternative form of overfulfill. Overfulfill. To do or provide more than is needed to fulfill a quota, etc. Overfulfill. Simple past and past participle of overfulfill. Overfulfilling. Present participle and gerund of overfulfill. Overfulfills. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfulfill. Overfulfillment. Fulfillment to a greater extent than needed. Overfulfills. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfulfill. Overfull. Excessively filled. Full to overflowing. Overfullness. The state of being excessively or abnormally full. Overfulls. Plural of overfull. Overfully. To fully. Overfunction. To function excessively. Overfunctioned. Simple past and past participle of overfunction. Overfunctioner. One who overfunctions. Overfunctioners. Plural of overfunctioner. Overfunctioning. Present participle and gerund of overfunction. Overfunctions. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfunction. Overfunctor. A morphism of an overcategory. Overfunctors. Plural of overfunctor. Overfund. To supply with more funds than necessary or appropriate. Overfunded. Simple past and past participle of overfund. Overfundedness. The quality of being overfunded. Overfunding. Excess funding. Overfundings. Plural of overfunding. Overfunds. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfund. Overfurious. Excessively furious. Overfurnish. To furnish excessively. Overfurnish. Pretentiously or ostentatiously decorated. Overfurnishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overfurnish. Overfurnishing. Present participle and gerund of overfurnish. Overfussy. Excessively fussy. Overguard. A surname. Overguards. Plural of overguard. Overgain. To gain too much. Overgained. Simple past and past participle of overgain. Overgaining. Present participle and gerund of overgain. Overgains. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgain. Overgamble. To gamble present participle and gerund of overgain. Overgains. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgain. Overgamble. To gamble excessively. Overgamble. Simple past and past participle of overgamble. Overgambles. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgamble. Overgambling. Present participle and gerund of overgamble. Overgang. To go beyond or above, to exceed. Overgang. Simple past and past participle of overgang. Overganging. Present participle and gerund of overgang. Overgangs. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgang. Overgarment. A garment normally worn over other garments. Overgarments. Plural of overgarment. Overgarrison. Garrison to excess. Overgave. Simple past of overgive. Overgaze. To gaze, to overlook. Overgaze. Simple past and past participle of overgaze. Overgazes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgaze. Overgazing. Present participle and gerund of overgaze. Overgenderization. Alternative form of overgenderization. Overgenderize. To genderize too much. To unnecessarily assign masculine or feminine qualities to. Overgenderize. Simple past and past participle of overgenderize. Overgenderizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgenderize. Overgenderizing. Present participle and gerund of overgenderize. Overgeneral. Excessively general. Overgeneralization. Alternative form of overgeneralization. Overgeneralizations. Plural of overgeneralization. Overgeneralize. Alternative spelling of overgeneralize. Overgeneralize. Simple past and past participle of overgeneralize. Overgeneralizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgeneralize. Overgeneralizing. Present participle and gerund of overgeneralize. Overgenerality. Excessive generality. Overgeneralization. The act of overgeneralizing. Overgeneralizations. Plural of overgeneralization. Overgeneralize. To discuss or regard something in terms that are too general and thereby ignore significant details or differences. Overgeneralize. Simple past and past participle of overgeneralize. Overgeneralizer. One who overgeneralizes. Overgeneralizers. Plural of overgeneralizer. Overgeneralizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgeneralize. Overgeneralizing. Present participle and gerund of overgeneralize. Overgenerally. In an overgeneral manner. Overgenerate. To assign meaning to incorrect sentences. Overgenerated. Simple past and past participle of overgenerate. Overgenerates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgenerate. Overgenerating. Present participle and gerund of overgenerate. Overgeneration. The generation of too much or too many of something. Overproduction. Overgenerosity. Excessive generosity. Overgenerous. Generous to an excessive degree. Overgenerously. In an overgenerous way. Overgenial. Excessively genial. Overgeniality. Excessive geniality. Overgentle. Excessively gentle. Overgently. In an overgentle manner. Overgesticulate. To gesticulate excessively. Overgesticulated. Simple past and past participle of overgesticulate. Overgesticulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgesticulate. Overgesticulate. Present participle and gerund of overgesticulate. Overgesticulation. Excessive gesticulation. Overgesticulations. Plural of overgesticulation. Overgesture. To gesture excessively. Overgesture. Simple past and past participle of overgesture. Overgestures. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgesture. Overgesturing. Present participle and gerund of overgesture. Overget. To get more than expected or due. Overgets. Third person singular simple present indicative of overget. Overgetting. Present participle and gerund of overget. Overgifted. Excessively gifted. Overgild. To cover with gilding. Overgilded. Gilded on top. Overgilding. Present participle and gerund of overgild. Overgilds. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgild. Overgelt. Simple past and past participle of overgild. Overgird. Encircling. Overgirded. Simple past and past participle of overgird.
Here we go.
Overgirded. Present participle and gerund of overgird. Overgirds. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgird. Overgird. Simple past and past participle of overgird. Overgive. To give too lavishly. Overgiven. Past participle of overgive. Overgives. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgive. Overgiving. Present participle and gerund of overgive. Overglad. Excessively or unduly glad. Overglamorization. The process of overglamorizing. Overglamorize. To glamorize too much. Overglamorize. Simple past and past participle of overglamorize. Overglamorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overglamorize. Overglamorizing. Present participle and gerund of overglamorize. Overglance. To glance over. Overglanced. Simple past and past participle of overglance. Overglances. Third person singular simple present indicative of overglance. Overlancing. Present participle and gerund of overglance. Overglaze. The outer layer or coat of glaze on a piece of pottery. Overglazed. Simple past and past participle of overglaze. Overglazes. Plural of overglaze. Of pottery. Overglazed. Simple past and past participle of overglaze. Overglazes. Plural of overglaze. Overglazing. Present participle and gerund of overglaze. Overglide. To glide over. Overgliding. Simple past and past participle of overglide. Overglides. Third person singular simple present indicative of overglide. Overgliding. Present participle and gerund of overglide. Overgloom. To cause gloom on. To make gloomy. Overgloom. Simple past and past participle of overgloom. Overglooming. Present participle and gerund of overgloom. Overglooms. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgloom. Overgloomy. excessively gloomy. Over glorification, excessive glorification, excessive praise. Over glorifications, plural of over glorification. Over glorify, simple past and past participle of over glorify. Over glorifies, third person singular simple present indicative of over glorify. Over glorify, to glorify excessively, to praise too much. Over glorifying, present participle and gerund of over glorify. Over glorious, excessively. Glorious. Over loss, to make paper, etc. Too glossy. Over glossed, simple past and past participle of over gloss. Over glosses, third person singular simple present indicative of over gloss. Over glossing, present participle and gerund of over gloss. Over low, to beam or radiate, glow exceedingly or excessively. Overload, simple past and past participle of overglow. Overlowing, present participle and gerund of overglow. Overglows, third person singular simple present indicative of overglow. Overglut, to glut excessively. Overgluts, third person singular simple present indicative of overglut. Overglutted, simple past and past participle of overglut. Overglutting, present participle and gerund of overglut. Overgluttonous, excessively gluttonous. Overglycosylated, excessively glycosylated. Overgo, to cross, go over a barrier, etc. To surmount. Overgoated, goaded too far. Overgodly, excessively godly. Overgoer, one who goes over something, an overcomer, conqueror. Overgoers, plural of overgoer. Overgoes, third person singular simple present indicative of overgo. Overgoing, present participle and gerund of overgo. Overgoings, plural of overgoing. Overguy, past participle of overgo. Overgood, too good, excessively good. Overgorge, to gorge to excess. Overgorge, simple past and past participle of overgorge. Overgorge it is third person singular simple present indicative of overgorge. Overgorging, present participle and gerund of overgorge. Overgot, simple past and past participle of overget. Overgotten, past participle of overget. Overgovern, to govern with too much rigidity or precision. Overgovern, simple past and past participle of overgovern. Overgoverning, present participle and gerund of overgovern. Overgovernment, the act of overgoverning, excessive government. Overgoverns, third person singular simple present indicative of overgovern. Overgown, a gown worn over other clothing. Overgowns, plural of overgown. Overgrace, to grace excessively. Overgraced, simple past and past participle of overgrace. Overgracious, excessively gracious. Overgray, having the truss above the roadway. Overrated. Simple past and past participle of overgrade. Overgrade. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgrade. Overgrading. Present participle and gerund of overgrade. Overgrain. To apply an additional layer of color to graining or imitation wood grain. Overgrain. Simple past and past participle of overgrain. Overgrainer. The brush used in overgraining. Overgrainers. Plural of overgrainer. Overgraining. Present participle and gerund of overgrain. Overgrains. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgrain. Overran. Excessively grand. Overgranulated. Hypergranulated. Overgranulation. Hypergranulation. Overgrasping. Excessively grasping. Overgrasped. Overgrown or covered over with grass. Overgrassing. Excessive grazing by livestock. Overgrateful. Excessively grateful. Overgratefully. Too gratefully. Gratification. Excessive gratification. Overgratify. Simple past and past participle of overgratify. Overgratifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgratify. Overgratify. To gratify excessively. Overgratifying. Present participle and gerund of overgratify. Overgratitude. Excessive gratitude. Overgraze. To graze land excessively to the detriment of the land and its vegetation. Overgrazed. Simple past and past participle of overgraze. Overgrazes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgraze. Overgrazing. Present participle and gerund of overgraze. Overgrazings. Plural of overgrazing. Overgreasy.
Invincible.
Excessively greasy. Overgreat. Excessively great. Overgreatly. Too greatly. Overgreatness. Excessive greatness. Overgreed. Excessive. Greed. Overgreedily. With excessive greed. Overgreediness. Excessive greediness. Overgreedy. Greedy to excess. Overgreen. To cover with greenery or a green color. Overgreened. Simple past and past participle of overgreen. Overgreening. Present participle and gerund of overgreen. Overgreens. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgreen. Overgrew. Simple past of overgrow. Overgrieve. To grieve excessively. Overgrieve. Simple past and past participle of overgrieve. Overgrieves. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgrieve. Overgrieving. Present participle and gerund of overgrieve. Overgrievous. Excessively grievous. Overgrind. To grind excessively. Overgrinding. Present participle and gerund of overgrind. Overgrinds. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgrind. Overgrip. A soft, padded, cloth-like tape wrapped around the grip of his sports racket to improve the grip. Plural of overgrip.
Here we go.
Overgroom. To groom excessively. Overgroom. Simple past and past participle of overgroom. Overgrooming. Present participle and gerund of overgroom. Overgroomed. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgroom. Overgross. Excessively gross. Overgrossed. Simple past and past participle of overgross. Overgrosses. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgross. Overgrossing. Present participle and gerund of overgross. Overgrosseness. Excessive grossness. Overground. The London Overground, a counterpart of London Underground operated by TfL Transport for London, which operates some of the various lines around London which are mainly above ground. Overgrounds. Plural of overground. Overgroup. A supergroup. Overgroups. Plural of overgroup. Overgrow. To grow beyond one's boundaries or containment, or beyond the proper size. Overgrowing. Present participle and gerund of overgrow. Overgrown. Having large numbers of plants which have become too big and are hence spoiling the picturesqueness of a garden. Overgrownness. The state of being overgrown. Overgrows. Third person singular simple present indicative of overgrow. Overgrowth. A usually abundant, luxuriant growth over or on something else. Overgrowths. Plural of overgrowth. Overguaranteed. To guarantee excessively. Overguaranteed. Simple past and past participle of overguaranteed. Overguaranteeing. Present participle and gerund of overguarantee. Overguarantees. Third person singular simple present indicative of overguarantee. Overestimate. To overestimate. Overguestimated. Simple past and past participle of overguestimate. Overguestimates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overguestimate. Overguestimated. Present participle and gerund of overguestimate. Overguilty. Excessively guilty. Overhail. To call or tempt away from the correct path. Overhailed. Simple past and past participle of overhail. Overhailing. Present participle and gerund of overhail. Overhails. Third person singular simple present indicative of overhail. Overair. The long hair overlying the fur of many animals. Overairs. Plural of overhair. Overhail. To draw or haul over. Overhaul. Overhailed. Simple past and past participle of overhail. Overhails. Third person singular simple present indicative of overhail. Overhailing. Present participle and gerund of overhail. Overhaul. Obsolete form of overhaul. Overhauled. Simple past and past participle of overhaul. Overhauling. Present participle and gerund of
Here we go.
overhaul. Overhallow. To hallow excessively. Make something too holy or hallowed. Overhallowed. simple past and past participle of overhallow. Overhallowing, present participle and gerund of overhallow. Overhallows, third person singular simple present indicative of overhallow. Overhauls, third person singular simple present indicative of overhaul. Overhand, executed with the hand brought forward and down from above the shoulders. Overhand knot, a particular very simple knot, used for example to prevent the end of a rope from unraveling and as part of other knots. Overhand knots, plural of overhand knot. Overhanded, overhand. Overhand, handicap, to handicap excessively. Overhandicapped, simple past and past participle of overhandicap. Overhandicapping, present participle and gerund of overhandicap. Overhandicaps, third person singular simple present indicative of overhandicap. Overhanding, present participle and gerund of overhand. Overhandle, to handle excessively. Overhandle, simple past and past participle of overhandle. Overhandles, third person singular simple present indicative of overhandle. Overhandling, present participle and gerund of overhandle. Overhands, third person singular simple present indicative of overhand. Overhigh, to hang over something.
Invincible.
Overhang seat, a legislative seat distribution used to guarantee that a party gets their fair share of seats when a party is entitled to fewer seats as a result of party votes than it has won constituencies. Additional seats granted to that party would be overhang seats. Overhang, simple past and past participle of overhang. Overhire, one of the bricks forming an overhang. Overhires, plural of overhanger. Overhanging, present participle and gerund of overhang. Overhangings, plural of overhanging. Overhangs, plural of overhang. Overhappiness, excessive happiness. Overhappy, exceedingly happy. Overharass, to harass excessively. Overharassed, simple past and past participle of overharass. Overharasses, third person singular simple present indicative of overharass. Overharassing, present participle and gerund of overharass. Overharassment, excessive harassment. Overhard, too hard. Overharden, to harden too much. Overharden, simple past and past participle of overharden. Overhardening, present participle and gerund of overharden. Overhardens, third person singular simple present indicative of overharden. Overhardly, in an overhard way, by means which are too difficult. Overhardness, excessive hardness. Overhardy, too hardy. Overharsh, excessively harsh. Overharshly, in an excessively harsh manner. Overharshness, excessive harshness. Overharvest, to harvest too much, especially at an unsustainably high level. Overharvested, simple past and past participle of overharvest. Overharvesting, present participle and gerund of overharvest. Over harvests, third person singular simple present indicative of over harvest. Over haste, excessive, often undue haste. Over hasten, to hasten excessively, to rush. Over hasten, brought on too hastily, rushed. Over hastily, too hasty. Over hastiness, the quality of being over hasty. Over hasty, too hasty. Over hate, to hate excessively. Over hated, given an excessive amount of hate, getting more hate than it deserves. Over hates, third person singular simple present indicative of over hate. Over hating, present participle and gerund of over hate. Over hatted, eating too much sail. Over haughty, excessively haughty. Overhaul, a major repair, renovation, or revision. Overhaulable, capable of being overhauled. Overhauled, simple past and past participle of overhaul. Overhauler, one who overhauls. Overhaulers, plural of overhauler. Overhauled, simple past and past participle of overhaul. Overhauler, one who overhauls. Overhaulers, plural of overhauler. Overhauling, present participle and gerund of overhaul. Overhaulings, plural of overhauling. Overhauls, plural of overhaul. Overhead, located above, especially over the head. Overhead bin, a compartment for luggage placed over the passenger's seat on public transport such as trains, airplanes, etc. Overhead bridge restaurant, a kind of rest area with restaurants forming a bridge above the expressway, accessible to traffic heading in either direction. Overhead bridge restaurants, plural of overhead bridge restaurant. Overhead cam, a type of cam and camshaft in an internal combustion engine, and thus also metonymic the type of valvetrain design, the type of engine that uses it, or an instance of such an engine. This design has the inlet and exhaust valves in the cylinder head and has the camshaft S up above the valves too. Overhead cams, plural of overhead cam. Overhead crane, a crane used in industry with a steel bridge mounted on a runway at either end and a hoist which travels along the bridge. Overhead cranes, plural of overhead crane. Overhead engine, a vertical steam engine in which the cylinder stands above the crank. Overhead engines, plural of overhead engine. Overhead fan, a ceiling fan. Overhead fans, plural of overhead fan. Overhead kick, a kick where the ball travels over the player's head. Overhead kicks, plural of overhead kick. Overhead line, a wire or cable suspended between poles or by a catenary used to provide trains, trams, or trolley buses with electricity. Overhead lines, plural of overhead line. Overhead press, an exercise in which weight is lifted with the arms which are straightened vertically over one's head. Overhead presses, plural of overhead press. Overhead projector, a projector that projects an image over the heads of the viewers onto a screen in front of them. Overhead projectors, plural of overhead projector. Overhead restaurant, synonym of overhead bridge restaurant. Overhead restaurants, plural of overhead restaurant. Overhead squat, a form of squat exercise in which the barbell or the hands, if not using a weight, is slashed or held over the head. Overhead transparencies, plural of overhead transparency. Overhead transparency, a transparency for use with an overhead projector. Overhead valve, a type of valve in an internal combustion engine, and thus also meant to mimic the type of valvetrain design, the type of engine that uses it, or an instance of such an engine. This design has the inlet and exhaust valves in the cylinder head and therefore above the piston. The camshaft can be beside the pistons with push rods and rockers operating the valves or above the valves, with the latter usually referred to as overhead cam. Overhead valves, plural of overhead valve. Overheadman, a high-ranking headman, a chief over other headmen. Overheadman, plural of overheadmen. Overheads, plural of overhead. Overheady, excessively heady. Overheel, to heel over. Overheel, simple past and past participle of overheel. Overhealing, the production of excessive tissue during the healing of a wound. Overheels, third person singular simple present indicative of overheal. Overheat, to heap too high, heap up excessively, supply too much of. Overheat, simple past and past participle of overheap. Overheaping, present participle and gerund of overheap. Overheaps, third person singular simple present indicative of overheap. Overear, to hear something that was not meant for one's ears. Overheard, simple past and past participle of overhear. Overhearer, one who grows up hearing a language but does not learn to speak it. Overhearers, plural of overhearer. Overhearing, present participle and gerund of overhear. Overhearings, plural of overhearing. Overears, third person singular simple present indicative of overhear. Overheartily, in an excessively hearty manner. Overhearty, excessively hearty. Overheat, to heat excessively. Overheated, simple past and past participle of overheat. Overheatedly, in an overheated manner, with undue heat. Overheatedness, the quality of being overheated. Overheater, an individual who tends to feel too hot. Overheaters, plural of overheater. Overheating, present participle and gerund of overheat. Overheatings, plural of overheating. Overheats, third person singular simple present indicative of overheat. Overheave, to overcast. Overheaves, third person singular simple present indicative of overheat. Over heavily, too heavily. Over heaviness, excessive heaviness. Over heavy, excessively heavy. Overhedging, alternative spelling of overhedging. Over height, higher than is standard or transport law of a vehicle higher than is allowed. Over heighten, to heighten excessively. Over heighten, simple past and past participle of over heighten. Over heightening, present participle and gerund of over heighten. Over heightens, third person singular simple present indicative of over heighten. overhelp. Simple past and past participle of overhold. Overhelp. To supply with too much help. Overhelped. Simple past and past participle of overhelp. Overhelp. Helpful. Excessively helpful. Overhelping. Present participle and gerund of overhelp. Overhelped. Third person singular simple present indicative of overhelp. Overhamisect. To divide beyond the midline. Overhamisected. Simple past and past participle of overhamisect. Overhamisected. Present participle and gerund of overhamisect. Overhamisects. Third person singular simple present indicative of overhamisect. Overhand. To overtake. Overhanding. Present participle and gerund of overhand. Overhand. Third person singular simple present indicative of overhand. Overhand. To catch hold of. To overtake. Overhanding. Present participle and gerund of overhand. Overhands. Third person singular simple present indicative of overhand. Overhigh. To overtake. To catch up with. Overhigh. Simple past and past participle of overhigh. Overhigh. Too high. Excessively high. Over highly. Too highly. Too greatly. Overhep. Leap over. Skip over. Omit. Overhire. To hire too many employees. Overhired. Simple past and past participle of overhired. Overhires. Third person singular simple present indicative of overhire. Overhiring. Present participle and gerund of overhire. Overhit. To hit too far or too hard. Overheads. Third person singular simple present indicative of overhit. Overhitting. Present participle and gerund of overhit. Overhold. To overvalue, overestimate, hold or estimate at too dear a rate. Overholding. Present participle and gerund of overhold. Overholds. Third person singular simple present indicative of overhold. Overhollow. To hollow excessively. Overhollowed. Simple past and past participle of overhollow. Overhollowing. Present participle and gerund of overhollow. Overhollows. Third person singular simple present indicative of overhollow. Overholy. Too holy. Overhomely. Excessively homely. Over-homogenize. To homogenize to excess. Over-homogenized. Simple past and past participle of over-homogenize. Over-homogenizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-homogenize. Over-homogenizing. Present participle and gerund of over-homogenize. Over-honest. Excessively honest. Honest to a fault. Over-honestly. With excessive honesty. Over-honesty. Excessive honesty. Over-honor. To honor excessively. Over-honor. Simple past and past participle of over-honor. Over-honoring. Present participle and gerund of over-honor. Over-honor. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-honor. Over-honor. Alternative form of over-honor. Over-honor. Simple past and past participle of overhonor.
Invincible.
Overhonoring, present participle and gerund of overhonor. Overhonors, third person singular simple present indicative of overhonor. Over a clinch hold performed by putting an arm over the opponent's arm and encircling the opponent's arm or upper body. Overhooked, simple past and past participle of overhook. Overhooking, present participle and gerund of overhook. Overhooks, plural of overhook. Excessive hope or anticipation, presumption. Overhoped, simple past and past participle of overhope. Overhopes, third person singular simple present indicative of overhope. Overhoping, present participle and gerund of overhope. Overhopped, of beer, excessively hoppy. Overhot, excessively hot. Overhours, additional hours worked, overtime. Overhop, stretched along the roofs of buildings rather than on poles or underground. Overhovering, hovering above. Overhigh, to hug excessively or too much. Overhuge, excessively huge. Overhug, simple past and past participle of overhug. Overhugging, present participle and gerund of overhug. Overhugs, third person singular simple present indicative of overhug. Overhumanization, alternative form of overhumanization. Overhumanize, alternative spelling of overhumanize. Overhumanize, simple past and past participle of overhumanize. Overhumanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of overhumanize. Overhumanizing, present participle and gerund of overhumanize. Overhumanization, excessive humanization, the process of overhumanizing. Overhumanize, to overly humanize a non-human or subhuman entity. Overhumanize, simple past and past participle of overhumanize. Overhumanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of overhumanize. Overhumanizing, present participle and gerund of overhumanize. Overhigh, simple past and past participle of overhang. Overhungry, excessively hungry. Overhunt, to hunt and too much. Overhunted, simple past and past participle of overhunt. Overhunting, hunting at unsustainable levels. Overhunts, third person singular simple present indicative of overhunt. Overhurl, to overthrow. Overhurl, simple past and past participle of overhurl. Overhurling, present participle and gerund of overhurl. Overhurls, third person singular simple present indicative of overhurl. Overhurry, excessively hurry. Overhurriedly, too hurriedly. Overhurries, third person singular simple present indicative of overhurry. Overhurry, to hurry excessively. Overhurrying, present participle and gerund of overhurry. Overhydrate, to hydrate too much. Overhydrated, simple past and past participle of overhydrate. Overhydrates, Third person singular simple present indicative of overhydrate. Overhydrating. Present participle and gerund of overhydrate. Overhydration. Excessive hydration. Overhyde. To promote or publicize excessively. Overhype. Simple past and past participle. Overhydration. Excessive hydration. Overhyde. To promote or publicize excessively. Overhype. Simple past and past participle of overhype. Overhypes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overhype. Overhyping. Present participle and gerund of overhype. Over-hysterical. Excessively hysterical. Over-idealism. Excessive idealism. Over-idealistic. Excessively idealistic. Over-idealistically. In an over-idealistic manner. Over-idealization. Excessive idealization. Over-idealizations. Plural of over-idealization. Over-idealize. To idealize to too great an extent. Over-idealize. Simple past and past participle of over-idealize. Over-idealizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-idealize. Over-idealizing. Present participle and gerund of over-idealize. Over-identification. A case of over-identifying with something. Over-identify. Simple past and past participle of over-identify. Over-identifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-identify. Over-identify. To identify too much with another person or thing. Over-identifying. Present participle and gerund of over-identify. Over-ideologization. Excessive ideologization. Over-idle. Excessively idle. Overijssel. A province of the Netherlands, with Zwolle as capital city and Enschede the largest city. Over-illumination. Excess light supplied beyond the amount required for a given task. Over-illustrate. To illustrate excessively. Over-illustrated. Simple past and past participle of over-illustrate. Over-illustrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-illustrate. Over-illustrating. Present participle and gerund of over-illustrate. Over-illustration. Excessive illustration. Over-imaginative. Excessively imaginative. Over-imaginativeness. The quality of being over-imaginative. Over-imagine. To imagine with excessively elaborate detail or in an exaggerated fashion. Over-imagine. Simple past and past participle of over-imagine. Over-imagines. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-imagine.
Invincible.
Over-imagining. Present participle and gerund of over-imagine. Over-imitate. To imitate excessively. Over-imitated. Simple past and past participle of over-imitate. Over-imitates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-imitate. Over-imitating. Present participle and gerund of over-imitate. Over-imitation. Excessive imitation. Over-imitative. Excessively imitative. Over-immunization. The administration of unnecessary immunizations. Over-immunizations. Plural of over-immunization. Over-immunize. to provide with more immunizations than is necessary. Over-immunized. Simple past and past participle of over-immunize. Over-immunizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-immunize. Over-immunize. Present participle and gerund of over-immunize. Over-immunosuppress. Excessively immunosuppressed. Over-immunosuppression. Excessive immunosuppression. Over-import. To import too much of. Over-important. Excessively important. Over-importation. Excessive importation. Over-imported. Simple past and past participle of over-import. Over-importing. Present participle and gerund of over-import. Over-imports. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-import. Over-imposable. Superimposable. Overimpose. To impose too much or too often. Overimposed. Simple past and past participle of overimpose. Overimposes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overimpose. Overimposing. Present participle and gerund of overimpose. Overimpress. To impress too much. Overimpressed. Simple past and past participle of overimpress. Overimpresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of overimpress. Overimpressing. Present participle and gerund of overimpress. Overimprisonment. Synonym of overincarceration. Overimproved. Excessively improved. Overimprovement. Excessive improvement. Overimprovements. Plural of overimprovement. Overimputation. Excessive imputation. Overimputations. Plural of overimputation. Overincarcerate. To incarcerate too many of a certain group. Overincarcerated. Of whom a disproportionate number are in prison. Overincarcerates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overincarcerate. Overincarcerated. Present participle and gerund of overincarcerate. Overincarceration. The incarceration of an excess number of people. Overinclination. Excessive inclination. Overinclined. Ovally inclined. Overinclusion. Inclusion of too much or too many within a category. Overinclusions. Plural of overinclusion. Overinclusive. Too inclusive, tending to include too much. Overinclusively. In an overinclusive manner. Overinclusiveness. The quality of being overinclusive. Overinclusivity. Overinclusiveness. Overindebted. Too deeply in debt. Overindebtedness. The quality of being too deeply in debt. Overindex. To attempt to access an element beyond the bounds of an array. Overindexed. Simple past and past participle of overindex. Overindexes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overindex. Overindexing. Present participle and gerund of overindex. Overindividualism. Excessive individualism. Overindividualistic. Excessively individualistic. Overinduced. Excessively induced. Overinduction. An excessive induction. Overinductions. Plural of overinduction. Overindulge. To indulge to excess. Overindulge. Simple past and past participle of overindulge. Overindulgence. An act of overindulging. Indulgence in too much. Pleasure or consumption taken in excess of what is satisfying or necessary. Overindulgences. Plural of overindulgence. Overindulgency. Alternative form of overindulgence. Overindulging. Tending to indulge excessively. Overindulgently. In an excessively indulgent manner. Overindulger. One who overindulges. Overindulgers. Plural of overindulger. Overindulges. Third person singular simple present indicative of overindulge. Overindulging. Present participle and gerund of overindulge. Overindustrialize. Alternative form of overindustrialize. Overindustrialize. Simple past and past participle of overindustrialize. Overindustrializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overindustrialize. Overindustrializing. Present participle and gerund of overindustrialize. Overindustrialization. Excessive industrialization. Overindustrialize. To industrialize to an excessive degree. Overindustrialize. Simple past and past participle of overindustrialize. Overindustrializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overindustrialize. Overindustrializing. Present participle and gerund of overindustrialize. Overindustrious. Alternative form of overindustrious. Overinflate. To inflate excessively. To provide too much inflation. Overinflated. Simple past and past participle of overinflate. Overinflates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overinflate. Overinflating. Present participle and gerund of overinflate. Overinflation. Excessive inflation of vehicle tires. Overinflations. Plural of overinflation. Overinflection. Excessive inflection. Overinfluence. To influence unduly or excessively. Overinfluenced. Simple past and past participle of overinfluence. Overinfluences. Third person singular simple present indicative of overinfluence. Overinfluencing. Present participle and gerund of overinfluence. Overinfluential. Too influential. Overinform. To provide with too much information. Overinformative. Excessively informative. Overinformed. Simple past and past participle of overinformed. Overinforming. Present participle and gerund of overinformed. Overinforms. Third person singular simple present indicative of overinformed. Overinfusion. Excessive infusion. Overinfusions. Plural of overinfusion. Overing. Present participle and gerund of over. Overingenious. Too ingenious. Overingenuity. Excessive ingenuity. Overinhabited. Inhabited by too large a population. Over-inhalation. Excessive inhalation. Over-inhibited. Excessively inhibited. Over-inhibition. Excessive inhibition. Over-initiate. To initiate excessively. Over-initiated. Initiated. Excessively. Over-initiates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-initiate. Over-initiating. Present participle and gerund of over-initiate. Over-initiation. Excessive initiation typically of a biochemical process. Over-initiations. Plural of over-initiation. Over-ink. To apply too much ink to. Over-inked. Simple past and past participle of over-ink. Over-inking. Present participle and gerund of over-ink. Over-inks. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-ink. Over-inquisitive. Excessively inquisitive. Over-insist. To insist too strongly. Over-insisted. Simple past and past participle of over-insist. Over-insistence. Excessive insistence. Over-insistent. Excessively insistent. Over-insistently. Too insistent. Over-insistent. Present participle and gerund of over-insist. Over-insist. Excessively insistent. Over-insistently. Too insistently. Over-insisting. Present participle and gerund of over-insist. Over-insists. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-insist. Over-insolent. Excessively insolent. Over-institutionalization. Excessive institutionalization. Over-institutionalize. To institutionalize excessively. Over-institutionalize. Simple past and past participle of over-institutionalize. Over-institutionalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-institutionalize. Over-institutionalizing. Present participle and gerund of over-institutionalize. Over-instruct. To instruct excessively. Over-instructed. Simple past and past participle of over-instruct. Over-instructing. Present participle and gerund of over-instruct. Over-instruction. Excessive instruction. Over-instructs. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-instruct. Over-instrumentation. Use of excessively large surgical instruments in a surgical procedure or the damage caused thereby. Over-insulinization. Excessive insulinization. Over-insulinizations. Plural of over-insulinization. Over-insurance. The act of insuring something for too great a value. Excessive insurance. Over-insure. To insure for too great a value. Over-insured. Simple past and past participle of over-insure. Over-insures. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-insure. Over-insuring. Present participle and gerund of over-insured. Over-intellectual. Excessively intellectual. Over-intellectualization. Alternative form of over-intellectualization. Over-intellectualize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of over-intellectualize. Over-intellectualize. Simple past and past participle of over-intellectualize. Over-intellectualizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-intellectualize. Over-intellectualizing. Present participle and gerund of over-intellectualize. Over-intellectuality. The state of being over-intellectual. Over-intellectualization. Excessive intellectualization. Over intellectualizations. Plural of over-intellectualization. Over-intellectualize. To treat something in an excessively intellectual manner. Over-intellectualize. Simple past and past participle of over-intellectualize. Over-intellectualizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-intellectualize. Over-intellectualizing. Present participle and gerund of over-intellectualize. Over-intense. Excessively intense. Over-intensely. Too intensely. Over-intensification. Excessive intensification. Over-intensities. Plural of over-intensity. Over-intensity. The quality of being over-intense. Over-interest. Too much or excessive. Of interest. Over-interested. Excessively interested. Over-interestedness. The quality of being excessively interested in something. Over-internalize. To tend to take responsibility for things one isn't responsible for. Over-interpret. To give an over-interpretation.
Invincible.
Over-interpretation. Excessive interpretation. Over-interpretations. Plural of over-interpretation. Over-interpreted. Simple past and past participle of over-interpret. Over-interpreting. Present participle and gerund of over-interpret. Over-interprets. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-interpret. Over-interrogation. The interrogation of a transponder by too many ground stations. Over-intimate. Excessively intimate. Over-intimately. Too intimately. Over-intricate. Excessively intricate. Over-inventory. Having too much of something in stock. Over-invest. To invest an excessive amount. Over-invested. Simple past and past participle of over-invest. Over-investing. Present participle and gerund of over-invest. Over-investment. Excessive investment, especially in one particular area. Over-investments. Plural of over-investment. Over-investor. One who invests too much. Over-investors. Plural of over-investor. Over-invests. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-invest. Over-invoice. To issue an invoice with a higher price than what was actually paid or agreed upon. Over-involved. Excessively involved. Over-involvement. Excessive involvement. Over-involvements.
Here we go.
Plural of over-involvement. Over-iotization. Alternatives. Spelling of over-iotization. Over-iotization. Excessive iotization. Over-iotization. Excessive iotization. Over-ionization. Excessive iotization. Over-ionizations. Plural of over-ionization. Over-ionize. Excessively ionized. Over-irrigate. To irrigate excessively. Over-irrigated. Simple past and past participle of over-irrigate. Over-irrigates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-irrigate. Over-irrigating. Present participle and gerund of over-irrigate. Over-irrigation. Excessive irrigation. Overish. Quamish. Weak. Alarmed. Nervous. Overissuance. Excessive issuance. Overissuances. Plural of overissuance. Overissue. To issue too much or too many of. Overissue. Simple past and past participle of overissue. Overissues. Third person singular simple present indicative of overissue. Overissuing. Present participle and gerund of overissue. Override. A form of cedulorite in which the iron is replaced by aluminium. Overjacket. An outer jacket or overcoat. Overjackets. Plural of overjacket.
Invincible.
Overjaded. Excessively jaded. Overjaw. The upper jaw superior maxillary. Overjaws. Plural of overjaw. Overjealous. Excessively jealous. Overjealously. With excessive jealousy. Overjet. The extent of horizontal overlap of the maxillary central incisors over the mandibular central incisors. Overjets. Plural of overjet. Overjittery. Excessively jittery. Overjocular. Excessively jocular. Overjolt. An overdose of heroin or other recreational drug. Overjolts. Plural of overjolt. Overjoy. To give great joy, delight, or pleasure to. Overjoy. Very happy. Overjoyful. Excessively joyful. Overjoyfully. Too joyfully. Overjoyfulness. The state of being overjoyful. Overjoying. Present participle and gerund of overjoy. Overjoyous. Extremely happy or celebratory. Overjoyed. Overjoys. Third person singular simple present indicative of overjoy. Overjubilant. Excessively jubilant. Overjudge. To judge excessively or too harshly. Overjudged. Simple past and past participle of overjudge. Overjudgmental. Alternative spelling of overjudgmental. Overjudges. Plural of overjudge.
Here we go.
Overjudging. Present participle and gerund of overjudge. Overjudgmental. Excessively judgmental. Overjudicious. Excessively judicious. Overjump. To jump over. Overjumped. Simple past and past participle of overjump. Overjumping. Present participle and gerund of overjump. Overjumps. Third person singular simple present indicative of overjump. Overjests. Too zealous in the pursuit of justice. Overjustification. Excessive justification. Overjustifications. Plural of overjustification. Overjustify. Simple past and past participle of overjustify. Overjustifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of overjustify. Overjustify. To justify excessively, to provide too much justification for. Over-justifying, present participle and gerund of over-justify. Over-jut, to jut out over. Over-juts. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-jut. Over-jutted, simple past and past participle of over-jut. Over-jutting, present participle and gerund of over-jut. Överkalix, a town and municipality of Norrbotten County in northern Sweden. Overkeen, overly keen. Overkeenness, excessive keenness. Overkeep, keep or observe too strictly. Overkeeping, present participle and gerund of overkeep. Overkeeps, third person singular simple present indicative of overkeep. Overkept, simple past and past participle of overkeep. Overcast, overcast. Overkill, a destructive capacity that exceeds that needed to destroy an enemy, especially with nuclear weapons. Overkill, simple past and past participle of overkill. Overkilling, present participle and gerund of overkill. Overkills, third person singular simple present indicative of overkill. Overkind, excessively kind, kind beyond deserts, unnecessarily kind. Overkindly, excessively kindly. Overkindness, excessive kindness. Overking, a king who has sovereignty over inferior kings or ruling princes, a ruler of an over-kingdom, a king that is truly superior or supreme. Over-kingdom, a unit composed of several kingdoms presided over by an over-king. Over-kingdoms, plural of over-kingdom. Over-kings, plural of over-king. Over-knee, reaching above the knee. Over-knowing, excessively knowing or cunning. Over-labor, alternative form of over-labor. Over-labored, simple past and past participle of over-labor. Over-laboring. Present participle and gerund of over-labor. Over-labors, third person singular simple present indicative of over-labor. Over-labor, excessive labor. Over-labor, simple past and past participle of over-labor. Over-laboring, present participle and gerund of over-labor. Over-labored, third person singular simple present indicative of over-labor. Overlace, to spread over in a crossing pattern. Overlaced, simple past and past participle of overlace. Overlaces, third person singular simple present indicative of overlace. Overlacing, present participle and gerund of overlace. Overlactation, excessive lactation. Overlay, to load with too great a cargo or other burden. Overburden, overload. Overrelated, simple past and past participle of overlay. Overladen, packed heavily, especially beyond normal capacity. Overloaded. Overlays, third person singular simple present indicative of overlay. Overladies, plural of overlady. Overlating, present participle and gerund of overlay. Overlady, a female overlord. Overlay, simple past and past participle of overlay. Overlaying, past participle of overlie. Overlaminate, an outer layer of lamination. Overlaminated, simple past and past participle of overlaminate. Overlaminates, plural of overlaminate. Overlaminating, present participle and gerund of
Invincible.
overlaminate. Overland, over across land. Overland Park, a city in Johnson County, Kansas, United States. Overlanded, simple past and past participle of overland. Overlander, one who travels overland. Overlanders, plural of overlander. Overlanding, present participle and gerund of overland. Overlands, plural of overland. Overlanguage, employing too many words, verbose. Overlap, to extend over and partly cover something. Overlappable, capable of being made to overlap. Overlapped, simple past and past participle of overlap. Overlapper, one who or that which overlaps. Overlappers, plural of overlapper. Overlapping, present participle and gerund of overlap. Overlappingly, so as to overlap. Overlappings, plural of overlapping. Overlaps, plural of overlap. Overlard, to cover or coat with lard. Overlarded, simple past and past participle of overlard. Overlarding, present participle and gerund of overlard. Overlardings, plural of overlarding. Overlards, third person singular simple present indicative of overlard. Overlarge, excessively large, too big, oversized. Overlargely. Excessively largely. Overlargeness, the quality of being overlarge, excessive size or bulk. Overlascivious. Excessively lascivious. Overlash, to physically tie additional wires or cables to those that are already attached to a utility pole, accommodating any additional strands of fiber or coaxial cable on existing pole attachments. Overlash, simple past and past participle of overlash. Overlashes, third person singular simple present indicative of overlash. Overlashing, present participle and gerund of overlash. Overlashings, plural of overlashing. Overlate, too late, exceedingly late. Overlaud, to laud excessively, to overpraise. Overlaudation, excessive laudation. Overlaudatory, excessively laudatory. Overlaud, simple past and past participle of overlaud. Overlauding, present participle and gerund of overlaud. Overlauds, third person singular simple present indicative of overlawn. Overlaunch, to run the butts or scarfs of planks or pieces of timber to a certain distance beyond the adjacent ones in order to strengthen the work. Indicative of overlawn. Overlaunch, To run the butts or scarfs of planks or pieces of timber to a certain distance beyond the adjacent ones in order to strengthen the work. Overlaunch. Simple past and past participle of overlaunch. Overlaunch is third person singular simple present indicative of overlaunch. Overlaunching. Present participle and gerund of overlaunch. Overlavish. Excessively lavish, decadent. Overlavishly. In a way that is overlavish. Overlavishness. Quality of being overlavish. Overlax. Excessively lax. Overlaxative. Excessively laxative. Overlaxity. Excessive laxity. Overlaxness. Excessive laxness. Overlay. To lay, spread, or apply something over or across something else. To overspread. Overlay scroll bar. A scroll bar that appears over content as a floating thumb rather than enclosed within a track. Overlay scroll bars. Plural of overlay scroll bar. Overlay. Simple past and past participle of overlay. Overlayer. A layer of adatums adsorbed onto a surface as onto the surface of a single crystal. Overlayer. Having a layer added on top. Overlayers. Plural of overlayer. Overlaying. Present participle and gerund of overlay. Overlayings. Plural of overlaying. Overlays. Third person singular simple present indicative of overlay. Overlead. To lead excessively or too much. Overleading. Present participle and gerund of overlead. Overleads.
Here we go.
Third person singular simple present indicative of overlead. Overleaf. On the other side of a sheet of paper including a leaf of a book. Thus, on the next page when flipping from a recto to the sequential verso. Overleak. To leak over. Overleak. Simple past and past participle of overleak. Overleaking. Present participle and gerund of overleak. Overleak. Third person singular simple present indicative of overleak. Overlay. To lean over. Overleaned. Simple past and past participle of overlean. Overleaning. Present participle and gerund of overlean. Overleans. Third person singular simple present indicative of overlean. Overlet. Simple past and past participle of overlean. Overleap. To leap over, to jump over, to cross by jumping. Overleap. Simple past and past participle of overleap. Overleaping. Present participle and gerund of overleap. Overleaps. Third person singular simple present indicative of overleap. Overleapt. Simple past and past participle of overleap. Overlearn. To learn something more than is necessary. To study excessively. To take something too much to heart. Overlearn. Simple past and past participle of overlearn. Overlearnedly. To learnedly. Overlearnness. Excessive learning. The quality or state of being overlearned. Overlearning. Present participle and gerund of overlearn. Overlearns. Third person singular simple present indicative of over. Overlearn. Overalert. Simple past and past participle of overlearn. Overleather. Upper leather. Overleave. to leave something over, cause to remain or be left. Overleven, to leaven too much. Overleaven, simple past and past participle of overleaven. Overleavening, present participle and gerund of overleaven. Overleavened, third person singular simple present indicative of overleaven. Overall, simple past and past participle of overlead. Over-legalization, excessive legalization. Legislate, to create more rules than is necessary or sensible. Over-legislate, simple past and past participle of over-legislate. Over-legislates, third person singular simple present indicative of over-legislate. Over-legislating, present participle and gerund of over-legislate. Over-legislation, excessive legislation. Over-leer, excessively leisure. Over-leerly, excessively leisurely. Overlend, to lend too much. Overlending, present participle and gerund of overlend. Overlend, third person singular simple present indicative of overlend. Overlength, longer than a standard or transport law of a vehicle longer than is allowed. Overlengthen, to lengthen too much. Overlengthened, simple past and past participle of overlengthened. Overlengthening, present participle and gerund of overlengthened. Overlengthens, third person singular simple present indicative of overlengthened. Over-leniency, excessive leniency. Over-lenient, too lenient. Overlet, simple past and past participle of overlent. Overlet, simple past and past participle of overleap. Over-level, in role-playing and similar games, to attain a higher experience level than appropriate for a given battle or task. Over-leveling, simple past and past participle of overlevel. Over-leveling, present participle and gerund of overlevel. Over-leveling, simple past and past participle of overlevel. Over-leveling, present participle and gerund of overlevel. Over-levels, third person singular simple present indicative of overlevel. Over-leverage, excessive leverage. Over-leverage, subject to excessive leverage. Over-leverages, third person singular simple present indicative of over-leverage. Over-leveraging, present participle and gerund of over-leverage. Over-lewd, excessively lewd. Over-lexicalization, the creation and use of many words or lexical items for a single entity or concept. Overlay, a hamlet in Allroas Parish, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 1515. Overlays, plural of overlay. Over-liberal, too liberal. Over-liberality, excessive liberality. Over-liberally, in an over-liberal manner. Over-licensed, licensed too much or too widely. Over-licentious, excessively licentious. Over-lick, to lick over. Overlicked, simple past and past participle of overlick. Overlicking, present participle and gerund of overlick. Overlicks, Third person singular simple present indicative of overlick. Overlie, to lie over or upon. Overlier, a piece that overlies or overlaps. Overliers, plural of overlier. Overlies, third person singular simple present indicative of overlie. Overlight, to illuminate too brightly. Overlighted, simple past and past participle of overlight. Overlighting, to make or become too light. Overlighting, simple past and past participle of overlighting. Overlightening, present participle and gerund of overlighting. Overlighted, third person singular simple present indicative of overlighting. Overlighting, present participle and gerund of overlight. Overlightly, in an overlight manner, too easily or readily, frivolously. Overlights, third person singular simple present indicative of overlight. Overline, to treat soil with too much lime. Overlined, simple past and past participle of overline. Overlines, third person singular simple present indicative of overline. Overlining, present participle and gerund of overline. Overlimit, having more money being charged on a credit card than what is available as credit. Overlimited, simple past and past participle of overlimit. Overlimiting, present participle and gerund of overlimit. Overlimits, plural of overlimit. Overlie. Synonym of overbar. Overline, simple past and past participle of overline. Overlines, plural of overline. Overliness, the quality or state of being overly. Overlay, and superior. Overlinger, to linger or remain for too long. Overlinger, simple past and past participle of overlinger. Overlingering, present participle and gerund of overlinger. Overlingers, third person singular simple present indicative of overlinger. Overlays, plural of overlay. Overlining, present participle and gerund of overline. Overlinings, plural of overlining. Overlink, to use too many hyperlinks. Overlining, present participle and gerund of overline. Overlinings, plural of overlining. Overlink, to use too many hyperlinks. Overlink, simple past and past participle of overlink. Overlinking, present participle and gerund of overlink. Overlinks, third person singular simple present indicative of overlink. Overlap, overlap. Overlaps, plural of overlap. Overliquidity, excessive liquidity. Overlit, simple past and past participle of overlight. Overliteral, excessively literal. Overliterally, in an overliteral way. Overliterary, excessively literary. Overlitigate, to litigate excessively. Overlitigated, simple past and past participle of overlitigate. Overlitigates, third person singular simple present indicative of overlitigate. Overlitigating, present participle and gerund of over-litigate. Over-litigation, excessive litigation. Over-litigious, excessively litigious. Over-lie, to survive, to live past. Overlid, simple past and past participle of over-live. Over-liveliness, excessive liveliness. Over-lively, excessively lively. Over-liver, river. Over-livers, plural of over-liver. Over-lies, third person singular simple present indicative of over-live. Over-living, present participle and gerund of over-live. Overload, to load excessively. Overloadability, the quality of being overloadable. Overloadable, that can be overloaded. Overloaded, simple past and past participle. Of overloads, the quality or condition of being overloaded. Overloader, one who or that which overload. Overloaders, plural of overloader. Overloading, a type of polymorphism where different functions, operators, or variables with the same name are invoked based on the data types of the parameters passed. Overloadings, plural of overloading. Overloads, plural of overload. Overlock, a stitch that sews over the edge of one or two pieces of cloth for edging, hemming, or seaming. Overlock, simple past and past participle of overlock. Overlock, a device for overlock stitching. Overlockers, plural of overlocker. Overlocking, present participle and gerund of overlock. Overlocks, plural of overlock. Overlofty, excessively lofty. Overlauding, excessive logging. Overlogical, excessively logical, adhering too closely to logic. Overlogically,
invincible,
excessively logically. Overlong, too long. Overlong vowel, in languages that distinguish vowel length, a vowel which is normally pronounced longer than a long vowel, generally at least twice as long as a short vowel, often consists of two syllables or moras. Overlong vowels, plural of overlong vowel. Overlook, a vista or point that gives a view down towards something else. Overlookable, that can be overlooked, ignorable. Overlooked, missed, unnoticed. Overlooker, one who overlooks a work supervisor. Overlookers, plural of overlooker. Overlooking, present participle and gerund of overlook. Overlooks, third person singular simple present indicative of overlook. Overlook, obsolete form of overlook. Overlooked, simple past and past participle of overloo. Overlooping, present participle and gerund of overloop. Overloops, plural of overloop. Overloose, to lose. Overloosen, to loosen too much. Overloosen, simple past and past participle of overloosen. Overloosening, present participle and gerund of overloosen. Overloosens, third person singular simple present indicative of overloosen. Overlord, a ruler of other rulers. Overlorded, simple past and past participle of overlord. Overlording, present participle and gerund of overlord. Overlordliness, the fact or quality of being overlordly, superciliousness. Overlords, plural of overlord. Overlordship, the position or quality of being an overlord. Overlordships, plural of overlordship. Over loud, too loud. Over loudly, in an over loud way. Over loudness, quality of being over loud. Over loud, to love too much. Over love, simple past and past participle of overlove. Overloves, third person singular simple present indicative of overlove. Overloving, present participle and gerund of overlove. Overlove, excessively low. Overloyal, excessively loyal. Overloyalty, excessive loyalty. Overlubricate, to lubricate too much. Overlubricated, simple. Past and past participle of overlubricate. Overlubricates, third person singular simple present indicative of overlubricate. Overlubricating, present participle and gerund of overlubricate. Overlubrication, excessive lubrication. Overluminosities, plural of overluminosity. Overluminosity, the condition of being overluminous. Overluminous, more luminous than an equivalent star of the main sequence. Overluscious, excessively luscious. Overlush, excessively lush. Overlusty, too lusty or lively. Overluxuriance, excessive luxuriance. Overluxuriant, excessively luxuriant. Overluxurious, excessively luxurious. Overly, to an excessive degree. Overlying, lying over or upon something else. Overlyingly, positioned so as to overlie something. Overmagnification, excessive magnification. Overmagnify, simple past and past participle of overmagnify. Overmagnifies, third person singular simple present indicative of overmagnify. Overmagnify, to magnify too much. Overmagnifying, present participle and gerund of overmagnify. Overmajority, plural of overmajority. Overmajority, a large majority, more than a majority. Overmake, to make over or anew. Recreate, remake. Overmakes, plural of overmake. Overman, a surname. Overmanage, to manage excessively, to micromanage. Overmanage, simple past and past participle of overmanage. Overmanagement, excessive management, micromanagement. Overmanages,
Here we go.
third person singular simple present indicative of overmanage. Overmanaging, present participle and gerund of overmanage. Overmanipulate, to manipulate too much, indicative of overmanage. Overmanaging. Present participle and gerund of overmanage. Overmanipulate. To manipulate too much. Overmanipulated. Simple past and past participle of overmanipulate. Overmanipulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmanipulate. Overmanipulating. Present participle and gerund of overmanipulate. Overman. Simple past and past participle of overman. Overmannered. Excessively mannered. Overmanning. Present participle and gerund of overman. Overmanned. Third person singular simple present indicative of overman. Overmantel. A decorative structure, usually plasterwork or carved wood, and sometimes containing a mirror over a mantelpiece. Overmantels. Plural of overmantel. Overmantel. The region above a mantelpiece. Overmantels. Plural of overmantel. Overmanure. To fertilize with too much manure. Overmanured. Simple past and past participle of overmanure. Overmanures. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmanure. Overmanuring. Present participle and gerund of overmanure. Overmany. Too many. Overmap. The map of an overworld. Overmaps. Plural of overmap. Overmarch. To cause to march too far or too often, to exhaust by marching. Overmarch. Simple past and past participle of overmarch. Overmarched. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmarch. Overmarching. Present participle and gerund of overmarch. Overmargin. The amount by which something is bigger, stronger, or with greater capacity than the absolute minimum. Overmargin. Simple past and past participle of overmargin. Overmargining. Present participle and gerund of overmargin. Overmargin. Plural of overmargin. Overmarinated. Excessively marinated. Overmark. To place a mark or marking above. Overmark. Simple past and past participle of overmark. Overmarket. To market excessively. Overmarketed. Simple past and past participle of overmarket. Overmarketing. Present participle and gerund of overmarket. Overmarkets. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmarket. Overmarking. Present participle and gerund of overmark. Overmarks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmark. Overmasking. The masking of a sound in one ear by a sound in the other. Overmassage. To massage excessively. Overmassage. Simple past and past participle of overmassage. Overmassages. Third person singular simple present indicative of
Here we go.
overmassage. Overmassaging. Present participle and gerund of overmassage. Overmassive. Of a star. Having a greater mass than is typical for its type. Overmassed. To furnish with a mast or masts overly tall or heavy. Overmasted. Simple past and past participle of overmass. Overmaster. To overpower or overwhelm. Overmaster. Simple past and past participle of overmaster. Overmasterful. Overly masterful, having excessive mastery. Over masterfulness. Excessive masterfulness. Overmastering. Present participle and gerund of overmaster. Overmasteringly. In an overmastering manner. Overmasters. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmaster. Overmasting. Present participle and gerund of overmass. Overmasts. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmass. Overmasturbation. Excessive masturbation. Overmatch. To match more than intended. Overmatch. Outclassed. Unable to compete. Overmatches. Plural of overmatch. Overmatching. Present participle and gerund of overmatch. Overmatchings. Plural of overmatching. Overbetter. Typeset material that proves to be surplus to requirements. Overmature. Excessively mature. Overmatured. Excessively mature.
Invincible.
Overmaturity. The quality of being overmature. Overmean. Excessively mean. Overmeasure. To measure or estimate with a result that is larger than it should be. Overmeasure. Simple past and past participle of overmeasure. Overmeasurement. The process or result of overmeasuring. A measurement that is larger than it should be. Overmeasurements. Plural of overmeasurement. Overmeasures. Plural of overmeasure. Overmeasuring. Present participle and gerund of overmeasure. Overmeddle. To meddle unduly or excessively. Overmeddled. Simple past and past participle of overmeddle. Overmeddles. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmeddle. Overmeddling. Excessive interference. Overmedicalization. Alternative form of overmedicalization. Overmedicalizations. Plural of overmedicalization. Overmedicalization. Excessive medicalization. Overmedicalize. To medicalize too much. Overmedicalize. Simple past and past participle of overmedicalize. Overmedicalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmedicalize. Overmedicalizing. Present participle and gerund of overmedicalize. Overmedicate. To medicate excessively. Medicated. Simple past and past participle of overmedicate. Overmedicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmedicate. Overmedicating. Present participle and gerund of overmedicate. Overmedication. Excessive medicating. Overuse of medication. Overmedications. Plural of overmedication. Overmeek. Excessively meek. Overmeekness. Excessive meekness. Overmellow. To melt. Overmelt. To melt too much. Overmelted. Simple past and past participle of overmelt. Overmelting. Present participle and gerund of overmelt. Overmelts. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmelt. Overman. Plural of overman. Overmentioned. Mentioned previously in a document, etc. above mentioned. Overmerciful. Excessively merciful. Over merit. Excessive merit. Over merit. Excessively married. Over methylation. Excessive methylation. Over meckle. Overly, too much. Over mighty. Excessively mighty. Over migrate. To migrate excessively. Over migrated. Simple past and past participle of over migrate. Over migrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over migrate. Over migrating. Present participle and gerund of over migrate. Over migration. Excessive migration. Over to make too loud by means of a poorly positioned microphone. Over mic. Simple past and past participle of over mic. Over mics. Third person singular simple present indicative of over mic. Over miking. Present participle and gerund of over mic. Over mild. Excessively mild. Over militarize. To militarize excessively or to overemphasize military solutions and approaches. Over militarize. Simple past and past participle of over militarize. Over militarizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over militarize. Over militarizing. Present participle and gerund of over militarize. Overmilk. To milk a cow or other animal too much. Overmilked. Simple past and past participle of overmilk. Overmilking. Present participle and gerund of overmilk. Overmilks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmilk. Overmind. The leading or controlling mind in a group mind. Overminds. Plural of overmind. Overmind. To mine excessively. Overmind. Depleted by excessive mining. Overminds. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmine. Overmining. Present participle and gerund of overmine. Overminute. Excessively minute. Overminutely. Excessively minutely. In too much fine detail.
Here we go.
Overminuteness. Excessive. Minuteness. Overmiss. To miss the plant excessively. Overmissed it. Simple past and past participle of overmiss. Overmisting. Present participle and gerund of overmiss. Overmists. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmissed. Overmix. To mix too thoroughly. Overmixed. Simple past and past participle of overmix. Overmixes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmix. Overmixing. Present participle and gerund of overmix. Overmoded. Affected by overmodulation. Overmoderate. To moderate excessively. Overmoderated. Simple past and past participle of overmoderate. Overmoderates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmoderate. Overmoderating. Present participle and gerund of overmoderate. Overmodern. Excessively modern. Over-modernization. Excessive modernization. Over-modernize. To modernize excessively. Over-modernized. Simple past and past participle of over-modernize. Over-modernizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-modernize. Over-modernizing. Present participle and gerund of over-modernize. Over-modest. Excessively
invincible,
modest. Over-modestly. With excessive modesty. Over-modesty. Excessive modesty. Over-modification. Excessive modification. Over-modifications. Plural of over-modification. Over-modify. Simple past and past participle of over-modify. Over-modifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-modify. Over-modify. To modify excessively. Over-modifying. Present participle and gerund of over-modify. Over-modulate. To modulate too much. Over-modulated. Simple past and past participle of over-modulate. Over-modulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-modulate. Over-modulating. Present participle and gerund of over-modulate. Over-modulation. The condition where the instantaneous level of the modulating signal exceeds the value necessary to produce 100% modulation of the carrier, resulting in distortion. Over-moist. Excessively moist. Over-moisten. To add too much liquid when moistening. To make overly moist. Over-moisten. Simple past and past participle of over-moisten. Over-moistening. Present participle and gerund of over-moisten. Over-moistened. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-moistening. Over-moisture. An excess of moisture. Over-mold. To mold parts of an object over and around another part. Over-molded. Simple past and past participle of over-mold. Over-molding. Present participle and gerund of over-mold. Over-moldings. Plural of over-molding. Over-molds. Plural of over-mold. Over-monetize. Excessively monetize. Over-moody. Proud or haughty. Overmore. Beyond. Overmorrow. On the day after tomorrow. Overmorrows. Plural of over mara. Overmortalities. Plural of overmortality. Overmortality. Excessive more than expected mortality. Overmortgage. To take out a mortgage for too much money. Overmortgage. Simple past and past participle of overmortgage. Overmortgages. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmortgage. Overmortgaging. Present participle and gerund of overmortgage. Overmost. The highest in authority, status, or elevation. Overmother. To mother somebody too much. To mollycoddle. Overmothered. Simple past and past participle of overmother. Overmothering. Present participle and gerund of overmother. Overmothers. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmother. Overmotivated. Having too much motivation. Overmold. Alternative form of overmold. Overmolded. Simple past and past participle of overmold. Overmolding. Present participle and gerund of overmold. Overmoldings. Plural of overmolding. Overmolds. Plural of overmold. Overmount. To tower over, to go or rise higher than. Over mountain man. An American frontiersman from the west of the Blue Ridge Mountains who took part in the American Revolutionary War. Over mountain men. Plural of over mountain man. Overmounted. Simple past and past participle of overmount. Overmounting. Present participle and gerund of overmount. Overmounts. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmount. Overmourn. To mourn excessively. Overmournful. Excessively mournful. Overmuch. Very much. Too much. Overly much. Overmuchness. The quality or state of being in excess, superabundance. Overmultiplication. Excessive multiplication of breeding organisms, etc. Overmultiply. Simple past and past participle of overmultiply. Overmultiplies. Third person singular simple present indicative of overmultiply. Overmultiply. To multiply too much. Overmultiplying. Present participle and gerund of overmultiply. Overmultitude. And large excess in numbers. Overmuscled. Excessively muscled. Overmuscular.
Here we go.
Synonym of overmuscled. Overname. To name over or in a series. To recount. Overname. Simple past and past participle of overname. Overnames. Plural of overname. Overnaming. Present participle and gerund of overname. Overnap. To take too many short sleeps. Overnapped. Simple past and past participle of overnap. Overnapping. Present participle and gerund of overnap. Overnaps. Third person singular simple present indicative of overnap. Overnarrow. Excessively narrow. Overnarrowly. Too narrowly. Overnationalization. Excessive nationalization. Over near. Too close. Overneat. Excessively neat. Overneatness. Excessive neatness. Overnegation. Excessive negation. Overneglect. Excessive neglect. Overnegligence. Excessive negligence. Overnegligent. Excessively negligent. Over. A person from the mainland Great Britain. Overnurse. Plural of over. Overnervous. Excessively nervous. Overnervously. Too nervously. Overnervousness. Excessive nervousness. Overness. The quality of being overfinished, elapsed, concluded. Overnet. To cover with a net or netting. Overnets. Third person singular simple present indicative of overnet. Overnetted. Simple past and past participle of overnet. Overnetting. Present participle and gerund of overnet. Overneutralization. The process of overneutralizing. Overneutralize. to make more neutral than required or expected, or chemistry beyond the neutral pH value. Over-neutralize. Simple past and past participle of over-neutralize. Over-neutralizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-neutralize. Over-neutralizing. Present participle and gerund of over-neutralize. Overdue. Very new. Over-nice. Excessively nice or fastidious. Over-nicely. In an over-nice manner. Over-niceness. The quality of being over-nice. Over-nicety. Excessive nicety. Over-night. Excessively close or near. Overnight. During or throughout the night, especially during the evening or night just past. Overnight bag. A bag containing clothes, toiletries, etc. for an overnight stay away from home. Overnight bags. Plural of overnight bag. Overnight diaper. Synonym of nighttime diaper. Overnight diapers. Plural of overnight diaper. Overnight nappies. Plural of overnight nappy.
Here we go.
Overnight nappy. Synonym of nighttime diaper. Overnight oats. Oatmeal prepared from raw oats soaked overnight in milk or a substitute. Overnighted. Simple past and past participle of overnight. Overnighter. A person who overnights or stays overnight. Overnighters. Plural of overnighter. Overnighting. Present participle and gerund of overnight. Overnight. Third person singular simple present indicative of overnight. Overnim. To overtake, seize. Overnimble. Excessively nimble. Overnight. Informal spelling of overnight. Overnitrated. Excessively nitrated. Overnoise. To overpower with noise. Overnoise. Simple past and past participle of overnoise. Overnoises. Third person singular simple present indicative of overnoise. Overnoising. Present participle and gerund of overnoise. Overnourish. To nourish excessively. Overnourish. Excessively nourish. Overnourishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overnourish. Overnourishing. Present participle and gerund of overnourish. Overnourishment. Excessive nourishment. Overnumber. To outnumber. Overnumber. Simple past and past participle of overnumber. Overnumbering. Present
Invincible.
participle and gerund of overnumber. Overnumbers. Third person singular simple present indicative of overnumber. Overnumerous. Too numerous. Overnumerousness. The quality or condition of being too numerous. Overnurse. To nurse excessively. Overnursed. Simple past and past participle of overnurse. Overnurses. Third person singular simple present indicative of overnurse. Overnursing. Present participle and gerund of overnurse. Overnutrition. A form of malnutrition in which nutrients are oversupplied relative to the amounts required for normal growth, development, and metabolism. Overnutritional. relating to overnutrition. Overall, a pinto horse with white over dark body markings. Overoped, excessively oped. Overobedience, excessive obedience. Overobedient, excessively obedient. Overobese, excessively obese. Overobjectification. Excessive objectification. Over-objectify. Simple past and past participle of over-objectify. Over-objectifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-objectify. Over-objectify. To objectify excessively. Over-objectify. Present participle and gerund of over-objectify. Over-obsequious. Excessively obsequious. Over-obsequiousness. Excessive obsequiousness. Over-obturation. Excessive obturation. Filling. Over-obvious. Excessively obvious. Over-occupancy. The occupancy of a building by more people that it can reasonably house. Over-occupation. Excessive occupation. The state of being occupied by too many. Overcrowding. Over-occupy. Overly house. Over-occupation. Excessive occupation. The state of being occupied by too many. Overcrowding. Over-occupy. Overly busy or engrossed. Over-offensive. Excessively offensive. Over-officered. Supplied with too many officers. Over-officious. Excessively officious or inclined to meddle. Over-oil. To oil too much. Over-oiled. Simple past and past participle of over-oil. Over-oiling. Present participle and gerund of over-oil. Over-oils. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-oil. Over-operate. To perform too many surgical operations. Over-operated. Simple past and past participle of over-operate. Over-operates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-operate. Over-operating. Present participle and gerund of over-operate. Over-opinionated. Excessively opinionated. Over-optimism. Excessive optimism. Over-optimisms. Plural of over-optimism. Over-optimist. An excessively optimistic person. Over-optimistic. Excessively optimistic. Over-optimistically. In an over-optimistic manner. Over-optimists. Plural of over-optimists. Over-optimization. The act or process of over-optimizing. Over-optimize. To optimize excessively. Over-optimize. Simple past and past participle of over-optimize. Over-optimizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-optimize. Over-optimizing. Present participle and gerund of over-optimize. Over-orchestrate. To plan too elaborately. Over-orchestrated. Simple past and past participle of over-orchestrate. Over-orchestrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-orchestrate. Over-orchestrating. Present participle and gerund of over-orchestrate. Over-order. To order too much or too many. Over-ordered. Simple past and past participle of over-order. Over-ordering. present participle and gerund of overorder. Overorders, third person singular simple present indicative of overorder. Overorganization, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of overorganization. Overorganization, too much organizing. Overorganize, to organize in too much detail. Overorganize, simple past and past participle of overorganize. Overorganizes,
Here we go.
third person singular simple present indicative of overorganize. Overorganizing, present participle and gerund of overorganize. Overornament, to ornament excessively. Overornamented, simple past and past participle of overornament. Overornamenting, present participle and gerund of overornament. Overornaments, third person singular simple present indicative of overornament. Overornate, excessively ornate. Overose, plural of overo. Overossification, excessive ossification. Overoxidation, excessive oxidation or to a greater than normal extent. Overoxidations, plural of overoxidation. Overoxidized, excessively oxidized. Overoxygenate, to oxygenate excessively, that is, to give a patient too much oxygen therapy. Overoxygenated, simple past and past participle of overoxygenate. Overoxygenates, third person singular simple present indicative of overoxygenate. Overoxygenating, present participle and gerund of overoxygenate. Overoxygenation, the state of being overoxygenated, especially in health care. Too much oxygen therapy, typically in patients with pulmonary disease. Overpack, to pack too much. Overpackage, to package wastefully in more material than necessary. Overpackage, simple past and past participle of overpackage. Overpackages, third person singular simple present indicative of overpackage. Overpackaging, present participle and gerund of overpackage. Overpack, simple past and past participle of overpack. Overpacker, a person who overpacks. Overpackers, plural of overpacker. Overpacking, present participle and gerund of overpack. Overpacks, third person singular simple present indicative of overpack. Overpad, to pad excessively, to fill with too much padding. Overpadded, simple past and past participle of overpad. Overpadding, present participle and gerund of overpad. Overpads, third person singular simple present indicative of overpad. Overtage, over the page, on the next page of the document. Overtake, simple past and past participle of overpay. Overpainful, excessively painful. Overpaint, to color or describe too strongly. Overpainted, simple past and past participle of overpaint. Overpainting, present participle and gerund of overpaint. Overpaintings, plural of overpainting. Overpaints, Third person singular simple present indicative of overpaint. Overbear. A pocket pair of a higher rank than the community cards on the board. Overbears. Plural of overpair. Overpamper. To pamper excessively. Overpampered. Simple past and past participle of overpamper. Overpampering. Present participle and gerund of overpamper. Overpampers. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpamper. Overparameterize. Alternative form of overparameterize. Overparameterize. Simple past and past participle of overparameterize. Overparameterizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overparameterized. Overparameterizing. Present participle and gerund of overparameterize. Overparameterization. The act or result of overparameterizing. Overparameterizations. Plural of overparameterization. Overparameterize. To use an excessive number of parameters. Overparameterize. Simple past and past participle of overparameterize. Overparameterizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overparameterize. Overparameterizing. Present participle and gerund of overparameterize. Overparametrization. Alternative form of overparametrization. Overparametrization. Excessive parametrization. Overparametrize. To parametrize excessively. Overparametrize. Excessively parametrized, having too many parameters. Overparametrizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overparametrize. Overparametrizing. Present participle and gerund of overparametrize. Overparasitize. Excessively parasitized, affected by an unusually large number or intensity of parasites, often resulting in harm or reduced viability. Overparent. To provide an excessive amount of parental attention and protection to one's children. Overparented. Excessively spoiled, restricted, etc. by one's parents, given insufficient freedom as a child. Overparenthesize. To use excessive parenthesis. Overparenthesize. Simple past and past participle of overparenthesize. Overparenthesizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overparenthesize. Overparenthesizing. Present participle and gerund of overparenthesize. Overparenting. Excessive parenting, as by being overprotective towards one's child. Overparents. Third person singular simple present indicative of overparent. Overpark. To park a vehicle for longer than is permitted. Overpark. Parked for longer than allowed by road markings, meter regulations, etc. Overparking. Present participle and gerund of overpark. Overparks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpark. Overpart. An upper part. Overparted. Simple past and past participle of overpart. Overpartial. Being overly partial. And duly partial. Overpartiality. Excessive partiality. Overparticipation. Excessive participation. Overparticular. Excessively picky or fastidious. Overparticularity. Excessive particularity or fastidiousness. Over-particularize. To speak of an excessively particular terms, over-specify. Over-particularly. In an over-particular manner. Over-parting. Present participle. And gerund of overpart. Over-partition. An overpartition of n is a non-increasing sequence of natural numbers whose sum is n, in which the first occurrence of a number may be overlined. Overpartition. Simple past and past participle of overpartition. Overpartitioning. Present participle and gerund of overpartition. Overpartitions. Plural of overpartition. Overparts. Plural of overpart. Overpass. A section of a road or path that crosses over an obstacle, especially another road, railway, etc. Overpassed. Simple past and past participle of overpass. Overpasses. Plural of overpass. Overpassing. Present participle and gerund of overpass. Overpassionate. Excessively passionate. Overpassionately. In an overpassionate manner. Overpassed. Ended, having passed over or passed by. Over-paternalistic. Too paternalistic. Over-pathologization. Excessive pathologization.
invincible,
Over-pathologize. To pathologize excessively. Over-pathologized. Simple past and past participle of over-pathologize. Over-pathologizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-pathologize. Over-pathologizing. Present participle and gerund of over-pathologize. Over-patient. Excessively patient. Over-patriotic. Excessively patriotic. Over-patriotism. Excessive patriotism. Overpay. To pay too much. Overpayer. One who overpays. Overpayers. Plural of overpayer. Overpaying. Present participle and gerund of overpay. Overpayment. Payment exceeding the amount actually due. Overpayments. Plural of overpayment. Overpays. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpay. Overpedal. To overuse the sustaining pedal of a piano, causing the notes to sound too loud. Overpedal. Simple past and past participle of overpedal. Overpedaling. Present participle and gerund of overpedal. Overpedal. Simple past and past participle of overpedal. Overpedaling. Present participle and gerund of overpedal. Overpedals. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpedal. Over-pedantic. Excessively pedantic. Over-pedantically. Too pedantically. Over-peel. To peel too much off. Over-peeled. Simple past and past participle of over-peel. Overpeeling. Present participle and gerund of overpeel. Overpeels. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpeel. Overpeer. To peer over, to overlook. Overpeered. Simple past and past participle of overpeer. Overpeering. Present participle and gerund of overpeer. Overpeers. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-peer. Over-penalize, alternative form of over-penalize. Over-penalize, simple past and past participle of over-penalize. Over-penalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of over-penalize. Over-penalizing, present participle and gerund of over-penalize. Over-penalization, the process of administering excessive punishment, especially in response to crime. Over-penalize, to penalize excessively. Over-penalize, simple past and past participle of over-penalize. Over-penalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of over-penalize. Over-penalizing, present participle and gerund of over-penalize. Over-penetrate, to pass completely through a target and out the other side, potentially striking another person or object located further downrange. Over-penetrated, simple past and past participle of over-penetrate. Over-penetrates, third person singular simple present indicative of over-penetrate. Over-penetrated, present participle and gerund of over-penetrate. Over-penetration, excessive penetration. Over-pensive, excessively pensive. Over-people, to people too densely, overpopulate. Over-people, simple past and past participle of over-people. Over-peoples, third person singular simple present indicative of over-people. Over-peopling, present participle and gerund of over-people. Over-pepper, to season with too much pepper. Over-pepper, simple past and past participle of over-pepper. Over-peppering, present participle and gerund of over-pepper. Over-peppers, third person singular simple present indicative of over-pepper. Over-perceive, to perceive to a greater degree than actually exists. Over-perceive, simple past and past participle of over-perceive. Over-perceives, third person singular simple present indicative of over-perceive. Over-perceiving, present participle and gerund of over-perceive. Over-reception, the condition of over-perceiving. Over-perch, to perch upon, to fly over. Over-perch, simple past and past participle of over-perch. Over-perches, third person singular simple present indicative of over-perch.
Here we go.
Over-perching, present participle and gerund of over-perch. Over-percolated, excessively percolated. Over-peremptory, excessively peremptory. Over-perform, to perform better than expected. Over-performance, the act of over-performing. Over-performances, plural of over-performance. Over-performed, simple past and past participle of over-perform. Over-performer, someone who over-performs. Over-performers, plural of over-performer. Over-performing, present participle and gerund of over-perform. Over-performs, third person singular simple present indicative of over-perform. Over-perfume, to perfume excessively. Over-perfumed, simple past and past participle of over-perfume. Over-perfumed, third person singular simple present indicative of over-perfume. Over-perfuming, present participle and gerund of over perfume. Excessive perfusion. Over-perked. Excessively percolated. Over-permed. Permed too much. Over-permissive. Excessively permissive, allowing too much leeway. Over-permissiveness. Excessive permissiveness, the quality of being over-permissive. Over-person. Synonym of overman. Over-personalization. Alternative form of over-personalization.
Invincible.
Over-personalizations. Plural of over-personalization. Over-personalize. Alternative form of over-personalize. Over-personalize. Simple past and past participle of over-personalize. Over-personalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-personalize. Over-personalizing. Present participle and gerund of over-personalize. Over-personalization. The act of over-personalizing. Over-personalizations. Plural of over-personalization. Over-personalize. To attribute the too much of the cause of something to personal decisions and willpower, and not enough to other factors. Over-personalize. Simple past and past participle of over-personalize. Over-personalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-personalize. Over-personalizing. Present participle and gerund of over-personalize. Over-persuade. To win someone over through persuasion. To convince someone to do something against their own judgment or wishes. Over-persuaded. Simple past and past participle of over-persuade. Over-persuades. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-persuade. Over-persuading. Present participle and gerund of over-persuade. Over-persuasion. Excessive persuasion. Over-persuasions. Plural of over-persuasion. Over-pert. Excessively pert. Over-pessimism. Excessive pessimism.
Here we go.
Over-pessimistic. More pessimistic than is warranted. Over that. To pet excessively. Over bat. Third person singular simple present indicative of over pet. Over petted. Simple past and past participle of over pet. Over petting. Present participle and gerund of over pet. Over philosophical. Excessively philosophical. Over phosphorylation. Excessive phosphorylation. Over phosphorylations. Plural of over phosphorylation. Over photograph. Of which too many photographs have been taken. Over picky. Excessively picky or discerning. Over picture. To surpass nature in the picture or representation of, describe or portray with exaggeration. Over picture. Simple past and past participle of over picture. Over pictures. Third person singular simple present indicative of over picture. Over picturing. Present participle and gerund of over picture. Over pierce. Having too many piercings. Over pigmentation. Excessive pigmentation. Over pigmented. Excessively pigmented. Over pile. To pile. Too high. Over pile. Simple past and past participle of over pile. Over piles. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpile. Overpiling. Present participle and gerund of overpile. Overpious.
Invincible.
Excessively pious. Overpitch. To give too high a pitch to. Overpitched. Simple past and past participle of overpitch. Overpitches. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpitch. Overpitching. Present participle and gerund of overpitch. Overplace. To place too high in a ranking. Overplaced. Simple past and past participle of overplace. Overplacement. Placement over or above others. Overplacements. Plural of overplacement. Overplaces. Third person singular simple present indicative of overplace. Overplacing. Present participle and gerund of overplace. Overplaid. A plaid pattern that arises from color woven into a fabric that has another, different woven texture. Overplaided. Having an overplaid pattern. Overplaiding. Present participle and gerund of overplaid. Overplaids. Plural of overplaid. Overplain. Excessively plain. Overplan. To plan in too much detail. Overplan. Excessively plan. Overplanning. Excessive planning. Overglands. Third person singular simple present indicative of overplan. Overplant. To plant too many plants of any particular crop. Overplanted. Simple past and past participle of overplant. Overplanting.
Here we go.
Present participle and gerund of overplant. Overglance. Third person in singular simple present indicative of overplant. Overplate. In armor, a large pauldron protecting the shoulder or a cubidier protecting the elbow. Overplated. Simple past and past participle of overplate. Overplates. Plural of overplate. Overplating. Present participle and gerund of overplate. Overplausible. Excessively plausible. Overplay. To overdo or overact one's effect or role. Overplay one's hand. To bet too much or play too aggressively based on one's excessive optimism in the quality of their cards. Overplay. Simple past and past participle of overplay. Overplayed one's hand. Simple past and past participle of overplay one's hand. Overplayful. Excessively playful. Overplaying. Present participle and gerund of overplay. Overplaying one's hand. Present participle and gerund of overplay one's hand. Overplays. Third person singular simple present indicative of overplay. Overplays one's hand. Third person singular simple present indicative of overplay one's hand. Overplease. To please excessively. Overplease. Simple past and past participle of overplease. Overpleases. Third person singular simple present indicative of overplease. Overpleasing. Present participle and gerund of overplease. Overplenitude. Excessive plenitude. Overplenteous. Excessively plenteous. Over plentiful. Excessively plentiful. Overply. Simple past and past participle of overply. Overply, singular simple present indicative of overply. Overply. To plot data on top of a previous plot. Overplot. Third person singular simple present indicative of overplot. Overplotted. Having an excessively elaborate plot. Overplotting. Present participle and gerund of overplot. Overplow. To plow excessively. Overplowed. Simple past and past participle of overplow. Overplowing. Present participle and gerund of overplow. Overplows. Third person singular simple present indicative of overplow. Overplow. Alternative spelling of overplow. Overplowed. Simple past and past participle of overplow. Overplowing. Present participle and gerund of overplow. Overplows. Third person singular simple present indicative of overplow. Overplow. To pluck something too much, usually one's eyebrows. Overpluck. Simple past and past participle of overpluck. Overplucking. Present participle and gerund of overpluck. Overplucks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpluck. Overplump. Excessively plump. Overplumpness. Excessive plumpness. Overplus. That which remains beyond what is necessary or required is surplus. Overplusage. Overplus, excess. Overplusages. Plural of overplusage. Overpluses. Plural of overplus. Overpluses. Plural of overplus. Overply. To ply to excess. To exert with too much vigor. To overwork. Overply. Present participle and gerund of overply. Overpointed. Excessively pointed. Overpoise. That which outweighs. Excessive weight. Overpoise. Simple past and past participle of overpoise. Overpoises. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpoise. Overpoising. Present participle and gerund of overpoise. Overpolarization. Excessive polarization. Overpolarize. Excessively polarize. Overpole. To pole. Pole excessively. Overpole. Simple past and past participle of overpole. Overpolemical. Excessively polemical. Overpose. Third person singular simple
Invincible.
present indicative of overpole. Overpolice. To police too much, as by controlling a neighborhood excessively or meting out a punishment incommensurate to the severity of a crime. Overpolice. Excessively policed. Overpolices. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpolice. Overpolicing. Present participle and gerund of overpolice. Overpoling. Present participle and gerund of overpole. Overpolish. To polish too much. Overpolish. Simple past and past participle of overpolish. Overpolishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpolish. Overpolishing, present participle and gerund of overpolish. Overpolite, excessively polite. Overpoliticization, excessive politicization. Politicize, to politicize excessively. Over-politicized. Simple past and past participle of over-politicize. Over-politicizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-politicize. Over-politicizing. Present participle and gerund of over-politicize. Over-poll. To poll excessively. Overpoll. Simple past and past participle of overpoll. Overpolling. Present participle and gerund of overpoll. Overpolls. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpoll. Overpolluted. Having too much pollution. Overpollution. Excessive pollution. Over-polymerize, to polymerize excessively. Over-pompous, excessively pompous. Over-ponderous, excessively ponderous. Over-popular, excessively popular. Over-popularity, excessive popularity. Popularized to too great an extent. Overpopulate, to fill with too many individuals, to exceed the capacity of a region to contain a population. Overpopulated. Simple past and past participle of overpopulate. Overpopulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpopulate. Overpopulating. Gerund of overpopulate. Overpopulation, an excessive number of occupants, people, animals, plants, etc. in a particular area, specifically when the number of occupants exceeds the ability of that area to provide for them. Overpopulations, plural of overpopulation. Overpopulous, excessively populous. Overpopulousness, the quality of being overpopulous. Overpositive, excessively positive. Overpossessive, excessively possessive. Overpost, to post too much or too often. Overposted, simple past and past participle of overpost. Overposter, a person who makes too many posts, for example on social media or a forum. Overposters, plural of overposter. Overposting, present participle and gerund of overposts. Overposts, third person singular simple present indicative of overposts. Overtie, to place a plant in too large pot. Overpotent, too potent or powerful. Overpotential, the difference between the electric potential of an electrode or cell under the passage of a current and the thermodynamic value of the electrode or cell potential in the absence of electrolysis. Overpotentials, plural of overpotential. Overpots, third person singular simple present indicative of overpot. Overpotted, simple past and past participle of overpot. Overpotting, present participle and gerund of overpot. Overpour, to pour an excessive amount. Overpoured, simple past and past participle of overpour. Overpouring, present participle and gerund of overpour. Overpours, third person singular simple present indicative of overpour. Overpowder, to use too much powder on. Overpowdered, simple past and past participle of overpowder. Overpowdering, present participle and gerund of overpowder. Overpowders, third person singular simple present indicative of overpowder. Overpower, to subdue someone by superior force. Overpowerable, able to be overpowered.
Here we go.
Overpowered, simple past and past participle of overpower. Overpower, one who overpowers. Overpowerers, plural of overpowerer. Overpowers, second person singular simple present indicative of overpower. Overpowered, third person singular simple present indicative of overpower. Overpowerful, excessively powerful. Overpowering, present participle and gerund of overpower. Overpoweringly, in an overpowering manner. Overpoweringness, the quality of being overpowering. Overpowerings, plural of overpowering. Overtowers, third person singular simple present indicative of overpower. Overpraise, to praise to an excessive degree. Overpraise, simple past and past participle of overpraise. Overpraiser, one who praises something too much. Overpraisers, plural of overpraiser. Overpraises, third person singular simple present indicative of overpraise. Overpraising, present participle and gerund of overpraise. Overprecaution, the tendency to exercise more caution than would be necessary. Overprecautions, plural of overprecaution. Overprecious, excessively precious, contrived, artificial. Overprecise, excessively precise, more accurate than is needed. Overpreciseness, the quality of being overprecise.
Invincible.
Overprecision, the quality of being overprecise. Overpredict, to predict. To be higher than the actual value. Overpredicted, simple past and past participle of overpredict. Overpredicting, present participle and gerund of overpredict. Overprediction, prediction that is erroneously high. Overpredictions, plural of overprediction. Overpredictor, one who overpredicts. Overpredictors, plural of overpredictor. Overpredicts, third person singular simple present indicative of overpredict. Overpreoccupation, excessive preoccupation. Overpreoccupy, excessively preoccupied. Overpreparation, excessive preparation. Overprepare, to prepare excessively, to make ready more than is necessary for a specific future purpose. Overprepared, simple past and past participle of overprepare. Overprepares, third person singular simple present indicative of overprepare. Overpreparing, present participle and gerund of overprepare. Overprescribe, to prescribe a drug more frequently than appropriate. Overprescribe. Simple past and past participle of overprescribe. Overprescribes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overprescribe. Overprescribing. Present participle and gerund of overprescribe. Overprescription. Prescription of a drug more frequently than appropriate. Overprescriptions. Plural of overprescription. Overpresence. Excessive presence. Overpresent. Too present, having an excessively high presence. Overpress. To overcome by importunity. Overpressed. Simple past and past participle of overpress. Overpresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpress. Overpressing. Present participle and gerund of overpress. Overpressure. Excess or markedly elevated pressure, especially a transient high pressure due to a shock wave. Overpressure. Simple past and past participle of overpressure. Overpressures. Plural of overpressure. Overpressuring. Present participle and gerund of overpressure. Overpressurization. Alternative spelling of overpressurization. Overpressurizations. Plural of overpressurization. Overpressurize. Alternative spelling of overpressurize. Overpressurize. Simple past and past participle of overpressurize. Overpressurizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpressurize. Overpressurizing. Present participle and gerund of overpressurize. Overpressurization. Excessive pressurization. Overpressurizations. Plural of overpressurization. Overpressurize. To pressurize excessively. Overpressurize. Simple past and past participle of overpressurize. Overpressurizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpressurize. Overpressurizing. Present participle and gerund of overpressurize. Overpresumption. Excessive presumption. Overpresumptuous. Excessively presumptuous. Overprice. To give a commodity an excessive price. Overpriced. Priced higher than its real worth. Overpricedness. The state or condition of being overpriced. Overprices. Third person singular simple present indicative of overprice. Overpricing. Present participle and gerund of overprice. Overpricings. Plural of overpricing. Overprime. To prime with too much fuel. Overprimed. Simple past and past participle of overprime. Overprimes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overprime. Overpriming. Present participle and gerund of overprime. Overprint. The addition of new text on a previously printed stamp, usually to add a surcharge or change the face value. Overprinted. Simple past and past participle of overprint. Overprinting. Present participle and gerund of overprint.
Here we go.
Overprints. Plural of overprint. Overprioritize. To assign too high a priority to. Overprioritize. simple past and past participle of over-prioritize. Over-prioritizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-prioritize. Over-prioritizing. Present participle and gerund of over-prioritize. Over-privileged, being too privileged, specifically having more advantages or opportunities than others, especially when being regarded as undeserving or unworthy of such advantages and opportunities. Overprivilegedness, the quality of being overprivileged. Overprize, to prize excessively, to overvalue. Overprize, simple past and past participle of overprize. Overprizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overprize. Overprizing. Present participle and gerund of overprize. Overprocess. To process to too great a degree. Overprocessed. Simple past and past participle of overprocessed. Overprocesses. Third person singular simple present indicative of overprocess. Overprocessing. Present participle and gerund of overprocess. Overprocrastination. Excessive procrastination. Overproduce. To produce more of something than one can use or sell. Overproduced. Simple past and past participle of overproduce. Overproducer. One who overproduces. Overproducers. Plural of overproducer. Overproduces. Third person singular simple present indicative of overproduce. Overproducing. Present participle and gerund of overproduce. Overproduction. The production of more of a commodity than can be used or sold. Overproductions. Plural of overproduction. Overproductive. Excessively productive, producing more than desired or necessary. Overproficient. Very or excessively proficient. Overprogrammed. To include too much in a program, scheme, or schedule. Overprogram. Simple past and past participle of overprogram. Overprogramming. Present participle and gerund of overprogram. Overprogram. Alternative form of overprogram. Overprogrammed. Simple past and past participle of overprogram. Overprogrammed. Third person singular simple present indicative of overprogram. Overprogramming. Present participle and gerund of overprogram. Overprogrammed. Third person singular simple present indicative of overprogram. Overprojection. Excessive physical projection, typically of the tip of the nose. Overprojections. Plural of overprojection. Overproliferate. To proliferate excessively. Overproliferated. Excessively proliferated. Overproliferates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overproliferate. Overproliferate.
Here we go.
Present participle and gerund of overproliferate. Overproliferation. Excessive proliferation. Overproliferative. Excessively proliferative. Overprolific. Excessively proliferation. Excessive proliferation. Overproliferative. Excessively proliferative. Overprolific. Excessively prolific. Overprolix. Excessively prolix. Overprominence. Excessive prominence. over prominent, excessively prominent, over prominently, excessively prominently, over promise, to promise more than is delivered, over promise, simple past and past participle of over promise, over promiser, one who over promises, over promisers, plural of over promiser, over promises, third person singular simple present indicative of over promise, over promising, present participle and gerund of over promise, over promote, to promote successively, over promoted, simple past and past participle of over promote, over promotes, third person singular simple present indicative of over promote, over promoting, present participle and gerund of over promote, over promotion, excessive promotion, over prompt, too prompt or eager, precipitate, over promptly, too promptly, over pronate, to pronate to an excessive degree, over pronated, simple past and past participle of over pronate, over pronates, third person singular simple present indicative of over pronate, over pronating, present participle and gerund of over pronate, over pronation, the act of pronating too much, over pronator, one who over pronates, over pronators, plural of over pronator, overgrown, excessively prone, predisposed, inclined, over proneness, the quality of being excessively prone to something, over pronounce, to give an exaggerated pronunciation to, over pronounced, simple past and past participle of over pronounce, over pronounces, third person singular simple present indicative of over pronounce, over pronouncing, present participle and gerund of over pronounce, over pronunciation, exaggerated pronunciation, over pronunciations, plural of over pronunciation, overprove, possessing a higher proportion of alcohol than proof spirit, overproof, simple past and past participle of overprove, overproving, present participle and gerund of overproof, overproofs, plural of overproof, overproportion, to give something excessive proportions, overproportional, relating to overproportion, overproportionally, in an overproportional manner, overproportionate, overproportion, overproportion.
Here we go.
In an overproportionate manner, overproportion, simple past and past participle of overproportion, overproportioning, present participle and gerund of overproportion, overproportions, third person singular simple present indicative of overproportion, overpropulsion, excessive propulsion, over-prosecute, to prosecute a crime or community excessively, over-prosecuted, simple past and past participle of over-prosecute, over-prosecutes, third person singular simple present indicative of over-prosecute, over-prosecuting, present participle and gerund of over-prosecute, over-prosecution, The excessive prosecution of some kind of crime. Over-prosperity. Excessive prosperity. Over-prosperous. Excessively prosperous. Over-protect. To protect to an excessive degree, to coddle. Over-protected. Simple past and past participle of overprotect. Overprotecting. Present participle and gerund of overprotect. Overprotection. The act of overprotecting. Overprotection. Plural of overprotection. Overprotective. Excessively protective, wanting to give too much protection, especially to children. Overprotectively, in an overprotective way. Overprotectiveness, the state or condition of being overprotective. Overprotectivism, the qualities, attitudes, and behaviors associated with being overprotective. Overproductivity, synonym of overprotectiveness. Overprotector, one who overprotects. Overprotectors, plural of overprotector. Overprotects, third person singular simple present indicative of overprotect. Overprotracted, protracted too long. Overprotraction, excessive protraction. Overproud, excessively proud. Overprove, to prove excessively or beyond what is asked or required. Overprove, simple past and past participle of overprove. Overproven, past participle of overprove. Overproves, third person singular simple present indicative of overprove. Overprovident, excessively provident. Overproving, present participle and gerund of overprove. Overprovision, excessive provision. Overprovision, simple past and past participle of overprovision. Overprovisioning, present participle and gerund of overprovision. Overprovisions, plural of overprovision. Overprovocation, excessive provocation. Overprovoke, to provoke excessively. Overprovoke, simple past and past participle of overprovoke. Overprovokes, third person singular simple present indicative of overprovoke. Overprovoking, present participle and gerund of overprovoke. Overprune, to prune too much. Overprune, simple past and past participle of overprune. Overprunes, third persons singular simple present indicative of overprune. Overpruning, present participle and gerund of overprune. Overpsychologize, to psychologize excessively. Overpsychologize, simple past and past participle of overpsychologize. Overpsychologizes, third person singular simple present indicative of overpsychologize. Overpsychologizing, present participle and gerund of overpsychologize. Overpublic, excessively public. Overpublication, excessive publication. Overpublicity, excessive publicity. Overpublicize, to publicize excessively. Overpublicize, simple past and past participle of overpublicize. Overpublicizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpublicize. Overpublicizing. Present participle and gerund of overpublicize. Overpublish. To publish excessively. Overpull. The amount of force that must be exerted on a pipe to pull it upward, above, and beyond its own weight due to drag and other forces. Overpull. Simple past and past participle of overpull. Overpulling. Present participle and gerund of overpull. Overpulls. Plural of overpull. Overpulse. An electric pulse that spikes above normal operating levels. Overpulsed. Simple past and past participle of overpulse. Overpulses. Plural of overpulse. Overpull operating levels. Overpulsed. Simple past and past participle of overpulse. Overpulses. Plural of overpulse. Overpulsing. Present participle and gerund of overpulse. Overpump. To pump excessively. Overpumped. Simple past and past participle of overpump. Overpumping. Present participle and gerund of overpump. Overpumps. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpump. Overpunch. To punch some value or pattern over an existing pattern on paper tape. Overpunch. Simple past and past participle of overpunch. Overpunches. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpunch. Overpunching. Present participle and gerund of overpunch. Overpunctilious. Excessively punctilious. Overpunctuate. To punctuate excessively. Overpunctuation. Excessive punctuation. Overpunging. Excessively pungent. Overpunish. To punish excessively. To issue a punishment that is harsher than necessary. Overpunish. Simple past and past participle of overpunish. Overpunishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpunish. Overpunishing. Present participle and gerund of overpunish. Overpunishment. Excessive punishment. Overpunishments. Plural of overpunishment. Overpurchase. To buy too much of something. Overpurchase. Past and past participle of overpurchase. Overpurchase is third person singular simple present indicative of overpurchase. Overpurchasing. Present participle and gerund of overpurchase. Overpursue. To pursue too far. Overpursued. Simple past and past participle of overpursue. Overpursues. Third person singular simple present indicative of overpursue. Overpursuing. Present participle and gerund of overpursue. Overpush. A push of the upper part of an object, thereby generating a shearing or turning force. Overpush. Simple past and past participle of overpush. Overpushes. Plural of overpush. Overpushing. Present participle and gerund of overpush. Overput. To overthrow, subdue. Overput. Third person singular simple present indicative of overput. Overqualification. The quality of being overqualified. Overqualified. Plural of overqualification. Overqualify. Having too many qualifications to be deemed appropriate for usually and skilled job. Overqualifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of overqualified. Overqualify. To give excessive academic qualifications to. Overqualifying. Present participle and gerund of overqualify. Overquantification. Excessive quantification. Overquantify. Simple past and past participle of overquantify. Overquantifies. Third person singular simple present indicative. Of overquantify. Overquantify. To quantify too much, to interpret with too great a focus on numbers, quotas, etc. Overquantifying. Present participle and gerund of overquantify. Overquantities. Plural of overquantity. Overquantity. An excessive quantity, surplus. Overqueen. A superior or supreme queen, a female overking. Overqueens. Plural of overqueen. Wow. To quell or subdue completely, gain or have power over. Overquell. Simple past and past participle of overquell. Overquelling. Present participle and gerund of overquell. Overquells. Third person singular simple present indicative of overquell. Overqueried. Simple past and past participle of overquery. Overqueries. Third person singular simple present indicative of overquery. Overquery. To ask too many questions. Overquerying. Present participle and gerund of overquery. Overquick. Too quick. Overly quick. Overquickly. In an overquick manner. Too quickly. Overquiet. Excessively quiet. Overquietly. Excessively quietly. Overquietness. Excessive quietness. Overquotation. Excessive quotation. Overquotations. Plural of overquotation. Overness. Excessive quietness. Overquotation. Excessive quotation. Overquotations. Plural of overquotation. Overquote. To give a quotation price estimate that is too high. Overquoted. Simple past and past participle of overquote. Overquotes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overquote. Overquoting. Present participle and gerund of overquote. Overace. To race too often. Overaced. Simple past and past participle of overace. Overaces. Third person singular simple present indicative of overace. Overacing. Present participle and gerund of overace. Overact. To torture beyond bearing. Overact. Excessively racked, placed under too much strain or duress. Overracking. Present participle and gerund of overact. Overacts. Third person singular. Simple present indicative of overact. Overrake. To rake over or sweep across from end to end as waves break over a vessel anchored with its head to the sea. Overrake. Simple past and past participle of overrake. Overrakes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrake. Overraking. Present participle and gerund of overrake. Overrake. To seat a cartridge, projectile, or propellant charge too far into the breech of a firearm by pushing or striking excessively. Overran. Simple past and past participle of overran. Overramming. Present participle and gerund of overran. Overrans. Third person singular simple present indicative of overran. Overran. Simple past of overrun. Overrang. Simple past of overring. Overrange. Input to an instrument beyond the range of values it is designed to handle. Overrange. Simple past and past participle of overrange. Overrange is plural of overrange. Overranging. The act of scanning beyond the boundaries of what is being imaged, usually in order to accurately reconstruct the edges of that vision. Overrank. To rank or luxuriant. Overrank. Simple past and past participle of overrank. Overranking. Present participle and gerund of overrank. Overrankness. Excessive rankness. Overranks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrank. Overrash. Excessively rash. Overrashly. With excessive rashness. Overrashness. Excessive rashness. Overrate. To esteem too highly.
Here we go.
To give greater praise than due. Overrated. Given an undue amount of credit for quality or merit in a field, not necessarily related to popularity. Overratedly. In an overrated manner. Overratedness. The quality of being overrated. Overrater. One who gives too high a rating. Overraters. Plural of overrater. Overrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrate. Overrating. Present participle and gerund of overrate. Overrational. Excessively rational. Overrationalize. To rationalize excessively. Overrationalize. Simple past and past participle of overrationalize. Overrationalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrationalize. Overrationalizing. Present participle and gerund of overrationalize. Override. Simple past and past participle of overreach. Overreach. To reach above or beyond, especially to an excessive degree. Overreach. Simple past and past participle of overreach. Overreacher. One who overreaches. Overreachers. Plural of overreacher. Overreaches. Plural of overreach. Overreaches. Second person singular simple present indicative of overreach. Overreacha. Third person singular simple present indicative of overreach. Overreaching. Present participle and gerund of overreach. Overreachingly. In an overreaching manner. Overreachingness. The quality of being overreaching. Overreachings. Plural of overreaching. Overreact. To react too much or too intensely. Overreacted. Simple past and past participle of overreact. Overreacted. Alternative form of overreactor. Overreactors. Plural of overreactor. Overreacting. Present participle and gerund of overreact. Overreaction. A reaction that is excessive. Overreactions. Plural of overreaction. Overreactive. Too reactive. Tending to overreact. Overreactivities. Plural of overreact. Activity. Overreactivity. Excessive reactivity. Overreactive. One who overreacts. Overreactors. Plural of overreactor. Overreacts. Third person singular simple present indicative of overreact. Overread. To read over or peruse. Overreader. One who overreads. Overeaters. Plural of overeater. Overreadily. Too readily. Overreadiness. The condition of being overready. Overreading. Present participle and gerund of overread. Overreadings. Plural of overreading. Overreads. Third person singular simple present indicative of overread. Overready. Too ready. Overrealism. Excessive realism. Overrealistic. Excessively realistic. Overreckon. To reckon too highly. Overreckon. Simple past and past participle of overreckon. Overreckoning. Present participle and gerund of overreckon. Overreckons. Third person singular simple present indicative of overreckon. Overrecompense. Excessively recompensed. Overrecord. Alternative form of overrecord. Overrecorded. Simple past and past participle of overrecord. Overrecording. Present participle and gerund of overrecord. Overrecords. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrecord. Overrecover. To recover more money than was actually owed. Overrecover. Simple past and past participle of overrecover. Overrecoveries. Plural of overrecovery. Overrecovering. Present participle and gerund of overrecover. Overrecovers. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrecover. Overrecovery. The recovery of more money than was actually owed. Overrecruit. To recruit too many people. Overrecruited. Simple past and past participle of overrecruit. Overrecruiting. Present participle and gerund of overrecruit. Overrecruitment. The recruitment of too many people. Overrecruits. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrecruit. Over. Excessively read. Overreduced. Excessively reduce. Overreduction. Excessive reduction. Overreductions. Plural of overreduction. Overreference. To reference too much or too often. Overreferenced. Simple past and past participle of overreference. Overreferences. Third person singular simple present indicative of overreference. Overreferencing. Present participle and gerund of overreference. Overrefine. To refine to an excessive degree. Overrefine. Simple past and past participle of overrefine. Overrefinement. Excessive refinement. Overrefinements. Plural of overrefinement. Overrefines. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrefine. Overrefining. Present participle and gerund of overrefine. Overreflective. Excessive reflective. Over-refraction. Excessive refraction due to a lens defect. Over-refraction. Over-refrigerated. Excessively refrigerated. Over-refrigeration. Excessive refrigeration. Over-regarded. Regarded too highly. Over-regimented. Excessively regimented. Over-regular. Excessively regular. Over-regularity. Excessive regularity. Over-regularization. Act of over-regularizing. Over-regularizations. Plural of over-regularization. Over-regularize. To apply a rule of language too widely. Over-regularize. Simple past and past participle of over-regularize. Over-regularizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-regularize. Over-regularizing. Present participle and gerund of over-regularize. Over-regulate. To regulate to a greater degree than appropriate. Over-regulated. Simple past and past participle of over-regulate. Over-regulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-regulate. Over-regulating. Present participle and gerund of over-regulate. Over-regulation. Excessive regulation. Too many rules, especially misguidedly conceived ones. Over-regulations. Plural of over-regulation. Over-rehearsed. Rehearsed too many times. Made formulaic by repetition. Over-reject. To reject excessively. Over-rejection. The rejection of too many data values or too much data. Over-rejections. Plural of over-rejection. Over-rejects. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-reject. Over-relativize. To relativize excessively. Over-relativize. Simple past and past participle of over-relativize. Over-relativizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-relativize. Over-relativizing. Present participle and gerund of over-relativize. Over-relax. To relax excessively. Over-relaxation. A technique which, when applied iteratively, can solve certain types of matrix equation. Over-relaxations. Plural of over-relaxation. Over-relaxed. Simple past and past participle of over-relax. Over-relaxes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-relax. Over-relaxing. Present participle and gerund of over-relax. Over-reliance. Excessive reliance. Over-reliances. Plural of over-reliance. Over-reliant. Relying on something to an excessive degree. Over-rely. Simple past and past participle of over-rely. Over-relies. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-rely. Over-religious. Excessively religious. Over-rely. To rely too much on something or someone. To be overly dependent on or expectant about. Over-relying. Present participle and gerund of over-rely. Over-rent. Obsolete form of overrun. Over-rent. To rent for too much. Over-rented. Simple past and past participle of overrent. Overrenting. Present participle and gerund of overrent. Overrents. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrent. Overrep. Flipping of overrepresent. Overrepetition. Excessive repetition. Overreplace. To replace in excess. Overreplaced. Simple past and past participle. Of overreplace. Overreplacement, the state wherein a substance, having previously been reduced or removed, has or is being replaced by re-adding it, but overly so, resulting in more of the substance than normal. Overreplacement, plural of overreplacement. Overreplaces, third person singular simple present indicative of overreplace. Overreplacing, present participle and gerund of overreplace. Overreplete, excessively replete. Overrepletion, excessive repletion. Overreplicate, to replicate excessively. Overreplicated, simple past and past participle of overreplicate. Overreplicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overreplicate. Overreplicating, present participle and gerund of overreplicate. Overreplication, excessive replication. Overreplications, plural of overreplication. Report, to report too much or too often. Overreported. Simple past and past participle of overreport. Overreporter. One who overreports something. Overreporters. Plural of overreporter. Overreporting. Present participle and gerund of overreport. Overreports. Third person singular simple present indicative of overreport. Overrepresent. To represent as being higher or greater than it is. Overrepresentation. The condition of being overrepresented. Overrepresentations. Plural of overrepresentation. Overrepresent. Excessively representative. Overrepresented. Simple past and past participle of overrepresent. Presenting. Present participle and gerund of overrepresent. Overrepresents. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrepresent. Overrepression. Excessive repression. Over-researched. Excessively researched. Over-reserve. To put an excessive amount of money in reserve. Over-reserve. Simple past and past participle of over-reserve. Over-reserved. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-reserve. Over-reserving. Present participle and gerund of over-reserve. Over-resolute. Excessively resolute. Over-resourced. Having more resources than necessary or desirable. Over-respect. To show excessive respect for something or someone. Over-respected. Simple past and past participle of over-respect. Over-respectful. Excessively respectful.
Here we go.
Over-respected. Present participle and gerund of over-respect. Over-respect. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-respect. Over-respond. To respond excessively. Over-responded. Simple past and past participle of over-respond. Over-responder. One who over-responds. Over-responders. Plural of over-responder. Over-responding. Present participle and gerund of over-respond. Over-responds. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-respond. Over-response. Excessive response. Over-responses. Plural of over-response. Over-responsive. Excessively responsive. Over-responsiveness. The quality of being over-responsive. Over-responsivity. The quality of being over-responsive. Over-rested. Having had too much rest and too little activity. Over-restoration. The process of over-restoring. Over-restore. To impair an old artwork, building, etc. by restoring it too enthusiastically. Over-restore. Simple past and past participle of over-restore. Over-restoring. Present participle and gerund of over-restore. Over-restrain. To restrain too much. Over-restrain. Excessively restrain. Over-restraining. Present participle and gerund of over-restrain. Over-restrains. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-restrain. Over-restrict. To restrict excessively. Over-restricted. Simple past and past participle of over-restrict. Over-restricting. Present participle and gerund of over-restrict. Over-restriction. Excessive restriction. Over-restrictions. Plural of over-restriction. Over-restrictive. Excessively restrictive. Over-restricts. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-restrict. Over-resuscitate. To administer an excessive amount of fluid during an attempt to resuscitate somebody. Over-resuscitated. Simple past and past participle of over-resuscitate. Over-resuscitates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-resuscitate. Over-resuscitating. Present participle and gerund of over-resuscitate. Over-resuscitation. The administration of an excessive amount of fluid during an attempt to resuscitate somebody. Over-retention. Excessive retention. Over-rev. To rev an engine or vehicle too much. Over-revs. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-rev. Over-rev. Simple past and past participle of over-rev. Over-revving. Present participle and gerund of over-rev. Over-reward. To reward excessively. Over-rewarded. Excessively rewarded. Over-rewarding. Present participle and gerund of over-reward. Over-rewards. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-reward. Over-rich. Excessively rich. Over-richness. Quality of being over-rich. Overrideability. The abilities to be over... ridden. Overrideable. That can be overridden. Overridden. Past participle of override. Overridden one's commission. Past participle of override one's commission. Override. To ride across or beyond something. Override one's commission. To act high-handedly, overreaching one's authority. Overridable, alternative form of overridable. Overriding, misspelling of overridden. Overrider, one who or that which overrides. Overriders, plural of overrider. Overrides, third person singular simple present indicative of override. Overrides one's commission. Third person singular simple present indicative of override one's commission. Overriding, present participle and gerund of override. Overriding one's commission. Present participle and gerund of override. One's commission. Overridingly, in an overriding manner to the exclusion of other factors or concerns. Overridings, plural of overriding. Override, excessively ride. Overaid, having too much rigging. Overrighteous, excessively righteous. Overrighteously, too righteously. Overrigid, too rigid or severe. Overrigidity, excessive rigidity. Overrigidly, too rigidly. Overrigorous, excessively rigorous. Over-rigorously, too rigorously. Overing, an overing B of an integral domain A is a subring of the field of fractions K of that contains A, i.e. a hash 92 subsec B hash 92 subsec K. Overringing, present participle and gerund of overing. Overrings, plural of overring. Overripe, excessively ripe, spoiled, gone bad. Overripely, in an overripe manner. Overripen, to ripen too much, to become overripe. Overripened, simple past and past participle of overripen. Overripeness, the state or condition of being overripe. Overripening, present participle and gerund of overripen. Overripened, third person singular simple present indicative of overripen. Overrise, to rise excessively. Overrisen, past participle of overrise. Overrises, third person singular simple present indicative of overrise. Overrising, present participle and gerund of overrise. Overroast, to roast too much. Overroasted, simple past and past participle of overroast. Overroasting, present participle and gerund of overroast. Overrusts, third person singular simple present indicative of overroast. Overrobe,
Here we go.
a robe designed to be worn over other clothing, particularly another robe. Overrobes, plural of overrobe. Overrode, simple past of override. Overrode one's commission, simple past of override one's commission. Overroll, to roll too much or too far. Overroll, simple past and past participle of overroll. Overrolling, present participle and gerund of overroll. Overrolls, third person singular simple present indicative of overroll. Overromantic, excessively romantic. Overromantically, in an overromantic way. Overromanticize, present indicative of overroll. Overromantic, excessively romantic. Overromantically, in an overromantic way. Over-romanticize. To romanticize too much. Over-romanticize. Simple past and past participle of over-romanticize. Over-romanticizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-romanticize. Over-romanticizing. Present participle and gerund of over-romanticize. Over-roof. A roof constructed above another roof. Over-roofed. Simple past and past participle of over-roof. Over-roofing. Present participle and gerund of over-roof. Over-roofs. Plural of over-roof. Over-rose. Simple past of over-rise. Over-rosy. Excessively rosy in various senses. Over-rotate. To rotate too far. Over-rotated. Simple past and past participle of
Invincible.
over-rotate. Over-rotates. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-rotate. Over-rotating. Present participle and gerund of over-rotate. Over-rotation. Excessive rotation. Over-rough. Excessively rough. Over-roughly. Too roughly. Over-roughness. Excessive roughness. Over-round. The margin taken by the bookmaker in a gambling operation. Over-rounded. Simple past and past participle of over-round. Over-rounding. Present participle and gerund of over-round. Over-rounds. Plural of over-round. Over-rude. Too rude. More rude than necessary or desirable. Over-rough. To rough with a higher trump following a prior rough on the same trick. Over-rest. Simple past and past participle of over-rough. Over-roughing. Present participle and gerund of over-rough. Over-roughs. Plural of over-rough. Overrulable. That can be overruled. Overrule. To rule over, to govern or determine by superior authority. Overrule. Simple past and past participle of overrule. Overruler. Someone who overrules. Overrulers. Plural of overruler. Overrules. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrule. Overrulist. Second person singular simple present indicative of overrule.
Here we go.
Overrule. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrule. Overruling. Present participle and gerund of overrule. Overrulingly. So as to overrule. Overrulings. Plural of overruling. Override. To defeat an enemy and invade in great numbers, seizing the enemy position conclusively. Overrun the constable. Synonym of outrun the constable. Override. Past participle of overrun. Overrunner. One who, or that which, overruns. Overrunners. Plural of overrunner. Overrunners. Second person singular simple present indicative of overrun. Overrunner. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrun. Overrunning. Present participle and gerund of overrun. Overruns. Third person singular simple present indicative of overrun. Overs. Plural of over. Over saccharin. Excessively saccharin. Over. That. Excessively sad. Over sad. Simple past and past participle of oversay. Oversell. to project. From a structure above something to overhang. Oversailed. Simple past and past participle of oversail. Oversailing. Present participle and gerund of oversail. Oversails. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversail.
Invincible.
Oversail. The sale of more of something than can be supplied. Oversails. Plural of oversail. Oversalivation. Excessive salivation. Oversalt. To add too much salt to something. Oversalted. Simple past and past participle of oversalt. Oversaltiness. The quality of being oversalty. Oversalting. Present participle and gerund of oversalt. Oversalts. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversalt. Oversalty. Excessively salty. Oversample. An additional sample of a subpopulation above and beyond the portion of a main sample that already belongs to that subpopulation. Oversample. Simple past and past participle of oversample. Oversampler. A device used to oversample a signal. Oversamplers. Plural of oversampler. Oversamples. Plural of oversample. Oversampling. Present participle and gerund of oversample. Oversamplings. Plural of oversampling. Oversand. To sand excessively. Oversanded. Simple past and past participle of oversand. Oversanding. Present participle and gerund of oversand. Oversands. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversand. Oversang. Simple past of oversing. Oversanguine. Too sanguine. Overconfident. Too disposed to hopes of
Here we go.
success. Oversanguinely. Too sanguinely. Oversanitization. Excessive sanitization. Oversack. Simple past and past participle of oversaid. Oversated. Excessively sated. Oversatisfied. Simple past and past participle of oversatisfied. Oversatisfies. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversatisfied. Oversatisfied. To do more than satisfy. To go beyond the requirements or wants of. Oversatisfying. Present participle and gerund of oversatisfy. Oversaturate. To saturate to excess. Oversaturated. Simple past and past participle of oversaturate. Oversaturates. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversaturate. Oversaturating. Present participle and gerund of oversaturate. Oversaturation. Supersaturation. Oversaturations. Plural of oversaturation. Oversauce. To cover food with too much sauce. Oversauce. Simple past and past participle of oversauce. Oversauces. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversauce. Oversaucing. Present participle and gerund of oversauce. Oversaucy. Excessively saucy. Oversave. To save more money than is necessary or prudent. Oversave.
Invincible.
simple past and past participle of oversave. Oversaver, one who oversaves. Oversavers, plural of oversaver. Oversaves, third person singular simple present indicative of oversave. Oversaving, present participle and gerund of oversave. Oversaw, simple past of oversee. Oversay, to say over again, to repeat. Oversaying, present participle and gerund of oversay. Oversays, third person singular simple present indicative of oversay. Overscale, out of scale, much too large for the context in which it exists. Overscaled, oversized, larger than the proper scale. Overscaling, adjustment of a parameter to exceed a normal limit. Overscan, the additional area around the four edges of a video or image outside of the safe area that is not normally seen by the viewer. Overscare, to scare too much. Overscared, simple past and past participle of overscare. Overscares, third person singular simple present indicative of overscare. Overscarf, a decorative scarf worn over clothing. Overscarves, plural of overscarf. Overscaring, present participle and gerund of overscare. Overscarves, plural of overscarf. Overscatter, having something scattered over it. Overscattering, excessive scattering. Scattering too far or too much. Oversent, to give too much sent to something or someone, to sent excessively. Oversented, simple past and past participle of oversent. Oversenting, present participle and gerund of oversent. Oversense, third person singular simple present indicative of oversent. Overskeptical, alternative form of overskeptical. Overskepticism, alternative form of overskepticism. Overschedule, to overfill the schedule of. Overschedule, simple past and past participle of overschedule. Overschedules, third person singular simple present indicative of overschedule. Overscheduling, present participle and gerund of overschedule. Overschematization, excessive schematization. Overschool, to school to excess, to give too much training. Overschool, simple past and past participle of overschool. Overschooling, present participle and gerund of overschool. Overschools, third person singular simple present indicative of overschool. Overscore, synonym of overbar. Overscored, simple past and past participle of overscore. Overscores, plural of overscore. Overscoring, present participle and gerund of overscore. Overscrawl, to scrawl over. Overscrawled, simple past and past participle of overscrawl. Overscrawling, present participle and gerund of overscrawl. Overscrawls, third person singular simple present indicative of overscroll. Overscreen, to screen excessively. Overscreen, simple past and past participle of overscreen. Overscreening, present participle and gerund of overscreen. Overscreens, third person singular simple present indicative of overscreen. Overscribble, to scribble over. Overscribble, simple past and past participle of overscribble. Overscribbles, third person singular simple present indicative of overscribble. Overscribble. Present participle and gerund of overscribble. Overscroll, a feature where content being scrolled goes beyond its endpoint and bounces back, giving the user visual feedback that the end has been reached. Overscroll, simple past and past participle of overscroll. Overscrolling, present participle and gerund of overscroll. Overscrolls, third person singular simple present indicative of overscroll. Overscrupulosity, overscrupulousness. Overscrupulous, excessively scrupulous. Overscrupulously, in an overscrupulous manner.
Here we go.
Overscrupulousness, the quality of being unscrupulous. Oversee, alternative form of overseas. Overseal, a village and civil parish in South Derbyshire District, Derbyshire, England. OS Gridref SK 2915. Overseal, simple past and past participle of overseal. Oversealing, present participle and gerund of overseal. Overseals, third person singular simple present indicative of overseal. Overseam, a seam in which the thread is at each stitch passed over the edges sewn together. Overseamed, simple past and past participle of overseam. Overseamer, a machine for overseaming. Overseamers, plural of overseamer. Overseaming, present participle and gerund of overseam. Overseams, plural of overseen. Oversearch, to search all over. Oversearch, simple past and past participle of oversearch. Oversearches, third person singular simple present indicative of oversearch. Oversearching, present participle and gerund of oversearch. Overseas, abroad. Overseas cap, side cap. Overseas caps, plural of. Overseas cap. Overseas Chinese, a person or people of Chinese ethnicity living in a non-Chinese country, a member of the ethnic Chinese expatriate or immigrant community, Huikia. Overseas territories, plural of overseas territory. Overseas territory, a country or other territory that is politically controlled by another that is located far away. Overseason, to season flavor too much. Overseason, simple past and past participle of overseason. Overseasoning, present participle and gerund of overseason. Overseasons, third person singular simple present indicative of overseason. Oversecrete, to secrete excessively. Oversecreted, simple past and past participle of oversecrete. Oversecretes, Third person singular simple present indicative of oversecrete. Oversecreting. Present participle and gerund of oversecrete. Oversecretion. Excessive secretion. Oversecretions. Plural of oversecretion. Oversecure. Secure beyond necessity. Oversecured. Simple past and past participle of oversecure. Oversecures. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversecure. Oversecuring. Present participle and gerund of oversecure. Oversedate. To sedate excessively. Oversedated. Simple past and past participle of oversedate. Oversedate. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversedate. Oversedating. Present participle and gerund of oversedate. Oversedation.
Here we go.
Excessive sedation. Oversedation. Plural of oversedation. Oversee. To survey, look at something in a wide angle. Oversee out. That can easily be looked over. Overseed. To replenish a pasture, lawn, or field by adding more seeds over top of the existing vegetation, as opposed to tilling and replanting the land. Overseeding. Simple past and past participle of overseed. Overseeding. Present participle and gerund of overseed. Overseeds. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversee. Oversee. Present participle and gerund of oversee. Overseeing. Past participle of oversee. Overseer. One who oversees or supervises. Overseeress. A female overseer. Overseeresses. Plural of overseeress. Overseerism. An arrangement in which one person or organization acts as an overseer over another. Overseers. Plural of overseer. Overseership. The role or office of overseer. Overseerships. Plural of overseership. Overseas. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversee. Oversee. To boil over. Oversegment. To produce segmentation. Oversegmentation. A division into too many segments, as when attempting to recognize parts of an image. Oversegmentations. Plural of oversegmentation. Oversegmented. Simple past and past participle of oversegment. Overselect. To select something more than would be expected. Overselected. Excessively selected. Overselecting. Present participle and gerund of overselect. Overselection. Selection of something more often or by more people than would be expected. Overselected. Excessively selective. Overselects. Third person singular simple present indicative of overselect. Overselfish. Excessively selfish. Oversell. To agree to sell more of something than one can supply. Overseller. One who oversells. Oversellers. Plural of overseller. Overselling. Present participle and gerund of oversell. Oversells. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversell. Oversend. To send an amount greater than what is required. To oversupply. Oversending. Present participle and gerund of oversend. Oversend. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversend. Oversensational. Excessively sensational. Oversensationalism. Excessive sensationalism. Oversensationalize. To sensationalize too much. Oversensationalize. Simple past and past participle of oversensation.
Here we go.
Oversensationalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversensationalize. Oversensationalizing. Present participle and gerund of oversensationalize. Oversensationally. In an excessively sensational manner. Oversense. To sense or detect too much or more than is actually present. Oversensed. Simple past and past participle of oversense. Oversenses. Third person singular. Acceptable present indicative of oversense. Oversensible. Excessively sensible. Oversensing. The sensing of signals by a pacemaker that come from muscle activity other than that of the heart. Oversensitive. Having excessive sensitivity, reacting to stimuli too readily, thin-skinned. Oversensitively. In an oversensitive manner. Oversensitiveness. The characteristic of being oversensitive. Oversensitivities. Plural of oversensitivity. Oversensitivity. The state or quality of being excessively sensitive. Oversensitize. Excessively sensitized. Oversend. Simple past and past participle of oversend. Oversentence. To issue a sentence that is harsher than necessary. Oversentenced. Simple past and past participle of oversentence. Oversentences. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversentence. Oversentencing. Present participle and gerund of oversentence. Oversententious.
Invincible.
Excessively sententious. Over-sentimental. Excessively sentimental. Over-sentimentalism. Over-sentimentality. Over-sentimentality. Excessive sentimentality. Over-sentimentalize. To sentimentalize excessively. Over-sentimentalize. Simple. Past and past participle of over-sentimentalize. Over-sentimentalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-sentimentalize. Over-sentimentalizing. Present participle and gerund of over-sentimentalize. Over-sentimentally. In an over-sentimental manner. Over-serious. Excessively serious. Over-seriously. In an excessively serious way. Over-seriousness. Quality of being excessively serious. Over-serve. To serve too much, especially alcohol, to an intoxicated person. Over-serve. Past and past participle of over-serve. Over-serves. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-serve. Over-service. To provide with excessive service. Over-service. Simple past and past participle of over-service. Over-services. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-service. Over-servicing. Present participle and gerund of over-service. Over servile. Excessively servile. Overserving. Present participle and gerund of overserve.
Here we go.
Overset. To knock over or overturn someone or something. To capsize. To upset. Oversets. Third person singular simple present indicative of overset. Oversetteth. Third person singular simple present indicative of overset. Oversetting. Present participle and gerund of overset. Oversetter. Excessively severe. Over severely. Too severely. Over severity. Excessive severity. Oversew. To sew together the edges of two pieces of fabric with every stitch passing over the joint. Oversewed. Simple past of oversew. Oversewing. Present participle and gerund of oversew. Oversewn. Past participle of oversew. Oversews. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversew. Oversexed. Having a greater than normal sexual appetite. Oversexedness. The quality of being oversexed. Oversexualization. Excessive sexualization. Oversexualize. To sexualize excessively. Oversexualize. Simple past and past participle of oversexualize. Oversexualizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversexualize. Oversexualizing. Present participle and gerund of oversexualize. Overshade. To cast a shadow over, to overshadow.
Invincible.
Overshaded. Simple past and past participle of overshade. Overshades. Third person singular simple present indicative of overshade. Overshading. Present participle and gerund of overshade. Overshadow. To obscure something by casting a shadow. Overshadowed. Past participle of overshadow. Overshadower. Someone or something that overshadowed. Overshadowers. Plural of overshadower. Overshadowist. Second person singular simple present indicative of overshadow. Overshadoweth. Third person singular simple present indicative of overshadow. Overshadowing. Present participle and gerund of overshadow. Overshadowingly. So as to overshadow. Overshadowings. Plural of overshadowing. Overshadowment. Overshadow. Overshadows. Third person singular simple present indicative of overshadow. Overshadowy. Overshadowing. Casting a shadow over. Overshake. To shake. Too much. Overshaken. Past participle of overshake. Overshakes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overshake. Overshaking. Present participle and gerund of overshake. Overshampoo. To shampoo excessively. Overshampooed. Simple past and past participle of overshampoo. Overshampooing. Present participle and
Here we go.
gerund of overshampoo. Overshampoos. Third person singular simple present indicative of overshampoo. Overshade. To transform, alter. Overshaped. Simple past and past participle of overshape. Overshapes. Plural of overshape. Overshaping. Present participle and gerund of overshape. Overshare. To share too much or in excess. Overshared. Simple past and past participle of overshare. Overshare it. To overdocument one's child's upbringing on social media, to share it excessively. Oversharented. Simple past and past participle of oversharing. Oversharenting. Present participle and gerund of oversharing. Oversharance. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversharing. Overshare. One who overshares. Oversharers. Plural of overshare. Overshares. Third person singular simple present indicative of overshare. Oversharing. Tending to share too much. Oversharing. Present participle and gerund of overshare. Overshare. Excessively. Sharp. Oversharpen. To sharpen too much. Oversharpened. Simple past and past participle of oversharpen. Oversharpening. Present participle and gerund of oversharpen. Oversharpened. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversharpen. Oversharpness. Excessive sharpness. Overshave. To shave excessively. Overshaved. Simple past and past participle of overshave. Overshaven. Past participle of overshave. Overshaves. Third person singular simple present indicative of overshave. Overshaving. Present participle and gerund of overshave. Oversheet. A sheet placed over the top of something. Oversheeted. Having an oversheet. Oversheets. Plural of oversheet. Overshepherd. A hedge. Shepherd. Over shepherds. Plural of over shepherd. Overshift. The strategy or act of positioning defensive players extra far toward the offense's strong side, leaving portions of the field or court undefended. Overshifted. Simple past and past participle of overshift. Overshifting. Present participle and gerund of overshift. Overshifts. Plural of overshift. Overshine. To shine over or upon, to illumine. Overshines. Third person singular simple present indicative of overshine. Overshining. Present participle and gerund of overshine. Overshirt. A shirt intended to be worn over other clothes. Overshirts. Plural of overshirt. Overreact. To shock too much. Overshocked. Simple past and past participle of overshock. Overshocking. Present participle and gerund of overshock. Overshocks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overshock. Overshoe. A shoe worn over an ordinary shoe. As overshoes. Plural of overshoe. Overshine. Simple past and past participle of overshine. Overshock. Simple past of overshake. Overshoot. The amount by which something goes too far. Overshooter. One who overshoots. Overshooters. plural of overshooter. Overshooting, present participle and gerund of overshoot. Overshoots, third person singular simple present indicative of overshoot. Overshop, to spend too much time or money shopping. Overshopped, simple past and past participle of overshop. Overshopping, present participle and gerund of overshop. Overshops, third person singular simple present indicative of overshop. Overshort, excessively short. Overshorten, to shorten too much. Make excessively or inappropriately short. Overshorten, simple past and past participle of overshorten. Overshortening, present participle and gerund of overshorten. Overshortens, third person singular simple present indicative of overshorten. Overgot, simple past and past participle of overshot.
Invincible.
Overshots, plural of overshot. Overshout, to show excessively or too much. Overshout, simple past of overshow. Overshower, to shower from above, to dispense liberally to. Overshowered, simple past and past participle of overshower. Overshowering, present participle and gerund of overshower. Overhours, third person singular simple present indicative of overshower. Overshowing, present participle and gerund of overshow. Overshow, past participle of overshow. Overshows, third person singular simple present indicative of overshow. Overshrank, simple past of overshrink. Overshrink, to shrink excessively. Overshrinking, present participle and gerund of overshrink. Overshrinks, third person singular simple present indicative of overshrink. Overshroud, to cover from above like a shroud. Overshrouded, simple past and past participle of overshroud. Overshrouding, present participle and gerund of overshroud. Overshrouds, third person singular simple present indicative of overshroud. Overshrunk, past participle of overshrink. Oversialylated, excessively sialylated. Oversialylation, excessive sialylation. Oversick, excessively unwell. Overside, located or positioned over the side, especially of a ship. Oversides, plural of overside. Oversight, an omission, something that is left out, missed, or forgotten. Oversighted, simple past and past participle of oversight. Oversighter, a person having oversight, an overseer or supervisor. Oversiders, plural of oversider. Oversight, present participle and gerund of oversight. Oversightly, offering a clear and readily grasped overview of something. Oversights, plural of oversight. Oversignal, to signal excessively. Oversignaled, simple past and past participle of oversignal. Oversignaling, present participle and gerund of oversignal. Oversignal, simple past and past participle of oversignal. Oversignaling. Present participle and gerund of oversignal. Oversignals. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversignal. Oversigned. A person mentioned in a document whose name and signature appear at the beginning. Oversignification. The process or result of oversignifying, attachment of excessive significance to something. Oversignifications. Plural of oversignification. Oversignify. Simple past and past participle of oversignify.
Invincible.
Oversignifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversignify. Oversignify. To have or be ascribed too much meaning or importance. Oversignify. Present participle and gerund of oversignify. Oversilent. Excessively silent. Oversilver. To cover with, or as if with, silver. Oversilver. Simple past and past participle of oversilvered. Oversilvering. Present participle and gerund of oversilver. Oversilvers. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversilver. Oversimilar. Excessively similar. Oversimple. Excessively simple, lacking the necessary complexity. Oversimplicity. Excessive simplicity. Oversimplification. An explanation that excludes important information for the sake of brevity or of making the explanation or presentation easy to understand. Oversimplifications. Plural of oversimplification. Oversimplify. Having been simplified to the point where important information is not conveyed. Oversimplifier. One who oversimplifies. Oversimplifiers. Plural of oversimplifier. Oversimplifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversimplify. Oversimplify. To explain or present something in a way that excludes important information for the sake of brevity or of making the explanation or presentation easy to understand. Oversimplifying. Present participle and gerund of oversimply. Simplify. Oversimplistic. Too simplistic. Oversimplistically. In an oversimplistic way. Oversimply. In a way that is too simple without the necessary detail or complexity. Over-sincere. Excessively sincere. Over-saying. To sing with too much effort or embellishment. Over-singing. Present participle and gerund of over-sing. Over-sayings. Third person singular simple present indicative of over-sing. Overset. To preside over, govern, rule, to control. Oversight. Laid over the ground or built above an existing site. Oversights. Plural of oversight. Oversets. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversit. Oversitting. Excessive sitting, too much time spent in a seated position. Oversize. Larger than normal. Oversize. Very large, especially of something larger than normal for its type. Oversizedness. The state or quality of being oversized. Oversizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversize. Oversizing. Present participle and gerund of oversize. Overskate. to skate beyond the puck, thus losing control of it. Overskating. Simple past and past participle of overskate. Overskates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overskate. Overskating. Present participle and gerund of overskate. Overskeptical. Excessively skeptical.
Invincible.
Overskepticism. Excessive skepticism. Overskies. Interplanetary, intergalactic. Overskim. To skim excessively, to remove too much material from, by skimming. Overskim. Simple past and past participle of overskim. Overskimming. Present participle and gerund of overskim. Overskims. Third person singular simple present indicative of overskim. Overskip. To skip or leap over. Overskipped. Simple past and past participle of overskip. Overskipping. Present participle and gerund of overskip. Overskips. Third person singular simple present indicative of overskip. Overskirt. A skirt worn visibly, especially over another layer, such as a petticoat. Overskirts. Plural of overskirt. Oversky. The sky that is directly above one, as opposed to that seen on the horizon. Overslack. Excessively slack. Overslaw. A barrier in a river. Overslaw. Simple past and past participle of overslaw. Overslawing. Present participle and gerund of overslaw. Overslaws. Plural of overslaw. Overslavish. Excessively slavish. Overslavishly. Too slavishly. Overslag. Epilendal. Overslays. Plural of overslay. Oversleep. To sleep for longer than intended. Oversleep. One who oversleeps. Oversleepers. Plural of oversleeper. Oversleeping. Present participle and gerund of oversleep. Oversleeps. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversleep. Oversleeve. A protective sleeve worn over a normal one. Oversleeves. Plural of oversleeve. Overslept. Simple past and past participle of oversleep. Oversled. Simple past and past participle of overslide. Overslide. To slide over or past. Overslides. Third person singular simple present indicative of overslide. Oversliding. Present participle and gerund of overslide. Overslight. Excessively slight. Overslet. To slip or slide over. To pass easily or carelessly beyond. Overslet. Simple past and past participle of overslip. Overslipping. Present participle and gerund of overslip. Overslips. Third person singular simple present indicative of overslip. Overslipped. Simple past and past participle of overslip. Overslop. An outer garment or slop. Overslops. Plural of overslop. Overslow. Too slow. Overslowed. Simple past and past participle of overslow.
Invincible.
Overslowing. present participle and gerund of overslow. Overslowness. Excessive slowness. Overslows. Third person singular simple present indicative of overslow. Oversly. Slun or supported over something. Oversmall. Excessively small. Oversman. An overseer or superintendent. Oversman. Plural of oversman. Oversmile. To smile excessively. Oversmiled. Simple past and past participle of oversmile. Oversmiles. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversmile. Oversmiling. Present participle and gerund of oversmile. Oversmoke. To smoke bees, food being cured, etc. excessively. Oversmoke. Simple past and past participle of oversmoke. Oversmokes. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversmoke. Oversmoking. Present participle and gerund of oversmoke. Oversmooth. To smooth excessively. Oversmooth. Excessively smooth. Oversmoothing. Present participle and gerund of oversmooth. Smooth. Oversmoothly. To smoothly. Oversmoothness. Excessive smoothness. Oversmooth. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversmooth. Oversnack. To consume too many snacks. Oversnack. Simple past and past participle of oversnack. Oversnacking. Present participle and gerund of oversnack. Oversnacks. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversnack. Oversnout. Traveling over a snowy surface. Oversnowed. Covered with snow. Oversoaked. To soak for too long. Oversoaked. Simple past and past participle of oversoak. Oversoaking. Present participle and gerund of oversoak. Oversoaks. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversoak. Oversoar. To soar over or above. Oversoared. Simple past and past participle of oversoar. Oversoaring. Present participle and gerund of oversoar. Oversoars. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversoar. Oversocialize. Alternative form of oversocialize. Oversocialization. Excessive socialization. Oversocialize. To socialize too much. Oversocialize. Assimilated too far into society. Oversocializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversocialize. Oversocializing. Present participle and gerund of oversocialize. Oversack. Singular of oversocks.
Invincible.
Oversocks. Socks intended to be worn over another pair of socks. Oversocked. Too soft. Too quite. Oversoften. To soften too much. To make too soft. Oversoftened. Simple past and past participle of oversoften. Oversoftening. Present participle and gerund of oversoften. Oversoftens. Third person singular simple present in indicative of over soften. Over softly, in an over soft way. Over softness, excessive softness. Over solar, describing a concentration or abundance of a chemical element or isotope greater than that found in the sun. Oversold, in a stock or commodity market condition where there has been significant trading driving prices down to lower levels which seem overextended or excessive on a short-term basis. Over solemn, excessively solemn. Over solemnity, excessive solemnity. Over solemnly, in an over solemn manner. Over solicited, excessively solicitous. Over solicitously, too solicitously. Over solicitousness, excessive solicitousness. Over solicitude, excessive solicitude. Oversign, a surname. Oversons, plural of oversun. Overseer, too soon. Prematurely. Oversoothing, excessively soothing. Over-sophisticated, excessively sophisticated. Over-sophistication, the condition of being over-sophisticated.
Here we go.
Over sorrow, to grieve or afflict excessively. Over sorrow, simple past and past participle of over sorrow. Over sorrowing, present participle and gerund of over sorrow. Over sorrows, third person singular simple present indicative of over sorrow. Oversat, alternative form of overset overturn. Oversoul, as supreme reality or main, the spiritual unity of all being. Oversouling, the excessive use of melisma in singing. Oversouls, plural of oversoul. Oversour, overly or excessively sour, too sour. Oversoured, simple past and past participle of oversour. Oversouring, present participle and gerund of oversour. Oversours, third person singular simple present indicative of oversour. Oversow, to sow seed where something has already been sown. Oversowed, simple past and past participle of oversow. Oversowing, present participle and gerund of oversow. Oversown, past participle of oversow. Oversows, third person singular simple present indicative of oversow. Overspace, to separate with too much space, to set too far apart. Overspaced, simple past and past participle of overspace. Overspaces, third person singular simple present indicative of overspace. Overspacing, present participle and gerund of overspace. Overspacious, excessively spacious. Overspaciousness, excessive spaciousness. Overspan, to reach or extend over. Overspangled, covered as if with spangles. Overspanned, simple past and past participle of overspan. Overspanning, present participle and gerund of overspan. Overspans, third person singular simple present indicative of overspan. Oversparing, excessively sparing. Oversparingly, in an oversparing manner. Oversparred, having spars larger than the usual dimension. Overspatter, to spatter excessively. Overspatter. Simple past and past participle of overspatter. Overspatter. Present participle and gerund of overspatter. Overspatters. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspatter. Overspeak. To speak too much, to use too many words. Overspeaking. Present participle and gerund of overspeak. Overspeaks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspeak. Overspecialization. British Standard spelling of overspecialization. Overspecializations. Plural of overspecialization. Overspecialize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of overspecialize. Overspecialize.
Here we go.
Simple past and past participle of overspecialize. Overspecializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspecialize. Overspecializing. Present participle and gerund of overspecialize. Overspecialization. Extreme or excessive specialization. Overspecializations. Plural of overspecialization. Overspecialize. To specialize to an excessive degree. Overspecialize. Simple past and past participle of overspecialize. Overspecializes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspecialize. Overspecializing. Present participle and gerund of overspecialize. Overspecific. Too specific, with too much detail. Overspecification. Excessive specification. Overspecificity. The state or quality of being overspecific. Overspecify. Simple past and past participle of overspecify. Overspecifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspecify. Overspecify. To specify in excessive detail. Overspecifying. Present participle and gerund of overspecify. Overspeculate. To spend too much money in speculation. Overspeculated. Simple past and past participle of overspeculate. Overspeculates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspeculate. Overspeculating. Present participle and gerund of overspeculate. Overspeculation. Excessive or very risky speculation. Overspeculations. Plural of overspeculation. Overspeculative. Excessively speculative. Overst. Simple past and past participle of overspeed. Overspeed. To travel excessively fast or beyond the permitted rate. Overspeeded. Simple past and past participle of overspeed. Overspeedily. With excessive speed. Overspeeding. Present participle and gerund of overspeed. Overspeeds. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspeed. Overspeedy. Excessively speedy. Overspell. To make spelling mistakes by adding extra letters. Overspelled. Simple past and past participle of overspell. Overspelling. Present participle and gerund of overspell. Overspells. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspell. Overspend. To spend too much money, especially to spend more than one earns. Overspender. One who overspends. Overspenders. Plural of overspender. Overspending. Present participle and gerund of overspend. Overspendings. Plural of overspending. Overspenditure. Overspending. Overexpenditure. Overspend. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspend. Overspend. Simple past and past participle of overspend. Overspice. To add too much spice to a dish. Overspice. Too strongly spice. Overspices. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspice. Overspicing. Present participle and gerund of overspice. Overspicy. Excessively spicy. Overspill. Spills over. Overspill estate. A housing estate plan and built for the rehousing of people from decaying inner city areas, usually as part of the process of slum clearance. Overspill estates. Plural of overspill estate. Overspill. Simple past and past participle of overspill. Overspilling. Present part. Overspills. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspill. Overspilt. Simple past and past participle of overspill. Overspin. An excessive amount of spin applied to a projectile such that its nose does not turn down at the summit of the trajectory. Overspinning. Excessive spinning. Overspins. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspin. Oversplit. Any split in which the angle formed by the legs measures greater than 180 degrees can be done to the front with either or both legs elevated, or in a straddle split with one or both legs elevated, or with a standing leg lift. Oversplits. Plural of oversplit. Oversplitting. Present participle and gerund of oversplit. Overspoke. Simple past of overspeak. Overspoken. Past participle of overspeak. Overspray. Simple past of overspring. Overspray. In spray painting, the spray that goes outside the area being painted necessary to ensure coverage at the edge. Overspray surface texture. In SBF roofing, a condition of the foam in which the surface shows a linear coarse textured pattern and slash or a pebbled surface. This surface is generally downwind of the sprayed polyurethane path and, if severe, unacceptable for proper coating and protection. Oversprays. Plural of overspray. Overspread. To spread over or across something, cover over, be scattered over, permeate, overrun. Overspreadus. Second person singular simple present indicative of overspread. Overspreadeth. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspread. Overspreading. Present participle and gerund of overspread. Overspreadings. Plural of overspreading. Overspreads. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspread. Overspring. To overtop, overclimb, rise above, spring or leap over. Overspringing. present participle and gerund of overspring. Oversprings. Third person singular simple present indicative of overspring. Oversprinkle. To sprinkle over. Oversprinkled. Simple past and past participle of oversprinkle. Oversprinkles. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversprinkle. Oversprinkling. Present participle and gerund of oversprinkle. Overspray. Past participle of overspring. Overspun. Too tightly spun. Oversquare. Having a cylinder with a greater bore than stroke. Oversqueamish. Excessively squeamish. Oversqueamishness. The quality of being oversqueamish. Oversqueeze. Excessively squeeze. Overstabilities. Plural of overstability. Overstability. A condition in which oscillation increases due to excessive feedback. Overstabilization. Excessive stabilization. Overstabilizations. Plural of overstabilization. Overstabilize. To stabilize excessively. Overstabilized. Simple past and past participle of overstabilize. Overstabilizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstabilize. Overstable. Of, pertaining to, or causing overstability. Overstack. To stack too high. Overstack. Simple past and past participle of overstack. Overstacking. Present participle and gerund of overstack. Overstacks. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstack. Overstaff. To furnish with too many staff. Overstaffed. Simple past and past participle of overstaff. Overstaffing. Present participle and gerund of overstaff. Overstaffs. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstaff. Overstage. Above the stage. Overstage. Simple past and past participle of overstage. Overstages. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstage. Overstaging. Present participle and gerund of overstage. Overstay. Simple past and past participle of overstay. Overstain. To stain the surface of, besmear. Overstain. Simple past and past participle of overstain. Overstaining. Present participle and gerund of overstain. Overstains. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstaying. Overstale. Excessively stale. Overstamp. To apply a stamp over existing text. Overstamped. Simple past and past participle of overstamp. Overstamping. Present participle and gerund of overstamp. Overstamps. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstamp. Overstand. To stand or insist too much or too long. Overstay. Overstanding. Present participle and gerund of overstand. Overstands. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstand. Overstarch. To starch excessively. Overstarch. Simple past and past participle of overstarch. Overstarches. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstarch. Overstarching. Present participle and gerund of overstarch. Overstare. To stare wildly. Overstared. Simple past and past participle of overstare. Overstares. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstare. Overstaring. Present participle and gerund of overstare. Overstarvation. Severe starvation. Overstarve. To starve too much. Overstarve. Simple past and past participle of overstarve. Overstarving. Present participle and gerund of overstarve. Overstate. To exaggerate, to state or claim too much. Overstated. Having been overstated, exaggerated, stated, displayed, or presented too grandly or prominently. Overstatedness. The state or quality of being overstated. Overstately. Excessively stately. Overstatement. An exaggeration, a statement in excess of what is reasonable. Overstatements. Plural of overstatement. Overstater. A person who overstates. Overstaters. Plural of overstater. Overstates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstate. Overstating. Present participle and gerund of overstate. Overstay. To remain present after the agreed or appropriate departure time. Overstay one's welcome. Synonym of wear out one's welcome. Overstale. The act of overstaying. Overstales. Plural of overstale. Overstay. Simple past and past participle of overstay. Overstayer. One who overstays. Overstayers. Plural of overstayer. Overstaying. Present participle and gerund of overstay. Overstays. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstay. Oversteadfast. Excessively steadfast. Oversteady. Excessively steady. Overesteem. To steam too much. Oversteamed. Simple past and past participle of oversteam. Oversteaming. Present participle and gerund of oversteam. Oversteams. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversteam. Oversteep. To steep for too long. Oversteeped. Simple past and past participle of oversteep. Oversteepen. To make excessively steep. Oversteepen. Simple past and past participle of oversteepen. Oversteepening. Present participle and gerund of oversteepen. Oversteepens. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversteepen. Oversteeping. Present participle and gerund of oversteep. Oversteeps. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversteep. Oversteer. The condition in which the rear wheels of a car don't follow the desired curve while cornering, the rear wheels losing a degree of traction and so skidding off the required line into a spin. Oversteered. Simple past and past participle of oversteer. Oversteering. Present participle and gerund of oversteer. Oversteers. Plural of oversteer. Overstep. To go too far beyond a limit, especially to cross boundaries or exceed norms or conventions. Overstep the line. Alternative form of overstep the mark. Overstep the mark. To behave in an unacceptable or morally reprehensible way. Overstepped. Simple past and past participle of overstep. Overstepped the mark. Simple past and past participle of overstep the mark. Overstepper. One who oversteps. Oversteppers. Plural of overstepper. Overstepping. Present participle and gerund of overstep. Overstepping the mark. Present participle and gerund of overstep the mark. Oversteps. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstep. Oversteps the mark. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstep the mark. Overstepped. Simple past and past participle of overstep. Overstiff. Excessively stiff. Overstiffness. Excessive stiffness. Overstifle. To stifle excessively. Overstifle. Simple past and past participle of overstifle. Overstifles. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstifle. Overstifling. Present participle and gerund of overstifle. Overstim. Overstimulation. Overstimulate. To stimulate to an excessive degree, to expose to excessive stimulation. Overstimulated. Simple past and past participle of overstimulate. Overstimulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstimulate. Overstimulating. Present participle and gerund of overstimulate. Overstimulation. Excessive stimulation. Overstimulations. Plural of overstimulation. Overstimulative. Excessively stimulative. Overstimulator. One who overstimulates. Overstimulators. Plural of overstimulate. Overstir. To stir too much. Overstir. Simple past and past participle of overstir. Overstirring. Present participle and gerund of overstir. Overstirs. Third person singular stir. Simple past and past participle of overstir. Overstirring. Present participle and gerund of overstir. Overstirs. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstir. Overstitch. An embroidery stitch made over another. Overstitched. Simple past and past participle of overstitch. Overstitches. Plural of overstitch. Overstitching. Present participle and gerund of overstitch. Overstock. To stock to an excessive degree. Overstock. That has been stocked to an excessive degree, overfilled. Overstocking. A stocking intended to be worn over another stocking. Overstockings. Plural of overstocking. Overstocks. Plural of overstock. Overstoke. To stoke excessively, creating too large a fire in a fireplace, furnace, firebox, etc. Overstoke. Simple past and past participle of overstoke. Overstokes. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstoke. Overstoking. Present participle and gerund of overstoke. Overstood. Simple past and past participle of overstand. Overstore. To overstock, to save more than is needed. Overstored. Simple past and past participle of overstore. Overstores. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstore. Overstory. Alternative spelling of overstory. Overstories. Plural of overstory. Overstories. Plural of overstory. Overstoring. Present participle and gerund of overstore. Overstory. The upper portion of a community of plenty above the understory. Overstout. Excessively stout. Overstow. To stow on top of one another. Overstowage. The act of overstowing. Overstow. Simple past and past participle of overstow. Over. Overstowing. Present participle and gerund of overstow. Overstow. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstow. Overstrain. To subject to an excessive demand on strength, resources, abilities, or the imagination. Overstrained. Simple past and past participle of overstrain. Overstraining. Present participle and gerund of overstrain. Overstraining disease. Capture myopathy. Overstrains. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstrain. Overstrand. A coastal village and civil parish in North Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 2440. Overstrap. A strap running above something. Overstraps. Plural of overstrap. Overstrata. Plural of overstratum. Overstratification. Excessive stratification. Overstratify. Simple past and past participle of overstratify. Overstratifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstratify. Overstratify. To stratify excessively. Overstratifying. Present participle and gerund of overstratify. Overstratum. A stratum or a layer lying above another. Overstraw. Obsolete form of overstrew. Overstraw. Simple past of overstraw. Overstrawing. Present participle and gerund of overstraw. Overstraw. Past participle of overstraw. Overstraws. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstraw. Overstream. To stream or flow over. Overstreamed. Simple past and past participle of overstream. Overstreaming. Present participle and gerund of overstream. Overstreams. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstream. Overstreet. A surname. Overstrength. Having personnel in excess of that prescribed by a table of organization. Overstrenuous. Excessively strenuous. Overstrenuously. Too strenuously. Overstrenuousness. The quality of being too strenuous. Overstress. To place excessive emphasis on something. Overstress. Simple past and past participle of overstress. Overstresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstress. Overstressful. Excessively stressful. Overstressing. Present participle and gerund of overstress. Overstretch. To stretch too far. Overstretch. Simple past and past participle of overstretch. Overstretches. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstretch. Overstretching. Present participle and gerund of overstretch. Overstrew. To strew or scatter over. Overstrewed. Simple past of overstrew. Overstrewing. Present participle and gerund of overstrew. Overstrewn. Past participle of overstrew. Overstrews. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstrew. Overstricken. Past participle of overstrike. Overstrict. Excessively strict or severe. Overstrictly. Excessively strictly. Overstrictness. Quality of being overstrict. Overshridden. Past participle of overstride. Overstride. To run or walk with an overly long stride. Overstrident. Excessively strident. Overstrides. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstride. Overstriding. Present participle and gerund of overstride. Overstride. To overreach oneself while striking. Overstrikes. Plural of overstrike. Overstriking. Present participle and gerund of overstrike. Overstringent. Excessively stringent. Overshrive. To strive excessively. Overshriven. Past participle of overstrive. Overstrives. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstrive. Overstriving. Present participle and gerund of overstrive. Overstrew. Simple past and past participle of overstrive. Overstrong. Excessively strong. Overstrongly. With excessive strength. Overstrove. Simple past of overstrive. Overstrew. Alternative form of overstrew. Overstrew. Simple past of overstrew. Overstrewing. Present participle and gerund of overstrew. Overstrown. Past participle of overstrew. Overstrows. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstrew. Overstrike. Simple past and past participle of overstrike. Overstructure. The upper structure or superstructure. Overstructure. Excessively structured. Overstructures. Plural of overstructure. Overstructuring. Present participle and gerund of overstructure. Overstrung. Excessively tense or nervous. Overstudy. Simple past and past participle of overstudy. Overstudies. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstudy. Overstudious. To studious. Overstudiously. In an overstudious manner. Overstudiousness. Excessive studiousness. Overstudy. To study excessively. Overstudy. Present participle and gerund of overstudy. Overstuff. To stuff to excess. Overstuffs. Filled beyond capacity. Overstuffing. Present participle and gerund of overstuff. Overstuffs. Third person singular simple present indicative of overstuff. Overstyled, styled excessively. Overstylize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of overstylized. Overstylize, overly excessively stylized. Oversublime, excessively sublime. Oversubscribe, to subscribe to an extent that is greater than the availability. Oversubscribed, having insufficient capacity to meet the demand of those who are interested. Oversubscriber, someone who subscribes to a larger amount of stocks than there are available. Oversubscribers, plural of oversubscriber. Oversubscribes, third person singular simple present indicative of oversubscribe. Oversubscribing, present participle and gerund of oversubscribe. Oversubscription, a subscription for more than is available. Oversubscriptions, plural of oversubscription. Oversubsidize, to subsidize too much. Oversubsidized, simple past and past participle of oversubsidize. Oversubsidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of oversubsidize. Oversubsidizing, present participle and gerund of oversubsidize. Oversubstitution, excessive substitution. Oversubtile, obsolete form of oversubtle. Oversubtle, excessively subtle. Oversubtleties, plural of oversubtlety. Oversubtlety, excessive subtlety. Oversubtly, in an oversubtle manner. Oversuck, to suck excessively all senses, suck too much. Oversucked, simple past and past participle of oversuck. Oversucking, present participle of oversuck. Oversucks, third person singular simple present indicative of oversuck. Oversuds, to cause a washing machine to fill with too much suds. Oversudsed, simple past and past participle of oversuds. Oversudses, third person singular simple present indicative of oversuds. Oversudsing, present participle and gerund of oversuds. Oversufficiencies, plural of oversufficiency. Oversufficiency, the condition of being oversufficient. Oversufficient, beyond what is sufficient. Excessive. Oversufficiently, beyond what is sufficient, excessively. Oversugar, to sugar excessively. Oversugar, excessively sugared. Oversugaring, present participle and gerund of oversugar. Oversugars, third person singular simple present indicative of oversugar. Oversugary, excessively sugary. Oversuit, a garment worn over set of clothing or another suit. Oversuits, plural of oversuit. Oversulfated, overly sulfated. Oversulfation, excessive sulfation. Oversum, a whole that is more than the sum of its parts, superaddition. Oversummed, simple past and past participle of oversum. Oversummer, to spend the summer in a particular place or form. Oversummered, simple past and past participle of oversummer. Oversummering. Present participle and gerund of oversummer. Oversummers. Third person singular simple present indicative of oversummer. Oversumming. Present participle and gerund of oversum.